What's up, everybody? Okay, I don't have you now. One sec. Fresh. Boom. Okay. All
We're
right, we
back.
are we are live, just so you
Cool.
know, Hog. So we're on.
Cool. What's up, everybody? It is a tradition in the summer to always have a thunderstorm every afternoon. And right as we get to go live, the power flickers. So who knows? It might happen 2 or 3 more times, but I will be back every time.
Hell yeah, baby. I love thunderstorms.
Really? No, you don't, dude. Every time a storm comes, you buy it real fast and then you go cry and hide somewhere. I love thunderstorms.
Oh my god. All right. Um 26 minutes. Seems like a long time, doesn't it?
It'll fly by.
Got a couple people here. You know what? We'll chuck on the Canon game and just wait for people to join. Sometimes people might see
Yeah,
the
let's see
game
it.
and
Oh yeah. I don't even know what this is. I want to see it. Canon game. Anything with Canon has my attention.
okay, so let's see Canon's build. Oh, Killer Ghost, the legend, dude. He's just always here. He's got our back every time. Thank you so much, man.
Woohoo, killer, ghost, baby.
All right. Let's see.
I love you, Killer Ghost.
Oh Lord. Killer, you better run. She'll get you. It's a succubus. Don't let her fool you. See what she did to D4.
Okay, so coming in now. Game.
She'll leave you soulless. What they want you to think. They want you to think they're the best, but that's part of their damn strategy. And you'll be a shell of a man like Lieutenant Dan.
I have to. I got this from you. I basically now control all the audio just through OBS, but it is kind of annoying to always have to split it. So I have my desktop audio muted. But now, like, every time you put something in new, you've got to capture audio. It's in beta apparently as well, which is kind of weird.
You know how everything's in beta now, I feel like. It's been saying that for like a year.
Oh, is it?
But it's pretty stable. Yeah.
Can everybody hear the Cannons game? It's like background music. Maybe I have to monitor it.
Yes. The stream can, yeah.
That should be heard.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Why not? All right, let's give away 20 bucks. We'll do $100 later with the hat game, just like mid podcast for some fun. So we have 2 games and a music reaction system. We're working on a few more games. What we do is we're essentially trying to digitalize the carnival experience, right? So we don't have too much time to stream. So it's just 5 hours every Saturday, and every hour we play like a mini game that we make. And basically people can only win. You just win some money. That's it. It's kind of like, you know, there's little time zone things. You go in, you play some machines, you go to the little kiosk, and then you basically get like a soft toy or some shit. In this case, it's just straight up money. So yeah. Enable. So now we can join. Hey Crank, how's it going, man? We are good, we are good. So you can try join as well, Hog. You can basically use channel points and then just choose a cannon.
Okay.
How are the chin-ups going? I've been doing chin-ups since you told me you can do it. What was it? It was like 50 or some shit.
Good lord.
I've been trying to do the like push-ups at the waist, so then eventually you can get into the full body plank push-up. So I can do push-ups at the waist, but man, I don't know.
What about a cock push up? You only need one.
Only if Lilith, only if Lilith helps.
Yeah, you only need one.
Anybody else want to join? There's 3 people. That means it's very easy to win. Oh, there was a hype train? Oh, Killer Guys did a hype train just on his own. Interesting.
Is this your game that you made?
Yeah, we made this.
Oh, that's cool.
So we do like digital assets, right? So you can see the Billy the Bass, we made that. Lilith, we made that. The little devil, we made. Everything you see in the stream is basically made by us. Then we've got a bunch of other assets we sell kind of on Etsy. It's also why we made the Crimson Market, because we got sick of paying the fees.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't expect it to be mega hard to get, I guess, a lot of users and all that. Then there was like the Diablo 4 trading, which at one point was really good. We had like 3,000 items listed a day. I think it was in like season 4 or some shit. And then things just slowed down so much. And then there's, you know, other platforms that are also doing really well. And then, yeah, we've got a couple of things planned for the future. I think by the end of the year, like TCM is going to have some really big upgrades, and it's become its own little big thing now. So
Yeah.
just keeps growing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We can shoot with 4. Why not? Somebody might win instantly like this. So what happens is, all right, we'll just see what happens. All right, ready?
Okay. Oh, Lord.
All right, nobody.
No!
Okay, so now there'll be 3 cannons. So you enter the cannons again. So the first one with the most points wins. You get a point every time you land on the island. So if like 2 people land, they both go on 1 point. Then if next time one of them lands, he wins. So if you just land by yourself once, you just straight up win. Killer Ghost and Crank, can you feel a difference in my microphone? Because I just got a new mic.
Get a new one?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. What's
Thanks,
up,
man.
Pat? What'd you get?
Thanks for tuning in, Patrick. I got the Shure MV7 Plus.
Nice. Yeah, I got
So
one of those as well.
Oh, nice, nice.
It's
Yeah,
not what I'm using right now, but I own one.
What are you using?
It's a brand called Mono, and they send me a bunch of, like, they've, since the very beginning, before even Diablo 4 came out, they always send me stuff. And I used their one of their mixing boards a long time ago, and they were like, they just reached out, were like, hey, you want some of this stuff? And I'm like, yeah. And they just keep sending me this stuff. So they send me this new microphone, and I've been running it like 6 months. I love it. I got a bunch of their
Sounds
stuff.
good.
I got a standalone mixer with soundboard. I got a input G1 input device. I got a bunch of stuff from them.
I have PTSD from audio, so I try to keep it really simple. So my old mic had the whole, I can't remember what the hell it's called. It's like 4 letters. The one you've got connected at the back there, and then into a board. And I could never trust the board. Like, I thought the board was doing something to the mic because I had to have the gain at like +10 to even hear myself. And I was just like, what the hell is all this? The Shure had the like automatic audio gain control and USB-C plugin. So I'm like, yeah, that's simple. Because I spoke to Cooley on the stream, and he's like, dude, the number one thing is the audio. Like, you don't even need anything else. So one of the reasons I do these podcasts as well is basically to learn from people like yourself, right? Because
yeah,
here on Twitch, I'm actually quite new. So I'm just like trying to figure it out.
It's good for you too, because you're not real, well, at least so far, what I've experienced, you're not real loud up and down, and that's where the super challenge comes in. Like, I have a physical, actual channel strip with a piece of hardware with a compressor built in, because I yell so much and shit, and it can't. I mean, I guess for the first year and a half, it was so up and down, you can't regulate that audio. So I had to invest in an actual piece of like hardware you'd see in a studio, so I could keep the shit under control. And now I can, scream into the mic, and it's always the same.
Nice.
It's always
Yeah.
the same level.
My old mic, the purpose of it was like, it was like a one-directional condenser. So it was for my missus plays right next to me, right? So so you can't hear her while she's talking. She can't like hear herself in Discord when we're like playing in a team and whatnot. But for the podcast, this was terrible because the moment I turn my head to the side, I just disappear.
Yeah.
All right, let's shoot the cannons.
Do it.
Jesus Christ, nobody's making it to the island, eh?
I ate a lot of little Debbie's before we came on.
All right, you guys can enter again. So there's 4 cannons now, so it's very high probability to just be the only one on the island. While we get in, I'll tell you the story.
Pick your cannon.
I'll tell you the story about the little devils. So we had a wheel. It's actually the one Rax will spin, but we were using a different one for little giveaways. We had a little jail because we had like bots and shit come in trying to make multiple accounts to steal the giveaways. So we did all these things to make it so that's impossible. And then we had them go into Lilith's jail as this little devil. And then everybody liked the little devil, so we made that a whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we got 4 participants. I think we had 5 last time. Anyone missing? Because I'm about to shoot them. $20 USD, easiest $20 you ever make. In fact, if you look at our leaderboard, some people have won a fuck ton of money. No takers? You don't want to get shot?
Money.
Alright, I'm shooting.
Fire.
Oh, who's that?
Who is
Killer
it?
Ghost.
Killer Ghost. Congrats, Bubba. $20.
Sugar Daddy can take me on a date now.
Oh, Lord. You a cheap date, huh, honey?
All right.
I like
Easy.
a cheap date. Take you to McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Is that the first time you
She's
won?
loving it.
That's crazy, dude. That's so crazy. I'll PM you, alright? Grab your email. I'm trying to automate a lot of this because at the end of every stream, I have to go and send
So
a whole
Dank,
bunch of.
man, the name of this podcast is Pro Gamers Journal. I don't know. I think I'm gonna bring down the street cred of your journal. Me being on here, I'm far from a pro gamer. Be like Shitty
Hey, Dang
Gamers
Baby.
Journal.
Hey man, it's all about the long-term thinking, right? You never know. Like I think you're doing really well, and based on what people have been saying, there's a lot of potential, and you're already doing well, man. So a lot of people would love to be in your shoes, to be honest. I think for most people, right, just getting one viewer consistently on Twitch is like very, very difficult. So
Yeah, it's yeah, that's it. It is for sure.
yeah, and it's also based on your background, going from kind of the kind of fishing and just being kind of like your normal southern bloke, right? And just kind of chill guy, and just yeah, I'm gonna stream, I'm gonna play some games, turn it on, and in like I think like 2 years or something, you're able to make something out of it, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
you just, even like what Rax was saying in the first podcast, if it's working, you just stay in that trajectory, it's gonna work. So I can see that with you. I think other people can as well. That if you just continue, then you're gonna make it. Where some people might
Oh yeah.
not have found that thing yet, and some people never can. But at least you
Yeah.
have
You just gotta
something.
keep.
Yeah.
You gotta keep going. I've been doing YouTube. I had a channel that's never got 1,000 subs. My fishing channel that I'm about to try to revive and rebrand. Um, but I worked on that for 3 or 4 years. Like, and making fishing videos, it's a lot of damn editing because you got to watch all that content. It's a lot of this, and then finally you get some action and making vlogs and tournament travel logs and all that, and just not just nothing. So that's why I even started doing the game. And a couple of my Diablo 3 150 teammates were like, "Dude, make a Diablo 3 channel. Like that'll be cool." So I said, "Why not? I mean, hell, this other channel's not doing well." So that's what I make sure I always talk. I try to help everybody out and be available to all the. And I can still consider myself a small streamer, but to all the other small streamers. But that's the big thing. Like, if something's just, don't give up, and if something's not working, adjust or try something else, and until maybe it does. And I mean, Colonel Sanders at KFC had 7 failed businesses before something happened for him. So there's
Jeez.
always that.
Yeah.
Look what he did. He gave us KFC.
I think starting is the most important part as well. Like, I just wish I started doing things like this earlier, although I'm not sure if I had the full skills. So,
Yeah.
for me, it all started when I just really invested my time in programming, and then that kind of funneled into everything else. But even with this podcast, let's say the first one, right? Yeah, I wish that the audio was really good with racks and everything was working and there wasn't an echo he had to deal with. But at the same time, I'm the type of guy that's not gonna like wait half a year before everything is legit perfect before I even start, because I know what happens. What happens is not like you never start, right? I learn as I
Well,
go.
look at it now.
So,
Look how clean it is now.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
good.
it's
Yeah,
just you just kind of roll with it and upgrade, and
that's it.
uh, it's the nature of the beast.
Here's the
Where you
crazy
get in
thing.
troubles where you get stuck, and you think that's there's so many. I mean, and that's a lot of problem too with some people that have one viewer, is they think everything's okay or it doesn't matter, or they don't take it super serious, or uh, and, when you change that mindset, it really opens up a lot of We can
Yeah,
go into this kind of side of it forever, but
I think like Rax made a good comment in the first podcast actually, where he said if you just listen, then usually you'll be able to solve all your problems. So I've just been trying to lay the foundation for TCM in terms of what it can do. So like website, Twitch bot, Discord bot, overlay, so it can like connect and send messages between everything, and then just listen to everyone's opinion. For example, everything you said about like virtual camera, like everything, right? I've just went
yeah.
ahead and done that in this, and there's a crazy realization we have with this system. There is no reason why I can't actually bring in multiple people the same way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's where
This
it
is
gets
smooth as
interesting,
silk.
right?
Yeah. I sat right down. I hit start. I hit join, and here I am. Piece of
Thank
cake.
you, thank you.
So job well done.
So we can have, my plan is once we maybe do like one or two more people, is to get everybody that came solo all at the same time and have like trivia mini games and shit like this. I reckon it's
Yeah.
gonna be epic.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Have like a round table.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Everybody in
See,
there.
and see, like
That'd be
on
cool.
Discord, you can't really do that, right? There's no, you can't really do that anywhere else because I can move everyone around one by one, and like it's gonna be insane, dude. It's gonna be so
Yeah,
crazy.
this is awesome.
All right, we have
Yeah,
Rax
that'd be
here.
really cool too.
Let's it's my 8-month anniversary. Let's make that known. Is he frozen?
Is he paused?
Nice
Roll. I
pause.
could use flowers
There
to
we
move
go.
it back and forth to make it perfect.
Does that make it?
I have to take points in the accuracy.
Does that actually put me up to date, or am I back now?
Oh, it should be live.
Alright. What's up?
He's such a machine. He is an absolute machine.
It's right in the bottom middle. Can't I just take these two nodes? Will these two nodes solve it for me right here?
Of course, Killer Ghost is up. Is gold, dude. He's got all the subs.
Okay, how do I respec? What's the vendor recipe, guys, to respec for the 1 point out of the 15 resistances?
Oh God, vendor recipes. Oh.
You found a mirror in a T4 chest?
What?
An onyx amulet and 20 regrets. Thank you.
I don't know what card is connected to this
An
account.
Onyx amulet. All right, where am I gonna get that from? Just buying it.
I found a mirror and a T4 map. Damn.
Gift.
Mirror's the rarest item in
Somewhere.
PoE. Sheesh.
Wait, he found one this stream? That's ridiculous.
No, that's what one of his somebody in chat said that to him. They found a T4 map. Finding a mirror like that's almost like finding it in
Have an
campaign.
Onyx
Like for
amulet
God's
in my
sake.
stash.
RNG Jesus loves that guy.
Yeah, I've got maybe like 2,000 or more hours in PoE. Never found a mirror. I actually played up. The most I've played PoE was when it first came out, like just 3 acts,
Okay.
where piety
Nice.
was like impossible to kill.
Yeah, I wish I had played it back then.
It
I
was,
have
it was fun.
1,500 hours in it, but it's since like Crucible League.
Can it be this one?
It's mega. Just it has so much shit in it now that I don't know. It's a bit.
So bloated, bro.
Yeah, it's
so
bloated. It's bloated. I feel like PoE 2 gets a lot of hate, but I kind of like it. Just the straightforwardness of it. It's got its issues, but I also kind of like the difficulty, to be honest. I don't get why they keep nerfing it. I kind of get it, but I don't know.
Because people want they don't want anything that feels like it does. They automatically think Souls like, and then the Souls like fans get mad because they're like,
Now, if I
don't
take
call it
out
Souls like our
some of the
shit's
life nodes,
perfectly
maybe-
balanced and our items matter. And then it just, you know, like, I don't know if you've seen South Park, that episode where they're like,
Wait.
Rebel!
okay,
Rebel, 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 rebel. And that's just what happens.
yeah. This as well.
The thing is,
Oh.
I've played all the Souls games and I usually quit about halfway because once I start getting stuck on a boss and I like come home
98.
from work and I'm just stuck on that boss, I just go, nah,
Missing
fuck
a
this
crit
shit.
Wheel.
On PoE
me
that
too.
PoE 2 that did not happen. It was like
Which crit wheel am I missing?
it was okay, right? I would not get stuck there forever. I would get through it. Where Dark Souls, you don't even need a boss to get stuck, really. You're just kind of lost in a room, getting killed by some random thing because you're trying to figure out where to actually go.
Sounds like my Elden Ring experience.
Yeah.
I was clowning around and I just went up and like cut the guy that was in town, and he turned around and whooped my ass into the ground with a bouquet of fucking roses. I'm talking about pow, 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 pow. I'm like, stop it! Over and over. I'm talking about reload. He'd whip me, I'd die, reload the game. Here he is again. Ah! Come at me with them flowers. I'm like, dude, stop! I was just playing around.
Extra point
That game
for
is
max
relentless.
res wheel.
Insane. Guys, if you're interested in the
This one or you
PC
play this
giveaway,
one?
the first month you can join for free. So I think we're like the only ones that do this.
need
You get
both
the golden
crit
ticket,
wheels.
you join for free. Sometimes that lets you enter into multiple giveaways. So in
supposed
any
to be
minute now, Rax,
98.
why we're watching
I'm
Rax is
missing
because
1
he's gonna spin a
point.
wheel for an
So he doesn't
Xbox
take
Series
these
X.
two nodes.
Okay, so he'll spin for this Xbox. I'll show you. See, here's all our winners. And look, you can win with
mastery
just
is a
14, which is
hardcore
how much
thing.
you get from the golden ticket.
You have
21, 50. So it does happen with low points. And
so we can
it's
take this
worldwide.
out,
You
you're
can see all
saying.
the places we've delivered. Some of these I've gone personally, like I literally went to China and delivered it.
I can unspec.
Yeah, okay,
Born
this is
to
kind of
flex.
broken, so but this is happening any second now.
Born
That's why it's on a
flex.
minus. So we're giving away this Xbox any minute on Rax's stream. And then in 13 days we're doing this. This is a concept, but we're building it currently.
Damn.
I will never find
And
this.
that's in 13 days.
Oh, this.
So
what is that right there?
I'll show you the actual.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find the actual build images. It's gonna be annoying to bring up on Discord.
This
Is that
15%
liquid cooled
global
GPU
fizz
that I
is
see?
completely useless. This
Yeah,
is
well,
not-
actually, the
Does it
panels
do physical
are the
damage?
water blocks, so the water
Oh, shit.
goes.
I don't even, I
through
do
the whole
1%
computer.
Physical damage, right?
Oh,
So
damn,
this is
okay.
dog shit, right?
You know what I wish? I wish I could put
Isn't
images
this
into
complete
Twitch chat.
garbage?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, it works before the conversion? Oh, okay. Okay, that makes
Yeah, I
me
see
feel
that
better.
piping running to the back of the case. It's like it's going
Isn't this
CPU block
jewel
coming down back of the
horrible?
case.
It's
What is the
12%
pump on the
additive
backside?
Damage and 7 life.
1 second, I'll
Shouldn't
show
that
you
get, like, 7
the.
life
that's
and
probably
immunity to
piping
corrupted
running
blood or
around.
something instead?
That's badass.
I've got.
Both of these are horrible.
A few
Both of them. Jesus.
image.
So if I refund this one as well,
Getting used to OBS a
Then-
bit now, but it's a bit slow to do things
how
like
do
bring
we,
in an
what's
image.
the best way to get the accuracy here? Is there an accuracy wheel that I'm already connected
You can see
to?
like
Is there an accurate? I guess I can search for it.
that's in the middle of the build process.
This?
Ooh.
Get it-
Nope.
get it.
It's the wheel next to max res.
Got
You mean this one?
that's
Yeah,
the
but this one
back.
have
I
to
really
walk
like
to
that.
it, right?
That's why we call it kintsugi, man. You know, like it's got that kind of.
Oh yeah.
Get the back node on the top.
We etched
cluster,
the
and
Elden
mark
Ring
the
logo on
house,
it.
gives
You can see in the middle the Elden Ring logo.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
So yeah, when this thing is filled with yellow coolant and glowing and stuff, it's gonna look really insane. And the pipes are not in yet. You can see the gold fittings. So we've got real brass pipes for that. But yeah, if anybody is
So-
interested, simply
Unspec this, or if
grab
I
a golden
take
ticket.
this-
This is what it's for. It's
let's see, if I
basically
take this,
you
would
enter
this
the
be
club
enough?
for free. You get 30 days royal tier, which is the best one.
No,
This one here.
99, I'm guessing, is not good.
And you go
Do
with
you
double the
need
points.
100 to
So
hit evasive monsters?
I can't offer anything better than this. You know, actually, my team was telling me, "What the hell is wrong with you?" When I first was like, "I have a great idea. It's called the golden ticket." They're just like, "Are you stupid?
Okay,
Everyone's
so
gonna
that's
join for
just
free
not
and just
good
leave
enough.
straight away." I'm like, "Yeah, well, you know,
Alright.
maybe some will stay."
I like the idea. I got a golden ticket.
Yeah, I'm the Willy Wonka
Can
across
you
like
get accuracy
my life
on
now.
a jewel? Or not really? Because I have 2 jewel slots.
Okay.
When is he doing the
Can
drawing?
I get enough to fix it?
He should be
though?
doing it any minute.
Rax, get out your build. Better remind him because he's working on his build right now. It's liable to be 4 hours. What's up, sweet?
No, he knows. I was messaging him.
Oh shit!
How much do I need? Right now, my accuracy is at
I'm just cutting up. I
94%.
know he's got it under
85
control.
on evasive.
Someone you
Now,
know.
if it was me, on the other hand, I'd probably get completely lost in every chat's screaming at me. Hold on, damn
You can get
it!
2 free points at the beginning if you take the 2 strength travel nodes. Yeah, but everybody takes these though, right, to stay alive?
He's not using his supporter link, but that's okay. I mean, it's up to him. Because if you use the supporter link, right, then you actually, for anyone that
Okay,
does
so
end up
let's-
staying,
Before we do anything here,
you get a quarter.
Let's buy the final piece of our gear.
So it's
Let's
like-
buy,
we're trying to make
let's
it
buy
better
the
than
final
Patreon,
piece,
actually.
The Stygian
Because
Vice
I
with
think it's
the-
easier. It makes more sense for people to subscribe
So I need a
when they
Stygian
get
Vice
like a
with
potential
what?
computer
Life
back, and you still get like $6
and Chaos Res.
a month. So yeah, I don't know. Rax already has like 200 people on it anyway.
Say
Wow.
115 or something.
He's trading. He's on the site.
Yeah, I think the elemental damage is going to make it extremely expensive.
Grab something off this table. I'll be right back.
Sure. Sweet gamer man,
By
how's it
extremely
going, my friend?
expensive, I mean not expensive at all.
Sweet gamer, man. What's up, baby?
Hey, Mishiro.
Billy got a voice change. This is the new and improved Billy. We went and caught a new one.
290.
Took him to
strength.
taxidermist, stuffed
I
his
have
ass.
260.
I like it. It sounds funny.
You can bench craft it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
guys,
just
if
the new and
anybody
improved.
It's
starts to
a-
get, I don't know,
it's a prefix. right?
annoyed or uncomfortable and just
Prefix.
wants to start the podcast, just let me know. I think Rax
So
will
we
spin
count one of either
the wheel soon.
the elemental damage with attacks.
I do like
Or-
to see it.
Oh, we can sit here and
prefix
chill, it don't matter to me.
modifiers, 1 or open prefix, right?
I'm curious to see what you have in store. What you gonna ask me today?
Apparently, I'm gonna need strength too.
You
Yeah,
sent me that
you're very
list, and I was
brave.
like, do I have to look at do I have to look at it? I don't want to pre-screen the
How
question.
much strength?
I don't need to pre-screen shit.
It has
You're like,
26.
That's
good. No,
good.
you don't have to. Cool. Yeah.
I need 290.
Yeah, it'll be better. So you have like more realistic, honest
Oh, wait.
answers, right? So it's quite brave. Just so everybody knows, Hog
Oh no,
decided not to kind
chest
of
itself has
read
32.
anything, and I respect that. I think it'll be a lot more interesting. We go a lot of it. That's just a skeleton structure anyway, right? It's in the end.
Yeah.
It can blow up like the Cooley
chest
one. Nobody
itself
expected.
has
Oh, it's gonna go for
32.
6 hours. I actually spent. It was crazy because
My
we had
kickoff
our
was
one
27.
1 week after, and I was like, shit, I gotta edit all of this by then, and I'm like, I'm gonna do it in 2
Strength
days.
off.
And then 2 days later, I was only up to like part 2,
Good bless
and I
the
had
orbit to
3 more to
35.
go, and I was like, shit, like I underestimated the
Damn.
editing here.
I didn't
Right,
I didn't
the
realize
Sitchin Vice doesn't have the
y'all
27
were on for
strength
that long.
deficit.
Damn.
Yeah.
Do you have a stream deck?
I do.
Yeah,
I have a
it would
stream
need to be
deck, but I don't
33
use it.
strength, not it would need to be
And
33
the reason why I
strength,
don't
not
use it
32.
is
And it's a perfect
it
roll,
binds
so it's
to
not gonna be a
keyboard
better
buttons
roll.
anyway, from my understanding.
So I need just any amount of
And
strength, literally
the
one.
angle of it annoys me. Why?
Crazy.
What's your opinion on
well,
it?
Maybe in the maybe in the
I
travel
use one.
mode
I
we're
love
gonna
it,
get
but what
strength.
I have it set up for. I use the Razer version, which uses CMt&x software, and then you can
Yeah, we could just retake
have one of the buttons that makes a marker in your Twitch VOD. And so if there's a part of the, if you're doing a 6-hour podcast and there's a part of the podcast that you feel is like funny or something you wanted to, you don't necessarily have to clip it, but maybe an area you wanted to go back, you can assign it a marker button. And then just as you're doing the podcast, you can hit the marker. And when you go back and look at your VOD or however you're editing, there's kind of some reference points that you can use, so you're not having to go through just an endless sea of content.
300.
That's really funny. You just basically answered one of the questions. So say no more, because we need this type of information for the viewers that want to know this stuff, because it's very important. I'm definitely gonna actually start doing that. So it's a Twitch bot, right?
Wait, what now?
Do I need?
Can you hear me?
Cries cannot exert
Yeah.
travel
You said Twitch
skills?
bot?
Yeah. So you're saying it's a
I have
Twitch
that
bot
on my
that you
current
basically press a command and it.
Mm,
Do you
No,
just
it's
take it as
a,
passive.
it's in CMt&x, which is what I got the Razer
Where
Steam
is it
Deck.
here?
But how
It's
does
the
it
knockoff,
know?
the Razer version.
This-
I don't. It's got a plug-in that CMt&x uses that you connect your Steam account to,
Okay.
or your
Did it
Twitch
all?
account
What do
to,
you take for the
and then
Warcry
you can
Mastery
make
then?
clips. So I got a clip button next to it. I can manually, instead of having to go over here and click. But I'm sure there's bots that do that as well. But this is just a function in so
Take this
CMt&x
one and you
plug-in,
just don't need it
but
straight
it just
up at all.
automatically
Okay.
places a marker. Or
Understood.
when I press the keystroke, it does that. I do
Okay.
run like
That's a nice tip.
It says
streamer bot,
300
speaker bot,
armor on
but
it.
I find I'm out of USB ports as well. So my
How
Stream
much,
Deck,
how much chaos res?
I'm out of
does my
USB
current
ports.
belt have?
simply
Yeah.
put.
0.
yeah, I hear that.
And I always feel like if I use the adapter to go from
So
one to
15
many,
actually caps.
I just don't trust it. I think like it's messing with the mic or the headset or some shit. Something's going on there,
Yeah,
you know.
How can I be more picky?
I mean,
here?
as long as you're not using it on, like mic or camera. If you got other stuff that needs it, it's, my experience has been okay using it. But I'm out myself, and I was looking at my my motherboard. I was actually trying to tune my memory the other day, and I bricked my BIOS and everything. I was like, God damn it! And I tear everything down and reset CMOS, and it was just a nightmare. And I did that same shit when I was like 9 years old. I was in BIOS messing around and locked my system up, and I had to call my dad. My dad's a software engineer and developer, and I had to call him and have him come over and go in there, and it took him like an hour to
Yeah,
get
I
everything
couldn't
back
wait
up.
to
He was
get back
pissed.
damage.
So I texted him today. I was like, well, or it was just a couple days ago. I was like, well, I bricked BIOS again. He was like, God damn it, I told you back then not to do it. Of course, I fixed it all, but
700, let's put it to
I was
40.
looking at, I've got 2 more USB, like, I guess hub ports on my motherboard that are unused, so I'm probably gonna have to expand and get some more USB
40 doesn't
ports put in there.
even
Dude,
exist.
you know what I want to really know? How do you get your Twitch chat into the YouTube
Check
videos?
percent life.
Because Twitch is the only platform. So I'm multi-streaming right now, right? but
Mhm.
Twitch is the only platform that doesn't let you have the combined chat on screen,
Right.
which means you
Yeah.
can't
Does
have
not
that, right?
exist.
And I've tried to figure
Right.
out, can I stream the chat to YouTube and Kick
just make the
and
life go
X, but
higher.
not Twitch? And it seems like you can't. So then my only solution is record the whole thing
Says
and then
40
re-upload the
strength.
video, which is just so annoying. But I would really like to have, because my YouTube and X and all that is just
These are
dead.
some nice
So then when
belts,
you watch the
man.
video, it looks like it's just all dead. If you see the chat, right, it's like, oh, okay, there's something going on.
So I use Stream Elements has an overlay that will overlay chat as a browser source into
Yeah, why?
OBS
Oh, it's well.
with a
right,
transparent
This
background.
has an open
And if not, you
thing
chroma
and
key it
flag
out.
on.
Yeah,
Um,
but
All of
can
these
you
belts
But that's
make
I
it?
used to have
fixed
chat
with
on my
the
screen all the
tracker.
time that way, and then I
I
took it
am
down.
going to
I have it come
lose-
back and forth sometimes, but that's how I
am gonna lose
put it on my
39
screen. My
lives
actual
for this.
video screen when I'm doing it is use an overlay from a browser overlay from Stream Elements, and it's just a
Well,
real
I
simple,
guess at this
just the
point,
chat
maybe
is
we
all it
have
is.
some elemental res.
But can you stream it only to YouTube, X, and Kick? Because on Twitch it's illegal, right? So you can't do it.
You can't have combined chat on Twitch. So you can't like their whole thing is Twitch has to be the primary, so you can't show YouTube chat and like other chat on your screen. Like if you have chat on screen and it's showing YouTube and it's showing Kick and it's showing Twitch all combined, that's the no.
So you're saying you may as well have only Twitch, and then it's fine.
But yeah, if you're gonna have chat, I thought you were asking how to get Twitch chat on screen. That's how I do it on
Well, yeah.
just pure Twitch chat on the screen there. But yeah,
I
you
guess
can do.
that is the main thing now. I just imagine eventually you would want all the other chats as well combined.
Okay.
Because I
What
always
about this
miss,
one?
like, I just
24
looks like I'm
strength,
ignoring everybody on
139
Kick X and
life,
YouTube because it's
33
impossible
cold,
to
16
look at
chaos
all of them,
res.
right?
It's
And we can
difficult. I have
craft
that problem myself
LE
too.
damage with attacks,
Because
and
Twitch
we
is
can
my
exalt.
primary.
What about this one?
It's the one I'm used to not
about this one?
ignoring. So, but I've excuse me, I have other issues too. You'll try to if you try to stream
You get
anything
way
but
higher LE
ARPG,
damage with attacks if
you'll
it's
start
crafted.
just I'm talking about massive hemorrhage fucking subs. And so it's to
Really?
the point now I don't even want to stream on YouTube because every time I try to stream a different game, I'll lose 30, 40 subs. You're like,
Seriously?
"God damn.
What the hell?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, YouTube's
I
weird like
posted a
that.
video. I've been playing the Bornless, and the devs put my shed and a truck in the game for me, and I made a video about it.
What, your
Like,
actual real
Cool,
life
show my
truck?
audience. It's not my truck, but it's like a truck they made for me in the game.
Oh, okay. I thought
And,
they got like your real life. Okay, go ahead.
The highest
No,
I
they put
see
a
is-
shed in there. It's not. I mean, it's way cooler than my actual shed that I
the
stream
highest
from, but
I'm
it's pretty.
seeing is
It's pretty close,
32.
pretty cool. But I made a video about that, and people were unsubbing because of that, because it wasn't an ARPG. I was like, okay. So, I mean,
Jeez.
I have
What's the big
How
deal,
about
right?
this one, guys?
I have no idea, because I've been playing video games my whole life. I didn't
This is
start
more expensive.
playing video games when ARPGs came around. Like, that's the one part of content creation. If you were to ask me, Hog, why do people unsubscribe when you play a different game? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, because like let's say GTA 6 comes out, because I remember I saw you were playing a bit of GTA in the past, or maybe you want to
Yeah.
play some WoW or something, right? What are you gonna do? Just not play it, or just not post that content? I have a similar issue with the TCM YouTube. Like the biggest YouTube is where we were doing everything. So it was like how I travel and
How about
deliver the
this one
PC
for
to
one
other
divine?
countries, how we
I
build the
mean, it's
PCs,
got 2 dead
like how I
stats
just
on it,
talk
though.
about what's going on, you know, the podcast, like literally everything. But it
Yeah,
was all
it-
so different that the
Isn't-
algorithm
aren't-
was just like,
Isn't it?
what the
aren't
hell
these
is this
additive
channel?
damage
It's
increases,
you just
don't
don't
they
even know what it
algorithm will
is.
show it.
to nothing?
Yeah, and then we had to separate them all.
Like,
And now
isn't
the
difference between
computer one
32%
again, it's
elemental
like
damage and 40, like,
I see the successful channels that
Nothing?
every video is fucking exactly the same, and I just think that's so robotic. You know, like isn't YouTube
called
supposed to
farming.
just be like a
Yeah,
personal
Well, it
thing,
used
you
to be
know?
that way.
32 versus
Yeah.
It used to be that
40.
way, but now it's straight farming. And
It's
then you'll see
ridiculous.
there's a common, as a viewer, there's a common kind of sentiment or gripe or complaint that like some people think the streamers aren't really honest. They're not getting honest feelings about the game, or like maybe they actually hate the game that they're playing, but they're telling everybody it's great, stuff like that. And unfortunately, the reason is because of what I said earlier, that the second they have a different opinion or don't like that game or whatever, the unsubs happen and they don't want to hurt their
Find
livelihood.
Belgium before
And
a hunter
that's
exalt
just-
for percent life.
That's just where, personally, I don't give a shit. I'll just keep doing me because it's not an act or anything. It's just,
I don't even
I just turn on the
remember
camera and here we are.
which one
So
it was.
I'm going to keep doing me. I don't give a damn. But to some people, that's a big deal. And
I remember we had
they found
in there for 30
hey, it would be
days
so
or
easy to throw some names out there. I'm really not going to do that. But there's a couple PoE2 creators that have found the repeatable. It's almost like that Ask
This one
Chat
has a triple
GPT,
res on it.
you know, for the repeatable formula. And if you look at their channels, it's literally the same exact thing over and over. You know, faces like that, and they show the dev, and then it's in yellow. Like it's
No,
the
that
same
one
shit
had
over and over, and they know
strength
that they
on
can
it
just
too, didn't it?
constantly repeat that shit over and over.
Yeah, yeah. for
And I just
sure.
think I don't know.
We-
Maybe that's talentless shit. I don't know, but I enjoy having a vast difference of content that I can put out. But I am learning the hard way that if you want to, you know, I could never just upload fishing shit to my main YouTube because it would never get shown or anything. So you're gonna have to open. I see why people open side channels now because the algorithm's merciless on that shit.
Yeah. That's funny with the faces because we have a joke like
That one's a
Linus
good
Tech.
belt. The
You know
problem is
Linus
the
Tech,
life
like the
is
really
Yeah,
big
yeah,
computer guy.
Linus Tech Tip, yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah,
The
so
chaos res, though. That's
we-
godly for you.
We
though.
reckon every thumbnail, he looks like he's either taking one in the ass or in the mouth.
So on the hunter exalt,
Now segue into our
Oh my
sponsor.
God, dude.
on the hunter exalt, is that thing
God
a
damn it.
prefix or a
But like,
suffix?
it's totally true because the algorithm, people think it's this mystical, magical
one?
thing, but actually,
This one
it's
doesn't
not
have
that
chaos res,
complicated.
though.
The way it probably works is if somebody sees your
This
video,
one is beautiful, is
right?
it not?
There's like layers to it. So you go into the first layer, and then if people watch
This has got to be
the majority
godly
of it
for-
or they
for
like it and they
chaos.
comment
has
on
to
it,
be.
it will show
This is insane.
the video to people that are similar to the people that watched it in that layer. So when it goes to the next layer,
Mhm.
that next layer is like similar people that have already enjoyed watching that video. So that means
Here's how-
if you do, and when you upload the new video, it's going to go through the same layers. So if you do like one
Mhm.
video of fishing and then
So now,
all of the similarities of
Now-
fishing, and then let's use the ARPG example. All the similarities
my
are
strength
ARPG
is more than
games. So then you
solved,
upload
so I
a
don't
shooting
have to take
game.
that note if I don't want to.
All of the sudden, the people that
And
watch
For my
ARPGs are getting this shooting game, and they're like, "Why is this on my feed?"
which decks do I have?
right?
I only have
Mhm.
87, so
And
we're gonna go
because
with
now that
66
video
max.
doesn't get as much likes or watch time, YouTube doesn't know that was a shooting video.
the
It
mod
thinks it's an
weights of,
ARPG video.
Hunter
So now it
Exalt.
just thinks you have a bad ARPG video because it showed it to ARPG players and they
So it's a
didn't like it.
prefix,
So
right?
that's where YouTube really
So the
funnels
percent
channels
increased
into
max
just being
life.
like like one thing, and I think it's just terrible unless you're really famous.
The-
Like
so it has
you can literally
1,000
do
It's
anything.
based on your subscriber. Your
3.7,
first,
so
the
like
first
a
wave is your
150.
subscriber base. If
Mm.
your subscriber base doesn't click on it, doesn't watch it, it's not even going to make it to stage 2 to go to general recommended. And I cruise around in the small YouTube and small streamer communities on Reddit,
So the first thing that I need
and
to
there's
do is
so many
craft
people that just
the
don't
elemental
understand
damage to weapons,
how that
right?
first thing works. And they'll be in there just crying. No one's watching my video. They got like 3 subscribers, but they're not doing anything but like you've got to try to go get other viewers from outside somewhere.
Mm.
But if you've got 6 subscribers and they all watch it, that's a little bit better. It'll start getting recommended. It'll start get recommended. If you start repeating that, that's exactly why people do it.
We don't.
And this
have
is
a
exactly why I have people unsubscribe right now, because they're used to seeing ARPG shit. I show them a thing about the Bornless, you know, and figure, hey, we all play video games because most streams that way. And then they're like, get the shit the fuck out of my face. So that's exactly what happens. But if they don't, you know, you got a bunch of Path Exile players that are gearing up watching nothing but League Start videos and League Start builds and all this, and you're dropping the Bornless content, you're gonna get 150 views on that shit when you used to get 6,000-7,000.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
And
That's true.
That's why everybody gets farmed too, and that's, you know, it's a sad situation, but that's how it is.
Is this really worth it?
I've been through this a bunch of times, like when D4 didn't do well, or when I didn't like D4 and it was not my favorite, and had to go play PoE.
What could I
That was a big that was a big, you know, movement just in the subgenre.
Speaking of Reddit as well. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Reddit is my in terms of social platforms, it's my biggest weakness. I can't, like, I just don't get it. I'm either downvoted, moderator removed my post, or kicked, or some shit is happening to my account, and I never know why.
Brother, I got temp banned in the PoE2 sub forums for saying ew. I said ew, something like that to somebody, like cutting up, and they fucking temp banned me for like a day. I was like,
thinking about harvest
okay, I don't know. I don't really say much because that Reddit's a cesspool of people who think, I call them belly button pickers. It's people that sit in their basement with their mom upstairs, and they're sitting back like this, just digging in their belly button, and they've got one hand it's like this wide to where they can type every word with one hand. They're so good. They do like 500 words a minute, and they're on 18 different moderators. Their dream job is to be like the community moderator for Blizzard. Like, they want to be the man, and so they're just they're just nonstop on there thinking they know everything. In reality, they know jack shit about anything. And so those are the people that are downvoting you. And so I'm watching all these people in the small streamer area, and they're telling, this one guy asked, what kind of camera should I get? And all of these stupid asses are telling this man to get a cell phone and go buy a cell phone and stream from a cell phone. I'm like, you're listening to a bunch of one viewer nobodies that have no followers, that are not monetized, and they're telling you to stream from a cell phone. And you're asking what kind of camera to get for your streaming setup. So when I come in there and say, go to Amazon and get you a refurbed Razer Kira Pro for 120 bucks. I've been using it for a year and a half. It's great. It's 4K. It's 120 FPS, whatever. They all downvote my shit. You don't need that. All you need's a phone. Dude, fuck.
Insane.
So that's why you're not missing out on Reddit at all. And I try not to post too much on there, because if you have any type of common sense, or, you know, you point something out that might be, you know, a little controversial, but might be true, they're just gonna just obliterate you.
Yeah, I think my problem as well is people just see my stuff as like a business, and people just hate businesses. Like, look at GGG, Blizzard, any game company. Like, people that love to play the games still hate the businesses that make the games.
Yeah.
And in the end, it's like, okay, sure, there's a brand, there's a business, but in the end, it's just me, my friends, and my family. It's not like, do you know what I mean? Just because I'm trying to...
Those people don't... Everything's a brand, though. Like, Rax is a brand.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, that's what's so silly. It's all these stream... Like, anybody that's sitting in front of a stream, regardless if they have 2 viewers or 2,000, 20,000, 50,000, they're all a brand. Asmongold's a fucking brand. I mean, I don't know. I just don't listen to those things. I mean, everyone's going to talk, dude. But Reddit's a septic tank.
I don't get how it's so big, because to me, the problem is all the rules. Just to make a post in a new Reddit forum, you've got to read a million things. And even if you've read it, your first like 3 posts are definitely going to be removed, and then the fourth one might make it through and be removed tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I knew. Gotta have a certain amount of karma. I'm like, well, how do you get karma against a bunch of belly button pickers? I guess you gotta agree with them, or like tell them that their moderator, like their stuff that they're talking is amazing, and like I don't know.
gotta kiss
I don't
some
know, I just
boots.
live in a totally different world than some of these people do too. Like some of these people live in, you know, like downtown Los Angeles, and where I live in the middle of nowhere, last road in Georgia is completely different universe.
Buy this for 80K
So like you know, it's just sometimes you can't even reason with people because they don't see life the same way you do.
Straight
See
up.
if he'll sell it to me.
It's just, you know, people have different. I don't know. I don't expect somebody from LA to. I don't expect us to have the same views. Just like I didn't know what the fuck to send Adam Fletcher after our little
The cheap fracture.
public spat that we had. I was like trying to send him a gift. I'm like, what do I get a dude in LA that like works for Blizzard? like I don't even know what to gift this man.
Forever is the idea.
Oh, I still send him some rare
Fracture
fishing
one we can
memorabilia. I don't know
reroll
if you know the
forever.
whole backstory and all that, or you want to save that for the
Not very
podcast.
much.
But
Let's save it. I think maybe
yeah,
I think we can just start.
I'm
I
still
reckon
on one.
Rax can do the draw when he wants if he feels that, because it's got it pinned and stuff. I don't mind if it just, yeah, let him do his thing. Give me 1 minute. 1 sec.
Mhm.
Okay, I actually don't have that many choices if I don't want to spend a fortune, so that's good. When you don't have many choices, it makes life easy. I think this one's my best option.
I don't have many choices.
Alright.
I
Need
more choices.
This has light crit multi and very high attack, very high accuracy for 1 divine. Good enough. It's got 10 crit multi, 277 flat accuracy, and like 30 life. Good enough. How do you unlock Aegon?
Ocean Dragon, what's up,
how
man?
do you initially get him? How did I initially get him? You see a memory? Do you just see a memory tier?
Nothing's wrong on your end. Don't worry.
What's this? I just
I
came
said
back
nothing's
now.
wrong on your end. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay. Let him. He's in the zone of trading and doing stuff. I think we can start, and I can watch the spin
Spawns in T14 maps.
later.
Yeah, you just find him there. Hey, Rax and chat. Hope everyone's
Off the
having
video.
a great day. Neil,
Alright,
we hope you were having a great day. Thank
By the
you.
way, guys, if you do want to maybe get that Xbox, I suggest you get the golden ticket.
I want an Xbox. Hold on. Let me get this golden ticket.
Okay.
You may as well, because
I'm
you
gonna
might
buy
actually
2
get
more
the Elden Ring
jewels and
PC
to
as well
replace
in
these
2
2
weeks.
jewels,
And
maybe.
like I'm telling you, dude, people
Actually,
have
I'm
one
sick of
of
buying
just the
stuff.
golden ticket.
We're
It's
not
a real
buying
fucking
anything
thing.
more. We're done. We're gonna play
Because
now.
I need I mean, you know,
Before we
GTA
play,
6 ain't
though,
coming out on them.
I think it's time
on
to have
PC
somebody win
immediately,
an
so.
Xbox Series S.
Oh, he's talking about it now.
What do you guys
Uh-oh,
think?
here we go. Hurry. Shh. 8.
So, someone's gonna win one right now.
Oh, he's doing it
You-
now.
No!
He'll give you
So,
time.
One more time. Let me show this to you.
Is
Been
listening
giving these stuff away for 2
to
years. We give away custom computers.
System of
We
a
give
Down,
away
eh?
Xbox Series S.
Dude, I used to love that when I was a teenager.
Let's give this away, and then we're gonna play.
Get in, Hawk!
So, by the way, I love this thing that they just did, by the way. Crimson Market's been a sponsor of me and Woody for 1,000,000 years. Very simple. They build custom PCs every month, and then they just give them away. That's it. We'll get how to enter in a second. This is the custom PC they're giving away in 2 weeks. And they actually sent me some pictures of them building it right now. They're actually building it. It's getting ready here. Show you. There's one picture of it. They've got a couple of them. Here's the other side of it. They build these custom PCs and then they just give them away every month. So
Okay.
here's how it works.
I think.
It's like you subscribe to their, just like you subscribe to me on Twitch, you subscribe to their website. And you pay whatever monthly subscription you want to pay. It's up to you. And then you just get entered into the drawing every month. They also give away, besides these custom PCs, they also give away Xbox Series S's, PS5 Pros. Today we're going to draw an Xbox Series S right now. The longer that you subscribe, or the more at which, the higher the value you subscribe at, the more points you get in the drawing. If you've never subscribed before, if you use this golden ticket, it's free for the first month, which means if you click this right now, you would get to enter the Xbox Series S drawing for free, and you would get to into the drawing in 2 weeks for this for free. And people have won it with the golden ticket for free.
So is there anything else I have to do once I've
for free? Here's all the specs.
registered and done the golden ticket and all that?
Did it say you're connected?
So if you want to join, I'll
Yep,
give
you're
you
good.
a minute or two. If you join right now, you will be entered in the drawing. It updates immediately.
Somebody's like, yo, Intel. What's wrong with
there's the
Intel, man?
link. Well, I'll give you a second to do that. They added this, by the way. This is brand new. They show you every previous winner, and I don't think they have the winners of all the consoles, by the way. This is just who won the PC and where they're from in the world. So Faith won the Crimson Clock, the last E clock. They did a PC honoring their own website. Lead Offspice won that. What about over here? A couple people in Australia won.
Come on,
The
Xbox.
Starforge Azure. They did a partnership with Starforge. They tricked out a Starforge PC. Shoreby won that. And then they made the Circuit PC. Aussie Please won. By the way, you want to know what's funny? It's global delivery. Someone in China won, and they were not allowed to deliver it. So they filmed it. They got on a plane with the custom black box PC, and they flew to China to deliver it to him.
That's awesome.
They were not allowed
wanna
to
go to
ship
China.
it, so they
In the land
had to
of
go with
China.
it on the plane. Here they are in China. So if you live in Antarctica, you can win it. They will
Damn.
bring it to you if they can't ship
He's going to take a fucking icebreaker ship out there to deliver.
Okay, so if you
See it in the horizon.
There are no. It's not a trick.
Here we
It's
go,
not
baby.
a scam. We've been doing this for 2 straight years. You can see all the winners right there.
his chat is so funny, dude. This guy's just like, you sound cooked, bro. To the guy that's like, yo, Intel. You
Yo,
sound cooked,
Intel?
bro.
I gotta be honest. I'm not a big fan of Intel either. Intel has screwed me over this year so badly. I'm so mad about it.
WoodyJ did win a year ago. WoodyJ did win.
Woody and I were trapped in the Seattle airport flying back from the Spiritborn global release for Diablo 4. I got on to do the drawing for the PC, and I drew Woody. Can you imagine?
Rigged.
Or like,
Hashtag rigged.
Dude, that was
called Woody. I said,
that
Woody,
was so
I just
insane.
won you a
Me and my
PC. He
missus
said,
we just
"Great,
looked at each other
I'm
like
still stuck
didn't
in
even
the
know what to
effing
say. We're like, what
Seattle
the fuck?
airport. Like, wow, Woody doesn't even care. He's so mad that he's still in the airport. Remember that day when everything crashed? That's when Woody and I flew back.
There wasn't many people in the club
And
back
that's the
then as
day I
well.
drew
This was
him
like,
as the winner for the PC.
what was it, like the
Completely rigged.
third one we did or something?
Rigged.
You have a Giga bugged Maven fight. Your health potion doesn't heal. You can't move, and you have a constant degen. Did you touch the beam, Vizku? The beam makes it so you can't heal, and you have a massive degen. Did you touch his beam? The rotating beam thing?
Bad player, I see you there, man.
That's what Maven's beam does.
What's Cracker lacking?
You can't move, so that sounds like a bug.
You blame Rex?
He says he can't take a
Blame
step. That sounds
Rex.
like a bug. Can't move. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys another 60 seconds and then I'm gonna draw the winner. Enter the console and the PC giveaway if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine. If you think it's a scam, it's not. You're about to see somebody win. Hopefully someone win one right here. Not
Dude, we get so much shit.
Woody literally one of the
Man, I made
one of the
a
PCs.
cancel system because PayPal's and Stripe's one is actually really good. You can manage your subscription really well. PayPal's one is fucked. So I had to make one ourselves. And for whatever reason, there were errors and issues with it. And people were not happy. Trying to rework that now. But like,
Okay.
I don't control PayPal, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
So, 30-second countdown, guys. And we're drawing a winner right now. Okay? Got 30 seconds.
Come on.
Here we go.
Come on.
Here we go.
Please
here we
be
go.
me. Agnes, a new Xbox for GTA 6. Come on.
Imagine
honey.
it actually goes on you, dude. We'll never
That would
live
be
this down.
sick.
Okay,
We will
I'm
never live this down.
refreshing.
Come on, Rig. Come on.
Here we go.
Contacting
Please.
PayPal. Look at the wheel.
The reason why it's supposed to be very hard to read the names is because we're trying to like protect people's privacy. You can see here some slices of the pie are bigger
Does it
than the
just
others
break?
because they've been subscribed for so long. So you have a better chance to win. Okay, here we go.
Oh no, he did
This is
the
it.
sound effect.
Come
This
on.
always scares the shit out of me.
Come
Why?
on. Please.
Here we go. You can see the code for it down here, by the way.
It's totally fucked.
Oh, the animation messed up. Well,
Uh-oh.
dang it. It's spinning, trust me.
Rig.
Oh my god, dude.
Trust me, it's spinning.
We're here. Who is it? Please. Hog TV. Dude, if I win. Oh, damn it!
Lofnitis.
Son of a bitch!
Lofnitis, are
I
you
never
here?
win nothing. Y'all told me I was gonna
Yeah,
win
sure,
to come on
it's
this.
aired on the screen before once.
This is supposed to be rigged in my favor.
Lofnitis, are you in chat? You don't have to be present to win. You just won an Xbox
I would like a respin,
Series
Rags,
S.
please. Respin it until I win.
You just won an Xbox Series S. 2 weeks, we're going to draw that custom PC I just showed you. If you entered with the golden ticket, don't cancel your membership. It works for 30 days. Stay for another 2 weeks. Try to win the PC. I think I'm also drawing the PC in 2 weeks. Okay, I'll message them. Lofnitis. So I'll message them.
I wonder why it the spin, right?
He said they already
Trolled.
messaged me. Rip the spin. They'll fix it for next time. Yeah, Lofnitis 1.
Damn.
Okay, 2 weeks. We draw the PC.
Okay, all right.
Cool.
Podcast time.
I really wanted to win that. Go in here and cancel my membership here real quick. I'm just kidding.
It's up to you, no biggie. I mean, golden ticket.
No,
is
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
fair. Just for everybody else, though. I mean, when the golden ticket, at least in my mind, is exactly for that, right? You just get everybody at least one free one, sometimes even two.
Yeah.
And there's no hard feelings or anything. If you quit, you still just come to our Discord, Twitch, or whatever, or do nothing, right? Just
Yeah.
you tried it, you had the ticket. It's a Willy Wonka shit, you know? You get a chocolate bar,
Yeah. That's
you
right.
got the
There it
ticket or you
is.
don't. All
There
right,
you
all
go.
right, all right. Okay, so let's. Oh, you know what I need? Give me 1 minute.
Look, don't be eyeballing me. Watching you. Pretty comfy chair. I like this leather.
All right, everyone. Get comfortable. Let's get these curtains out here. Billy looks evil. Yeah, I mean, when your brand starts with Diablo, I think everything looks a little bit evil. We sometimes wonder if that actually hurts our brand a bit, but whatever. We kind of like it. So, okay, guys, let's do a final microphone check. I just want to know if me, Hog, Lilith, and Billy all sound around the same because after this on YouTube and all that, it's very hard to change everybody's volume.
Okay. Check, mic, check, check, check.
Check, mic, check, check, check.
Check, mic, check, check. How's that blend? Because we're coming to you live, honey. Let it blend.
Check microphone, check.
Shut up, Billy!
Check microphone check.
Ooh.
What do you guys
Yeah,
all think?
suck
Is
the
anybody
vibe.
too loud, too soft? Can anyone in chat confirm?
Chat!
It's fine. So it's all leveled. Okay. All right. It's time. Okay, ready?
I'm ready, coach.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro Gamers Journal, broadcasting live from the Crimson Loot Carnival, where every hour brave souls fight for real loot in our house-made minigames. We've given away a one-of-a-kind PC every month for over a year and sent over $4,500 USD in cold cash as minigame winnings, and we're just getting warmed up. But today's not about prizes. It's about raw perspective from a man who broke the mold. Our guest is a shed dwelling, boat streaming, boss fishing, southern legend. He once built a PC live on a boat, cursed the D4 devs, and made the hashtag D4Bad a trend for months. If you're a sick of the bullshit gamer, a content creator, or a sponsor looking for insights, this is for you. I'm the lucky little devil. This is my assistant, Lilith Mummy, with big tits. And now, please welcome the man of the hour, Hog.
God almighty, what an intro. Holy shit. How much smoke are you blowing up my ass right now? Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure is all ours, man. All right.
Gum. That's a nice compliment, nice intro. Thank you. It's very nice.
What's up, Hog partner? Did you forget to cook my ass?
First of all, who brought you here? Second of all, don't speak unless spoken to. Thank you.
Okay.
This creep right here. This guy.
All right, everyone. Let's get into it. It's going to get rowdy. All right. Hog.
Yeah, it is.
Before streaming, who was the man behind the handle? Where'd you grow up and what led you here?
Y'all sit back and be a while. I was born north of Atlanta. Was only side on my dad's side was born outside of where I live now. For some reason they had me up there. I grew up there, and then when I was 18, I hauled ass and I went to Augusta State, and we lasted 1.5 months before before the cops kicked in the door and saw the bud and stuff. It was like, it was known, 2111 was our apartment number, and it was known as Smoke Fest. Everybody always
shit.
come over there and smoke. And you were only allowed to have, you had to have four, if it was 4 bedrooms, you had to have 4 people in the apartment. Well, my cousin, it was me and my best friend Dover and my cousin. And then my cousin was like, oh, I got a buddy I went to school with. He's cool, vouch for him and all. He wasn't cool. We never met the guy. He shows up. We're smoking weed, having a great time. He's in the corner like, you're just smoking marijuana. Dude, I'm talking about 5 days he moved out. So we had a free room back there, and that was the hot box room. And we'd all pile in there, and we'd shut the door and close it all off to where you couldn't breathe anymore in there. And so eventually the cops got word of what we were doing. So anyway, we caught a case with that. We beat the case because campus police are always very sloppy with their work. And so I left. Then I went to South Georgia, started going to ABAC, which is Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College. And Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College's fight song goes like this: chewing tobacco, spit, 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 'cause if you ain't from ABAC, you ain't shit. I knew I was at home. They don't have football games and stuff like that at ABAC. They have tractor pulls and mud wrestling, and that's not an official school sanctioned sport, but it's there. So anyway, after that, I went back home, went to technical school to be a technician. I was a Chrysler technician for about 8.5 years. I say close to 10 years because I was a tech in other places, but I worked for Chrysler about 8 years. Built transmissions, diesel motors. I specialized in Cummins. I was a level 4 Cummins master tech. This was all before Stellantis or Fiat bought them out. And when that buyout happened, I hauled ass. That was probably the greatest decision that I ever made, because my buddies that were still in the dealer, they were replacing airbags for like 2 years because there was, you remember all them, maybe it didn't happen over there, but over here there was a massive airbag recall, and all the manufacturers were plagued with it. And to replace a driver's side air or a passenger side airbag, you must remove the dash. And your boy here despises removing a dash. So I was so glad to get out of that shit. Nope. Then I just started working for Dick's Sporting Goods, doing the fishing stuff over there. And that whole time we were doing I was fishing tournaments for the FLW. Then I signed a contract to fish National Professional Fishing League. Then COVID hit. National Professional Fishing League requires $30,000 entry fee to fish. So during COVID, no one's giving you $30,000 to go fish. There was no COVID exception or anything for that. So I withdrew on a hardship from that. Another great decision because they ended up mismanaging it and there was no fucking championship. And to have a professional fishing circuit at that level on television and shit with no championship, it's really bad for your sponsors and all that. So dodged another bullet on that. And, I'm just doing YouTube on the side during all this too. And, I just started, we had a business plan to become a guide on Lake Seminole, which is my favorite lake of all time. And, me and my old lady executed that. And, I started guiding on Lake Seminole, and just happened to be convinced to make my YouTube channel one day, my gaming channel, and made it, and here we are now. That just became a constant grind, and I had some kind of backstabbing shit happen with fishing. Fishing's real cutthroat and real, it's dirty business. You got to be real careful with who you bring in your life and shit. And so some unfortunate things happened, which led me just to kind of focus more on content. And which Diablo 4 released, I focused a lot there. It sucked, made videos, Asmongold covered it, and my channel got attention, and here we are.
And tell me, is there a secret Mrs. Hogg in that shed, or are you a lone wolf?
Oh, come here. Yeah, there is. But there ain't nothing about no demon-human relations.
Interesting.
That's creepy. But creep, come on over here. Why do you smell like, I thought you were supposed to smell like roses. You smell like dead bodies. What's up with that? Oh my God. I mean, you look good, but smell you. Woo! Girl. Yeah, that's right. Please. A little pH issue or something. I'm just playing, honey. Don't get your feelings hurt now. Yeah, there's a Mrs. Hogg. Yep, I met her. Like, she's an actual real person. Like, she has a career, and she's not a degenerate, or, she went finished school, did all, did everything the normal way, I guess. But without her, none of this is possible, really. It's very difficult to full-time do content, especially when you're a small streamer. So without her, none of this would be possible. So
Awesome.
but yeah, we've been together like 8 years now. So sorry,
Okay.
Lilith, succubus.
So you mentioned the fishing game is like pretty intense, right? Is there somebody who specifically taught you this kind of grit and the attitude you're known for today? Is there any real life mentors or creators who kind of helped shape
Yeah.
your personality?
Mm-hmm. So my parents divorced when I was, I don't know, 2 or 3 years old. And my next door neighbor, I had a next door neighbor. He was in between, just like 2 houses down. His son was my age, and we were best friends growing up. So he was like my dad. And this is a badass man. Name was Ron Petzel. He caught Georgia's second biggest largemouth bass, 18-1. And the reason it's the second biggest bass is because the world record comes from here. So it was, world record's 22-4. So ever since I could walk, he taught us to fish. That family adopted me as one of their own, basically. I was one of the kids. I just run down when I wake up, let's say it's summertime, and I just get dressed and just run down to the house, just go inside, like nobody even thought anything of it. You were just one of the family. So, notable example is, I think this is probably 94. There was the Power Wheel, 4-wheelers that come out. And so, Ron went and bought the 4-wheeler, but, he knew, my mom was a teacher and divorced and all. He knew she couldn't afford, $500 or $600 Power Wheel, however much they were back then. So he bought 2 Power Wheels so I could have one too. It stayed there at the house, so they could get charged and all, but, it was available for me. That was my Power Wheel when I went there. So, but he taught us all about fishing, and, he just had this, he was larger than life. He died when I was 18. A long time ago, but he was larger than life. He's done shit I've seen on Instagram and TikTok, and he's done things that I see on these TikTok things that he did that 20, 25, 30 years ago, 35 years ago. Like I seen, a guy with a John boat, and he had like some, real comfy captain's chairs on there, and was like, check this out. Well, I laughed because Ron did that shit when I was 6 years old. He went to the junkyard to an 89 Caravan and pulled the captain's seats out of the back and rigged them up. So he had these big ass, pretty much like what we're sitting in right now, on the front of his boat because he fished with live bait. And so he'd be sitting up there with these huge ass chairs, and it's the most redneck shit you've ever seen in your life. But it was comfortable as shit. Then he figured out how to take apart the office chairs so he could get a little adjustment. And so then he started buying office chairs and taking the office chairs apart and doing all that. But, yeah, he fought in Vietnam and didn't take shit from anybody. And, so I guess that's where some of that comes from. But, the main thing, the fishing thing, is him. And then when I was 17, I first come to Lake Seminole here. We were visiting my granddad or something. My dad paid for me to go out with his guide for 3 days, and his name's Randy Weaver, and he's my adult mentor. I consider him now, but that's a badass sumbitch. I'm talking about holy shit. He's caught probably 1,000 fish over 10 pounds. Fished the Red Man Pro Circuit. We call him a river rat kind of personality. Just a guy that's always on the river nonstop fishing. And when I say river, it's a dammed up river. It's a lake basically, but, he knows everything there is to know about everything on the water, and, has been out there for 40 plus years. His daddy was a guide when the damn lake was made. So he taught me. I've been fishing with him. I guess it's been almost 20 years now, I guess. It has been 20 years, but he taught me, he honed my skills on how to fish artificials, and, a lot of guys lack the fundamentals. Why a fish does what it does. Like if the water temp is 60 degrees, what's the fish gonna do? He taught me how to think like that. He taught me how to think like a fish, what the fish is gonna do, what the environment should do. Like, and that's how you get good. A lot of people think it's just look at a graph and catch them and shit, but like that's the stuff that makes you real good. Like I can look at water and tell you. I can look at the way, just even in a lake, the way the subtle current is, the way the ripple is on the water, that there's grass under the water in that certain area, or if I see something on the water, I can tell you there's shad coming around a corner. Like it's just something that you get trained to see it over time. But, fishing's a lifestyle for me. It's not it's not really a hobby. It's something that I've always done ever since I can remember. My very first memory I ever have is hooking myself in the mouth with fishing. So, it's like literally my first memory that I ever have is fishing with my real dad and, just going to cast and hooking myself in the mouth. So and that was the end of the trip right there. Like I cast, I hooked myself, and he's like, "All right, let's go." I'm like, "Okay."
Caught one.
So, but yeah, there's stories about Ron forever. Ron's a fucking legend. One says he had an aerator machine. It's like a tiller, but it just pokes holes in the ground, aerates the lawn. Well, it was tore up, and he didn't want to go buy a new one, and he couldn't fix it, and so he went to Kmart. At the time, there was still Kmart, and he bought some real cheap tennis shoes, some sneakers, and he took a jigsaw and some wood, and he kind of whittled out the sole of the shoe in that piece of wood, and then he took a bunch of screws. I'm talking hundreds, and fucking run them all down through the wood, and then he glued that shit to the shoe. So he had like spiked, shoes, or he could walk around. His idea was he was going to walk around the yard with the aerated or with the spikes and aerate the yard. Seemed like a great idea on paper. Now I'm like 8 years old, smart ass little kid, and I'm looking at it, and I know immediately that it ain't going to work. Based on what I've told you, can you tell why? Just from what I've told you should be able to tell why it ain't gonna work. Screws. Screws have those little ridges all the way down. When you go in, you step in and try to pull out with all them little grips, you ain't coming back out. Now, if you use nails where everything's smooth, you're probably gonna come in and out pretty easy.
That's what she said.
Shut up, Lilith. Is that what you said, honey? I said, Ron, I don't think those are going to work. Like, you probably ought to try nails instead.
Yeah,
He said,
baby.
oh, yeah, honey.
I prefer the screws. Stay
Oh,
inside.
Oh, Lord. Damn. Anyway, he told
Sounds
me to
like a
shut up.
lot of crazy redneck shit. Is that the craziest shit, or what's the craziest thing that's happened out there in the river to you?
You getting delusional being out of the damn water? Fish? What was that? Thanks, Billy. Thanks for derailing my train of thought. Jesus. I've seen a bunch of cool things on the water. I've seen, this is everything. Let me just throw this disclaimer out here. Everything that I'm going to tell y'all is true. This ain't no exaggeration or bullshit or any of that. Everything that I'm going to tell y'all today happened or is true. Okay. Let me just throw that disclaimer out there, because some of this shit might be a little wild and like bullshit. So I'm fishing on Reynolds Flat one day, and it's a grassy flat. It's about 3 foot, shallow 3 foot all the way down. It's about 700 or 800 yards. And I'm fishing. It's about this time of year. And all of a sudden, it looked like Godzilla coming out of the water. That's the sound it made. And I was staring, I was like, what the fuck did I just see? So I immediately it was the alligator. I immediately put my rod down and grabbed my phone. And on Instagram, I follow a guy called Gator Boy Chris. He lives in Florida. And he'll respond to you if you message him. So I messaged him and told him what I saw. I said, I know I didn't eat mushrooms or anything. I mean, I'm not tripping. Like, I saw this shit. And he was like, yeah, it was alligator bellow maiden dance. He said there was probably a female around. He come up and stand up. He was probably 12, 11 foot. He come stand his ass, his tiny little legs, stood up. I said, okay. So here's another time. I was fishing and the river was dead. Like, they had all the gates down. It looked like Nesquik chocolate milk. That's the color of the water. It was nasty. It's been storming. You couldn't see shit. And I have a device on my boat called a hydro wave. And it's got a speaker that mounts on your trolling motor that sits in the front of the water. And it puts out bait fish sounds. And I thought it was smoke until I watched a guy on YouTube put it in. He's got a aquarium with bass in there. And when he turned the sound on Shad Frenzy, there was a bass that was hiding, and that bass shot out of there and went right up to the speaker and was looking at it like, where's the sound coming from? So I bought one. Well, it will also attract an alligator because the river's not moving. I'm throwing a spinner bait. I've got the machine running. I hadn't touched my trolling motor. Boat ain't moving. Everything's dead still. And about 10 minutes, I reached down. I said, let me move the boat a minute. And I touched my trolling motor. It moves a little bit. There was a gator that had nosed up, wondering where that sound was. He heard that sound. He was coming under the water. We're like, where the fuck is this sound? And when I touched the trolling motor, it scared him because he couldn't see. I couldn't see him. I didn't know he was there either. Looked like looked like coffee almost. Is how dark the water was. He rolled backwards and picked the front of my boat up. Now I have a 19-foot aluminum boat. Like it's pretty big. You know, weighs at least 1,000 pounds. It ain't no damn tin boat. He picked the front of that boat. I was going, oh shit! He was rolling around all scared. He hauled ass, and I about shit, and he about shit. So that was one. And in that same area, I got shot at one day by a duck hunter.
Jeez.
Because I was getting too close. I didn't see his camouflage. Great job, but I didn't see him. He looked like a floating hyacinth in the water. Like, sorry, I was throwing a spinnerbait. And all of a sudden, and I hear the damn shot go by the back of the boat. I was like, whoa! So I hate to sound like a bitch, but I called my game warden buddy. I said, dude, that guy's shooting at me out here. Like, what the fuck? So they went and stopped him. And he said, sorry, he was getting too close. I was like, dude, I didn't even see. He was like, he was in my decoys. I was like, dude, I didn't even see this guy's decoys. Like, what do you mean I was in his decoys? The game warden said, I don't give a fuck if he's running over your decoys. You can't shoot at a guy on a boat. Like, what the fuck?
He was getting too close.
Dude, it was like, I'm a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Like courteous sportsman. Like if I see somebody fishing or hunting, like I'm not even going to come in the area. I didn't see the guy, and I damn sure didn't see his decoys. And if I was in his decoys, then I needed to not be in the boat because I was fucked up and I don't drink and shit. So it wasn't none of that. But anyway, the game warden told me, oh, he's a guide out here and duck hunting's tough right now and all this. I said, yeah, I'm a guide too. The fishing's tough. I said, we having fucking guide wars out here now? We killing each other over fucking spots? Like, okay. So, yeah, I've seen a lot of wild shots. I've seen 2 bald eagles. They say the rarest thing that you can see, at least where I'm at, is 2 bald eagles mate. And the way that happens is they do a revolving, circular, like tornado flight pattern all the way up as far as you can see. Tiny little ant.
Holding
size.
their talons, right?
Yeah, like they do a little dance, and then they come together and mate once they get high enough, and they free fall.
Mm.
That's why they have to go as high as they can, because while they're in the air, they're free falling, they're doing their little thing, and right before they hit the water, they separate. So me and Randy are fishing one day, and we see it. I'm like, we see them start doing that thing, and they're making noise. I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna see it! And they get all the way up there, and I'm like, oh my God, we're witnessing it. It's the rarest thing in nature. It's like, I don't know, it's like finding a Shaco back when D4 first came out, like just super fucking rare. And then they pulled apart at the top and they didn't mate. I don't know if his breath stank or like what happened, but I was so devastated. I was like, damn it.
Why
go ahead.
Why do you think they kind of do it in the air? Can't they just like do it on a tree or some shit, or even on the ground? They have legs, right?
Yeah, they got legs, but it's their most vulnerable time, so I'm sure it's the safest. Where we live is pretty dangerous. And now what they've done is, the eagles for a long time were almost extinct. In the 70s, they were using so much insecticide and pesticide, just all kind of shit they were spraying on the crops. Our country almost wiped them out. And growing up, it was really rare to see or even hear about a bald eagle, and now they've made a massive resurgence. Dude, I got one that lives right outside the house, and he'll eat roadkill off the side of the road. So to see them come back is cool, but now they've moved in where we have a lot of osprey. And osprey is kind of like an eagle. He's a predator bird, but he lives on the water, and he fishes. His eyesight's amazing. They'll go into like a dive pattern, bow, and you'll watch them hit the water and catch a fish. Well, now that the eagle's an opportunistic feeder. He's kind of a piece of shit. And it's like, the more you learn about a bald eagle, you're like, why is he our national bird? Really don't. He's kind of a thief and he's kind of a dick, and so that eagle will wait till he sees osprey pick up a fish, and then he will go attack it. It'll look like a damn two fighter pilots in a dogfight. He'll be trying to steal that fish. I've seen it multiple times. And so now the osprey have adapted to where when that happens, they'll call for their mate, and the mate will come up top of the eagle and dive bomb the eagle and try to knock the eagle out of the air.
Interesting.
And so that's just there's so much even right now that's happening that's nature's shifting a little bit. We're seeing things that are happening out there. Things are happening a little bit later than they should, and so that's the animals do what they think is the safest thing, and with everything we got around gators and everything else we got around here, that's the safest place for them to bang it out is in the air. It's not where I'd want to do it personally, but
I have wings. I can do a dance with you. Oh,
you do have wings, yeah.
Together, baby.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I might like that. What about me though? Are you gonna hold on to me? Because I don't have wings. Oh, I'm onto your game. You're gonna try to kill me first, aren't you? I'm onto your game. She don't fool me. I know. Oh God, you're gonna get me in trouble.
Interesting stuff, man. This reminds me of a time because my family's done a bit of fishing as well. Actually, my parents are absolutely crazy about it, especially my dad. Um, we had guests like come from overseas, and this is a pretty big guy. I'd say, I don't know, give him like 90 kilos or so. And he was on a rubber dinghy, and he was just fishing out on the lake, and he got a fish. The fish ended up puncturing the dinghy. But from our vision, all we saw, we were on the shore, right? And he's slowly paddling back. Like it didn't even have an engine. He's paddling back, and we see the front like slowly coming up. We're like, what the hell is he sinking? And we see the back slowly come up, and he's just in the middle, literally getting like cocooned inside the rubber dinghy, just paddling faster and faster. It was the funniest shit.
Oh my
Like, what the
God.
hell?
Oh my
man,
God.
that was so funny. We could not stop laughing.
Bad.
Wow.
Oh,
All right. So, was there like a single moment you thought, yeah, I'm pretty different. No one else really streams like this in the ARPG community. You talked about how Asmongold did, kind of went over some of your stuff. Maybe you want to tell us a bit more about that. Did you have a kind of a breakthrough moment where you went from, that typical I can barely get a subscriber or a viewer to, oh shit, okay, people are coming to watch every single time I'm online?
Yeah, so I started, let me think I think it was 2017 that I started doing YouTube on my fishing channel. And you can imagine how many guys like me do fishing.
Mm.
Tons and tons and tons and tons. But I didn't care. I like fishing stuff, so I want to do fishing. And after a while, and most people that have done a channel that you can't even get monetized. Now, this was at a time where you had to have 1,000 subs. I believe that's changed. I think you have to have 500 now, maybe. But it was pretty difficult when I was doing it to get monetized, and it should have burned you out. And you're like, okay, this is, who cares? I'm doing all this work for 200 or 300 views, maybe, and nobody gives a shit. And so I just, whatever. Now, I've always played D3. I've always played Diablo. Like I started playing Diablo 2 a week after it released. I was in 8th grade, and my next door neighbor in between me and Ron that I was telling you about, my next door neighbor there, was also a guy my age. He was playing D2 in his basement, and I remember walking up behind him. He was at Charcy. He was playing a barbarian, and he was equipping 2 axes in each hand, and it blew my fucking mind. Now, I've always played computer games and console games since I was a little boy, and I'd never played ARPG or seen anything like that. And I was like, what is this game you're playing? He said, it's Diablo 2. So anyway, We went to Target every Sunday after church. My mom went to Target. And so we went to Target, and there it was. And I went over there and I picked it up, and I'm like, okay, like my mom's like super Catholic, like don't let you do anything, always says no to everything, like everything's the devil, like wouldn't let me listen to a Garth Brooks CD, because there was one lyric in there she didn't like out of the whole entire fucking 17 track album. So I'm like, okay, how do I get her to buy Diablo 2? And I'm looking at it, and in the back it says like, you know, the powers of heaven. And I was like, yes. And so I went out there. I was like, look, please, can I get this game? I was like, you fight on the side of heaven against hell. Like it's badass. So that was the key that unlocked me being able to play Diablo, was doing that. But anyway, fast way forward. I'm it's like season 26, season 25 of D3. We're doing 150 groups. I got a 4-man that I'm running. We're pushing leaderboards. It's a guy named Ebian from Texas. And I met these guys just in random. You're talking about maybe this is fate or whatever, but like I met Ebian in random game, just in a random public D3 game. And he taught me, like, he basically is responsible for everything. Like he introduced me to the ARPG side of YouTube. He introduced me to like Rax's content. He introduced me to like a lot of the OG, like Vegito, like a lot of the OG Diablo 3 creators. He introduced me to all that content. And so he took me under his wing, and then he introduced me to Evan. So I'm going to tell you all about Evan. Everybody thinks that Vegito and Rax and all those guys are the best players, and this is no disrespect to them at all, but Evan is the best player in Diablo 3. Evan lives in Hong Kong, and Evan knows the measurements of the hitboxes for every mod. Like he knows every single thing about everything about the game. He's like a human encyclopedia, like a savant for Diablo 3. So he's very selective about who he plays with. And I mean, he's a god. And I'm really not trying to take away anything from anybody else when I say that, but this guy this guy knew way more. This guy knew everything about everything. He could tell you the exact size, pixel wise, of the hitbox of certain bosses and shit. Stupid shit, right? So anyway, we're playing every night. This is kind of how I ended up in the shed too. Every night we would get on, and because they're in Central Time or in Pacific Time, our buddy Alpha was the trash killer. He was in Pacific Time. So I'm in Eastern Time. I was always up real late. My old lady's a school teacher. So I'd be up, we'd be communicating, yelling, group, all right, kill him, all right, now, hollering, doing all this shit. Finally, she was like, you got to go out to the shed. You got to move out here. You got to get all your shit out of here. You're waking me up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the damn morning. I'm supposed to be going to work. Exactly. She's like, you got to put all your shit out there. So my buddy Eero sent me a Cat 6, like, I don't even know how, 200 foot, some crazy long Cat 6 Ethernet core. So I could be hardwired out here. I got an old clothesline. Back in the day, all the people here used to hang their shit on clotheslines. So I have an actual pole that's cemented in the ground from the 50s where you put your clothesline. That holds my Cat 6 line going into the house. So I set it all up out here. And Ebian kept pressuring me like, dude, do a YouTube channel, man. Like, you're so different. Like, there's no fucking rednecks. Like, there's no Southerners that do an ARPG YouTube. Like, it actually might be a good niche and might be something, a way for you to stand out a little bit, because that's the thing with YouTube. And I learned that on my fishing side. If you're the dime a dozen guy that's a traditional, what you'd expect a bass fisherman to look like, it's very hard to stand out. But if you're an untraditional guy in an area, like I've always played it, I loved it, but I didn't make content there. Why not? So you go over there and you make content, and it gets a little bit more attention because people aren't used to that. They're used to, just your regular, everyday kind of gaming guys. So that was, I noticed immediately that would, that helped, but I also spoke my mind. I never sugarcoated shit. And even if I've had to apologize and I've been wrong, because I'm a man to commit when I'm wrong. It ain't no big deal to me. Everybody's wrong, just whether you're able to admit it or not.
Yeah.
So I always just spoke my mind, didn't sugarcoat shit, and I made a bunch of mistakes and all doing it, but I learned pretty quick that if you speak your mind and you don't sugarcoat shit and you don't lie and be honest and be real, that's what folks. It will take you a lot longer, but in the long run, it'll be more beneficial. So that started building up. D4 released. Asmongold covered my shit after that, and funny thing is we have a joke, me and my dad, we have a curse on our family. And, of course the curse hit first Asmongold video. It's getting like me and my dad were on our way to Astor, Florida to go brim fishing. We usually do that once a year. So we're on the way down there. My Discord's blowing up. Asmon's covered your video. I go click on it. There's no link to my channel, no credit, no nothing. Now, he credits, or his editors credit everybody, right? Every fucking video except me. And I was staring at that shit like, of course, man. Like, of course this shit happens. And so I was frantically, as I'm in the passenger seat, like a little boy with my 70-year-old dad driving me fishing, I'm trying to message anybody I can who's an editor for him, or message him specifically like, hey, it's me. Like, why didn't y'all credit my shit? Like, this is a big opportunity that all the small creators died to get. And, a bunch of people in the comments were like, damn, can you give us the guy's channel name and shit? So anyway, I got a hold of him personally. And he said, holy shit, my bad. I got you right now. And I really don't care what anybody has to say about Asmon. Asmongold's fucking awesome. And
we've
right
been
there,
trying to kind of do things with Asmongold for ages, but he's huge, I hope further down the line it's possible.
Yeah. But he that was big to me because I'm a nobody. He's covering my video. I'm reaching out on Discord. Who knows what kind of filter it is to get to him. And I'm talking about within 20 minutes had responded, fixed it. My bad. I got you. Like, he didn't have to do any of that. And so then I made another video, and I was joking because he fixed it, but I kind of called him out a little bit in friendly banner, and he reacted to another video, and he paused the video when I called him out. He was like, it's true. I did do that. Go subscribe to his shit right now. And so I went from 7,000 subs to like 17,000 subs.
Mm.
So he gave me a huge boost and covered my stuff for a while. And then I went on OTK's top streamer, and he was on that for all that. But yeah, I will always be in his corner because I know a lot of people talk shit that he doesn't, he makes money off of people and Lola, but without his, showing my video and reacting and thinking it was cool, and like, he did multiple videos, so I got to show, I'm not just some react guy. I got to show some of my, some of my memes that I make. I had a meme with him in there from Full Metal Jacket, like just a bunch of different stuff in there. And on top of the OTK stuff of making, the poop chair that I've got and all this other stuff, it was, he kind of allowed me to showcase that, I'm creative and I bring different stuff to the table and all that. But yeah, it's solely, that's a very long-winded answer, but the very simple answer to your question is from a guy named Ebian. He pushed me to make a Diablo 3 channel. I was kind of hesitant, and here we are now. So it's really all because of Ebian. A good guy.
I'm glad you're spending more time in games now, rather than taking my brothers out of the water.
Okay, I play while I take your brothers out of the water. I made a harness for my controller just to help free up my hands so I can catch more of you and your kin while I play.
Fuck you then.
Oh, damn. Well, look who's on the board and who ain't. How'd you get there? That's right. I put you there.
No comment.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh man,
you bit a little spinnerbait, and we put you on the wall there. Uh-huh.
You still talk to Asmongold, or it was kind of just that that
I mean, it was
little
never
time.
really like never really like had a behind the scenes convo with him or anything. I mean, maybe a couple times when I showed him my stream setup and all. But I try to be he's a famous guy, you know. Like I try not to be the analogy that I always use is like I try not to be the guy in the local band that's like a drummer and he's got his demo and he's like running up to Lars Ulrich like, "Hey Lars, like it's me." Like I try not to be that guy, you know. So like, you know, like if Lars wants to be like, "Oh, what's up, man?" Like that's fine, but I'm never want to be that guy. It's like, "Hey, watch my video," or like, "Look at my demo," or like, because what happens is the second you run away, they take that shit and they ninja star it into the fucking the garbage can. Like, all right, you know. So I try to stay in my own lane, you know. I mean.
I get exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
I saw like a video. Conor McGregor was pouring wine into these guys' mouths while they're on their knees. It was like yesterday or some shit. I was like, Jesus Christ, like that's a new level of licking ass. Like, you know what?
Yeah. Like, damn.
My God, some people. Interesting. All right. You know what? Let's talk about your. This is like one of your craziest stunts, right? You literally built a gaming PC while floating. Tell us about it. Like, what sparked that? How did it go? Complications.
Well, I didn't build it on the boat. That would be insane. I don't know if I could. That'd be a lot of money that I'd be risking, you know, just to do that. But so the whole boat on a PC thing has been a project. I guess about a year and a half, and it started with I had an old Dell gaming PC that had like a 2060 card in it, and I was like, this would probably be. I can just throw this in the boat and go stream and all that. No. So I did some, you know, from my childhood, I was taught how to redneck rig is what I call it. And we're able to engineer stuff, out of nothing, out of scraps around the house from other things and whatever. I can make chicken salad out of chicken shit. Let's put it that way. So I made the first kind of prototype and it worked good in the winter time. You know, like I could fish and like react to stuff. And, so it started out, we had, I guess 2nd generation Starlink. So I had the big dish on the back that was strapped down. And when you drive, it'd be going, beep, beep. It'd be back there trying to adjust itself and shit. It looked so fucking ridiculous. And, if you can imagine what this looked like tied up to the damn dock with a big, like the whole back deck is taken up by this Starlink dish. It's adjusting itself nonstop. I've got a big ass, this is when the shit was up front. I had a big 27-inch monitor up front in this kind of plastic tote bin that I had rigged up to be a sun shield. And it's super insulated. Like NASA could take this shit to fucking space. It's got aluminum foil layer for a heat shield, and then spray foam back in, and then another aluminum foil heat shield layer, and then another spray foam back in, and then stud through mounts. Like, it's stupid. But you have to over engineer shit. Because direct sunlight, you know, 120, 130 degrees, it'll eat this shit up. So anyway, we were playing WoW on the boat, and I caught a fish while I was fishing a WoW at the same time, and that was cool. But, you know, again, my algorithm and shit, nobody gives a fuck on my channel. You know, like you do all that stuff and it's like gets 300 views. Then you go on OTK's top streamer and tell them that, and they're like, "That's fucking sick." I'm like, "Where the fuck y'all at?" But so then we started getting thermal overloads as obviously, you know, that laptop's going to get hot. It's a hot package. In a bass boat, you've got compartments. You've got a hull, but then you've got a deck on top that's got all kind of compartments that you can open up. So I've got a big rod locker in the center of the boat, and it's almost under the water line. I mean, it's as low in the boat as you can get, so it'll be the coolest place. So I started saving some money up because I knew like we're gonna have to build an actual machine for this. And I reached out to a few places. Just it doesn't matter who it was. We reached out to a few places trying to get some, maybe not a partnership, but pick some people's brains or, you know, just whatever. Try to get people interested in the project and, you know, no responses, which is fine. So I just started doing my own research on it. And the big thing was heat dissipation and keeping it powerful, but keeping the CPU and the GPU together is going to be a challenge because of the heat package. So a bunch of research, bunch of forums, looking at different cases, mini PC, because size is an issue as well. Power consumption is a huge issue as well. The whole boat had to be purpose built. So it's got a pure sine wave inverter that runs all the stream side electronics, I'll say, because there's a boat side, all the graphs and all, but the stream side has its own battery. It's got I call it the house battery. It's got a smart relay. So when I fire up the outboard, it charges off of the alternator. So if the stream battery ever runs low, I just fire up the engine and it starts streaming. It starts getting charged off the alternator. And when I shut it off, it isolates the starter battery from the rest of the system, so I'm not draining down my starter battery and get stranded. 1100 watt pure sine wave inverter, 2200 watt max, and then from there it's just we started building in necessities. So
it's legit a streaming boat. Like you can basically.
Oh yeah.
So you can like chill there and fish, waiting for a bite, a bounce in the rod, while you're pretty much doing whatever you want on the PC.
Yeah. So the final setup of it now, which it's done pretty much, but there's a monitor up front that's mounted on the deck. It's 21 inches. You can view. It's powered by HDMI switch. So I've got a remote. When I'm sitting at the console, I have another monitor here on a pole. That's the bigger one. It's got the keyboard attached to it. So when you're driving or whatever, you can look at your screen, or if you're sitting in the passenger seat, you can look at it. And when you go to fish or get up on the front deck, you've got a remote. You click the HDMI switch, it switches the display up front. And I've got bulkhead connectors that have USB and HDMI in them with rain covers. So there's 3 of those on the boat. In the back, it's got a permanent pole that you mount. I've got a 40x zoom camera with a polarized lens on it. So if we see eagles or alligators or anything, I can zoom in 40x and get way up in there and show the chat all the wildlife and shit that's going on. That's been kick ass. It's on a movable, it's on a rotatable thing as well. But so anything that you plug into has a plug. So when you it's all about streaming. It's all about doing it easy. Cause if it's a big pain in the ass to get everything assembled, I don't want to do it. But if I can do it to where it's modular and everything goes together real quick, it's easy. But the back's got a connector. The middle's got a connector. I have a guy in my chat 3D print me I used to have 6.5 inch speakers in there. And they suck. So I took them out, but he 3D printed me basically a hole for those 2 connectors to go in that speaker hole, and it's got little rain covers and shit in there. So, but yeah, it's got Starlink. The new Starlink is this big. It's on a RAM mount right by my console. It's tiny. It's got a built-in router. So you just plug your Ethernet right in there. You can do whatever in the fuck you want to do on that boat. It's got a cover you can pull up. You can kick back, watch movies, play Last Epoch, play D4. But I had to build a mini case, and it's a mini PC case, and it's got a Ryzen 5 in there, and it's got 32 gigs, got a solid state. Everything had to be real solid because it's going to be like we stream while we're driving 50 miles an hour, and it does not drop frames.
That's
so
crazy.
Like it needs to be. It's got a big heat sink, and it's got an external GPU. So I've got the GPU separate so it can dissipate its own heat. But all of it's been calculated for draw. The whole package, everything together only draws at normal operating thing about 175 to 200 watts.
That's
really
the
good. Biggest thing that I'm proud of is the performance that I've squeezed out of the setup that I have. And without starting the outboard, I can stream it for about 4.5, 5 hours just on the the one just regular nickel 12-volt heavy ass deep cycle battery that I've got. So it's I need right now. I'm running a 10. I think it's a some old ass. It's a 10. I think it's a 1060, 1070. It needs to be upgraded. Is what I need a new graphics card, and it's going to require an upgrade on the. I do have a separate power bank in there that runs just the graphics card. So I'll change that out, and then it'll be ready for more modern games. But that's the bottleneck right now is the graphics card. It can't handle some of these new games. But the overall PC is sick. It doesn't overheat. Everything runs real good. So I'm really proud of that. It's been like a 1.5-year project. I'm really proud of how it turned out. You can literally do
I've
whatever
seen
the
his
hell
boats
you
go
want
by.
to do.
We call
on
him
there.
Robo Hunter.
When I first took it out, some guys were coming in the channel, and you could hear them. That guy's got a TV on his boat. It was cool as shit. Yeah. So then I made I took my controller and I rigged it up. Here, I'll show you. Let me get it. It's right here.
Yeah.
So I got this old shoulder mount for my GoPro. I was thinking about a way because I've been trying to fish, keep the rod in my left hand and be able to play. We've been playing Last Depot, running monoliths while we've been fishing, but I was trying to figure out a more efficient way because I've got a special mouse. I've got a handheld trackball mouse that I use because it's way easier than trying to use a conventional mouse on the boat. The handheld trackball mouse, you can click, do what you need, and then keep it in your pocket, or things are just different on the boat. So I took a GoPro mount and I installed it on the back of this my controller here. And then
That
I've
makes
got
sense.
this belt. And you had to be very careful not to hurt the electronics inside when I installed that, but then it mounts GoPro style on this belt.
It's pretty awesome, man.
And you can
I
strap
think
it to
that's
yourself, and
yeah,
it's the kind of shit
so
I do.
unique, right? Because streaming in such an environment, I mean, every other streamer has like the perfect room setup. I think Cooley was saying he's even got uh soundproof cladding all around his room and all of this, but you've had to kind of be, adaptive to do it out in the wild, essentially on a boat where everything's also moving. It's pretty
Yeah.
crazy, and I understand the power draw and heat dispersion because we actually build like a black box, so it's only 3 liters. If you imagine a current Xbox series that we just gave away or PlayStation, this is almost 3 times smaller, but it has a
Mm-hmm.
4070. So we're trying to get a
Oh, wow.
5070 in there as well now. And we use like gallium nitride power supply. So that thing can give you like 200 watts and it doesn't even have a fan. But yeah, doing the kind of the heat and the power draw for that little box, that was the hardest part. We do have
Yeah.
a new way of kind of building a really, really good computer coming out soon. And this leads me to my next question, which is if you could build a computer and let's say budget didn't exist, and let's say this computer was for your audience, actually, what would the ultimate hog custom PC look like? Lay it on us.
Well, I'm an AMD man. I mean, processor wise, so you're getting. I hadn't even. So let me just be transparent. I hadn't kept up with the
Th- th-
brand new generation of stuff because that stuff's expensive, and I try not to drool. But like I'm running the Ryzen 9 5950X. So I mean, I'm gonna put the nicest AMD, and then it's gonna. I mean, it's gonna get a. I don't know about the 50 series. Maybe we can have a discussion about this, but at least it's going to get a probably a 4090. I don't have much experience with AMD graphics cards, so I like the Nvidia stuff, but um,
What
it's I don't, it's
if
getting water cool.
mhm.
Uh, I mean, I'd like to look at this is not a decision I'd want to make spontaneously, but I'd like to look at a cool case. That's probably where a lot. I mean, obviously the internals are going to be sick. It's I want you to have a badass machine, but I'd want it to be a cool case. That would be the main thing. It's like
Yeah,
what could we do? What kind of case could we come up with that would be cool? Camo case or I don't know.
we have
Make a
so
case out of driftwood.
we're just
Maybe
trying
Skin
out.
Billy uses skin or something. I don't know. What you think about that, Billy?
We're trying out a new way of building computers, and we think that we can make them look basically any way we want. There's a printer that does 10 million colors, including transparency, in 3D. And if we get professional 3D modelers to work off a concept, we can make it look like anything. So if you can just imagine literally just like the
Yeah.
wildest shit, you could have your
Mm-hmm.
whole hog character and
Oh,
have a
that would be
computer
sick.
inside that, basically.
Oh yeah, that would be real sick. Holy shit. Yeah.
Okay,
I liked
well,
the
yeah, go
I
ahead.
liked the last Epoch computer. I liked those kind of to me that's a really unique thing. You don't see a whole lot. I mean, like the case I got, it's just I was looking at it for purely airflow, and then when it comes down to it, the damn side of the case is still off. So like it would be really cool to have an actual neat case that was functional and all that. That'd be the other thing too. If you got a hog machine, um, and I don't play around, so it would be like the airflow would be right, like all of that would be right. That would be part of my thing too. Is that's when I build my machine, like even some of the Corsair cases, great brand name, but I look at it immediately, I'm like, that's not going to flow air worth the shit. Everything's going to be hot in there. Uh, so all that would be taken into account too. I've been building computers since I was a little boy. I mean, my dad in his apartment, he had just a pile of just random computer shit, and I would just get bored and go over there and put shit together and see if it would turn on or not. I mean, that's how I first started messing around with it. So, I mean, we all built when Diablo 3 released. Me and my cousin and my best friend, we all went to Micro Center. We all walked around. We all picked up the parts to build We built brand new PC. We went and picked up, went to GameStop and picked up the game. And then we went to my basement and we all three had build stations and we built the PCs real fast, installed Windows, and then we started playing down Diablo 3. It was sick.
Okay, well, I reckon we can probably collaborate on that. I think the only
Yeah.
issue will be shipping it in the end. So, because that's usually a pretty stressful thing to do. You mentioned the last Epoch PC, right? I am so scared to ship that thing. It's insane, but we'll figure out how to do it. We're just trying to organize a bunch of like really intelligent padding and boxes, I guess. Because
Yeah.
I
I
think
can give
there's
you
been,
some insight. I used to work for UPS, so I can give you some. Uh,
we had a
well, I managed the
forklift.
store, so yeah, I can help
Oh,
you
that's
out, give you
interesting.
some insight.
Would be much appreciated. We actually had,
That was
I think we had two computers pretty much come broken. One of them had a
mm-hmm.
forklift driven through it. So
Yeah, you
we
can't.
then,
There's nothing you can do to prevent that.
yeah, insane. So we
It's like
replace all the
shipping
parts.
fishing rods. They ship them in a tube, and I got a tube one day, and there was an obvious forklift tire right over the tube. It's like son of a bitch. Like there's no amount of shipping protection they're gonna do that's gonna save that from a forklift.
Yeah,
So
and they won't say anything as well. They'll just basically be like, oops, and then kind of hide it, right? Get on
mhm,
with their day.
yeah.
The last one was the Path of Exile clock. It's a big water cooled PC. And the guy told me as the guy was getting out of the van to bring it to his door, he dropped it twice in front of him.
Holy
So
shit.
yeah, insane. So we just are working on. Luckily, the electronics didn't take damage. It was just like a bracket or two got bent, so just replacing that. But we've had to replace entire GPUs, that are like 3 grand and all that. So
Yeah.
as long as you're happy to kind of try
Yeah,
to
yeah.
ship it,
Get, yeah.
usually the winners
I
are
ain't worried
from
about that.
America as well. So
Yeah.
it's a bit easier. I'm in
Yeah.
Australia. It's like other side of the planet.
The problem with shipping is just the cost. I mean, I always took on the like if we had a challenge and pack job or something, someone was trying to ship something, even if it needed to be crated, I took on those jobs. So it ain't shit to ship it. It would just be, uh, sometimes it's expensive. And even if something has to be like that last Epoch machine probably should be crated.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then, that will, but that's just, shipping's expensive. That's just the problem.
It's the
So,
vibrations on the plane that is also really concerning, but yeah,
yeah.
we'll figure it out.
You have to fill the inside with some kind of it's a foam that's in a bag that once it forms, it seals everything up. You just take it out. It's just one piece. Once you pull, it's like styrofoam, but it's in a bag and it's static free.
We'll make it a reality. So
Yeah.
once we test out this new pipeline, because I think nobody's ever built computers like this. The reason why we thought of it is we're doing AI concepts. So the AI would make a concept, but the concept is so out of this world that we're like, that's impossible. How do we build it? And then over a few days, we just sat down and we're like, okay, this is how you build whatever you want. So we'll talk like a little bit after. We'll get a artist kind of hooked into the mix and we'll just concept something
Mhm.
out. And then pretty much, I don't know, you can maybe have a little show where you put it on, maybe even risk it on the boat. I know that's risky as
Yeah.
hell because it's going to be expensive if
Yeah.
it breaks, but it might be interesting. We'll see what happens.
We can do it. It's
All
fine.
right, let's get into everybody's favorite thing, game critique.
Uh oh.
D4. What's one thing they did right and one thing that still makes you rage?
God. What did they do right? I guess okay. They
The
built
graphics.
up the hype that the marketing campaign and the hype that they built up, that they did that right. I mean, if some of these other small games, like if they marketed, and see, this is what pisses me off about anytime you talk bad about Diablo 4, the people that love Diablo 4 will say, well, it sold X amount of millions and zillions of copies.
500
Well, yeah,
million in
so
1
did
week.
right. Well, so did Saint Anger from Metallica. It's still a dog shit ass fucking album. And there's still people out there that like hearing Lars's snare ping, ping, Saint Anger, ping, ting, ting, ping, ping. They like hearing that shit, and that's fine. But it doesn't mean it's a good game.
Yeah.
And so if you give okay, let me think here. Like if you gave Beyond Creation the budget that Metallica had to promote an album, it most likely would do that kind of sales as well. At least that's the views that I have. So, if you gave Path of Exile 2 Blizzard marketing to where there was KF fucking C had a Path of Exile 2 sandwich and Megan Fox was shaking her hiney in a Path of Exile 2 thong, then it would probably have that kind of sales as well. But we're talking, this is quadruple A gaming with a super established nostalgia franchise. And I mean, but you saw the advertising campaign they did. It was, I mean, it worked.
Oh, it
So
was
they
on
did do
buses
that
and
well.
shit where I was.
Yeah. I mean, it was in New York City. I mean that's if you plaster something everywhere, people are gonna buy it.
Yeah, yeah. Talk about it.
I mean, I'd love to know like the numbers we never hear. I'd love to know the refund, the amount of people that refunded, and I'd like to actually know the real number of people that still play today, which we'll never know. Blizzard never releases their numbers, but and there's no third-party site that will give you an even close to accurate estimation unless it's on Steam, and nobody plays Blizzard games on Steam.
And how much they spent, right? Because if they made
Right.
500 million in the first week, maybe they spent 600 million, right? So that's the
Yeah. Have you ever sat through the credits?
nah. I'm
The
not that
credits
type of
are
guy.
1 hour long. They are one. So me and my buddy EB, I told you about him. When D4 came out, we did a marathon stream, and we did a 36-hour stream is what I did. But we beat it in one go. Me and him teamed up. We beat the campaign together, and we sat there. I said, let's just see. We're delirious at this point, but let's see how long the credits are. It is legit close. I mean, it's like 58 minutes, 52 minutes, but it's a fucking hour. And if you, for one of the researches I did on the video, if you actually look into all of the credits, a lot of the work they did is outsourced. And so that makes me wonder how much they probably spent an absolute fucking pile on this game. I don't think a lot of it was done in house. Why do you need all of these outsourced? And there's so much artists on there. It's insane.
But
And I
dude,
think that's where a lot of the development budget went to, was all the artwork.
they have the best art, I
So-
reckon, though. Just personally, the cosmetics and shit, and just the way the game looks. I just think it's one of the best looking games. That's just me, though.
Now, to me, like when it first came out, and I don't know, there's something fishy going on, but when it first came out, the graphics looked great. But now, the graphics look more like D3. And I noticed it after the expansion came out. And Rod Ferguson said something. They're working on the old ass engines, what I'm thinking they're doing still. But Rod even said in the interview, the game's maxed out. So if we want to add anything to the game, we have to remove things from somewhere in order to get new things in. So they had to do that for the expansion. But where was that take from? And I'm wondering if it didn't come from the graphics a little bit. And I've had
It's
multiple
interesting.
people in my community notice it too. Like, I'm not talking about the cosmetics. I'm just talking about the in-game graphics. They just
get what you
seem
mean.
like, I hadn't played it in a while, and I watched it again. I was like, this looks a little, I don't know. But
Might be a good comparison video to make, actually.
yeah, unfortunately, it's just so dead. It's the deadest dead horse that's been cremated, and I mean, that's just the reality on my channel. It's just I have an analogy on my channel. When a game's bad, there's a shelf,
Yeah,
and
not
when
fair
the
enough.
community when the community deems the game is bad, it goes on the shelf. No matter, and you see with D3, they actually made excuse me, they made huge improvements to Diablo 3 throughout the course of its life, but it was later on in the life cycle. So people that played it before the expansion came out and all, when it was a mess, they will still tell you to this day that Diablo 3 is a shitty game, which in reality, like Diablo 3 Season 27 was fucking fun as shit. I mean, there was a lot of fun shit that happens to that, but once you get that, the game's bad, it stays bad. So it stayed on that shelf where it's bad, and now it's to the point where we're in the 8th season, whatever the fuck season it is.
Yeah, eighth.
The devs,
Ninth is coming.
there's new faces all the time. There's still, it just feels like the same recycle. Just everyone's rinsed it away. So I don't know. It's just, hell, even Rax and them ain't playing it. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's dead, even though it's not a dead game. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's dead.
I know what
Like,
you're saying.
it's just there's no point. Frosty will make some content on it, but
Yeah, I might take a
with
look.
PoE
At,
and PoE 2 going on, there's so much more. And Last Epoch, there's so much more content to make over with those games. And
why'd you choose?
I don't know what's.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I would like. It used to be fun to make, and maybe I ruined it. Maybe me and Frosty ruined it. I don't know, but it used to be fun to watch Blizzard stuff because you didn't know, like, Rod Ferguson might come out high as fuck, talk about his fucking asshole, and offer everybody cookies. Like, that shit was cool though. Like, yeah, it was fun for us to make fun of him and like meme on him and shit, but like that was fun. Like, that was engaging about the game, and it like made people want to tune in to see, like, oh, could there be some more content, or like, and they've sanitized it now to where, like, we never see Rod, we don't see the old guys that we used to like. Like, there's no, everything feels like it's paid actors, and it's just, it feels so corporate and cheesy, and I feel gross.
But But they
I
had that
feel like
whole.
if I try to cover that content, then I'm farming people. That's
Yeah.
and I just if you like D4, I'm totally cool with that. I love you, but I ain't gonna farm you for shit because I know, probably in a few videos you're like, this guy doesn't like this game. Like I don't want to watch it. So
Yeah, they
it's
had
just the
that
sad
whole like
reality of it.
company restructure, right? Because there was whatever guys were abusing chicks or something, and then I'm
Yeah,
guessing
the
literally
titty milk
everything.
incident.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm guessing everything kind of got changed a lot from there, and then you had all these movements with the like LGBTQ, etc., and pretty much I think Blizzard got like rainbowed pretty hard, and then pretty
it did.
much yeah. So a lot of things changed.
I'm gonna interrupt you and tell you a story that I'm gonna let out now. I've been
Go
saving
for
it.
it.
It's my biggest regret as a content creator is that I did not release this piece of content. On the eve of the release, not the eve, but the weekend before Diablo 4 came out, there was a creator's supper. Maybe you remember. Anna Cake was there. Mr. Llama was there. I don't know if Rax was there. I don't remember. Bunch of all the Diablo guys were there. Whatever. It was a big supper. And Lilith was there. And Lilith was a drag queen.
Oh Jesus.
Which, whatever, but whatever. So I'm watching Anna Cake stream, and Mr. Llama's sitting next to her. So they're both
Yeah.
on camera, and we're talking or whatever. And Lilith comes up behind them and starts talking to Mr. Llama. And, Mr. Llama hated D4 even before it came out. Like, he wanted nothing to do with it. And Lilith's talking to him like, oh, what'd you think about Diablo 4? Are you excited and all? And he's like, yeah, I'm excited and excited to try it for the first time. And without missing a fucking beat, I'm talking about like this. Lilith goes, yeah, it's kind of like sucking a dick for the first time.
Are you serious?
On their lot as a fucking heart attack.
Jesus Christ.
And Anna Cake looked like this, and Mr. Llama looked like this, and your boy Hog on the other side of this monitor, I was looking at it, was like, what the fuck? And
Wow.
I don't give a damn what a person does. I don't care. I'm not one of those rednecks that sits here and tells you what to do.
Even if that was a chick,
like,
that's pretty inappropriate, right? Like
it doesn't matter who it is. I don't care if it's a drag queen or not. I don't give a fuck.
That's
But
just straight up
why does the video game release night have to be sexualized, and you don't care to just come over and just start talking about sucking dick on somebody's live stream? Like that's my other big thing. Like what if that was Action Aaron? Like what if he was there with a family thing, and like the Lilith comes over and starts talking about sucking a dick for the first time? So when you say that they've been rainbow pretty hard, they can do whatever they want to, but that's what I have. I don't like. I want the game to be about Diablo and shit. So if we can just keep it about that, like keep everyone's personal, just like if they were to put politics in the game, like I wouldn't want, like a Donald Trump in there or some other fucking politician in there either. So like, let's just keep it about Diablo. But that was the biggest regret I've ever had with content is I was scared to release that. I don't know why. I would just, I didn't want to piss anybody off or whatever. Cause I don't give a shit what somebody does.
Have you still got it?
But no, nope. That was years ago. I mean, what?
Damn well,
was
I
that?
promise I am not hiding a cock down here.
It was, it was very, and I don't know if you were to ask Anna Cake and I bet you if you were asking them off stream, they'd remember, but I don't know if they would tell you publicly if they remember that or not, but I remember it clear as if I could not fucking believe. And I was just annoyed at it. Like,
nah, that's insane.
Why? Like, why? Like, this is Diablo. Like, why? Like, first of all, no offense, Lilith, but like, why are you even in the fucking game to begin with? Like, I don't read the books, but I played all the games, and Lilith was a lesser evil that you kind of slapped real quick on the way to fight Ubers in Diablo 2. So I don't know why she's all of a sudden the Blessed Mother, and they've changed the lore all up to where hell's now or heaven's now not really good anymore. Like I hate all that. They've just ruined every fucking thing to me.
In the mother
So,
I
and
lie
that's
between heaven and hell, my baby is the Nephilim.
I think it's interesting.
see, but
Diablo
like,
almost tries to tell a real life story of heaven and hell because Lilith and all of this is not really created by Blizzard. It's actually folklore. It's like lore, right? It back in ancient
yeah,
times.
a lot of it. Yep.
And Nephilim
And
is
that's why
like
I
a
get
real
so
term.
hot.
Anunnaki,
That's
you
why
know,
I get
Anunnaki
annoyed
and all
when
that
they.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to like make a game wrapped around this actual history, and I think Lilith is something that's kind of she's an angel and a demon kind of at the same time. So she gave birth to like humans or something, which are the Nephilim. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I believe in Diablo
Yep.
3, shit kind of already started where they literally made Diablo a female. That was kind of like what? But yeah, in
Mm,
Diablo 4, I guess the pedal went further down on things like this.
yeah, it just
Um,
went so. At least D3 still had some sort of the like. You were like I was big into the lore of D1, D2,
mm,
and D3 followed a little bit, but it like you said, it went off the rails a little bit. But to go this far, and I respect, like, sure, they're trying to do what I respect what you said about trying to write a story and what she did. But if you're an old school player and you've been playing the game, like, you don't read the lore or anything they do, you just are involved in the lore in the game. It never made sense to me. Like, yeah, it's cool, whatever. But it just
I get
never
what you
made
mean.
any sense. Like, it would have been way more badass if they brought back like Deckard Cain. Like, what it screams to me is a bunch of people made this game that never played any of the fucking Diablos ever.
Mm.
And so if you're gonna nostalgia farm us for money, which we were warned about by some of the outgoing devs, that's fine. But do something like if Lilith had been uh, Deckard Cain,
Oh,
that had a
dude,
twist on it.
what they should do is bring out an expansion where Deckard Cain is fucking Diablo, dude. Like you see Deckard Cain and he's back, and it's like, how's he back alive? Yeah, there's always a thing as well. If you keep bringing back main characters, it's like they never die, and you start to think every time someone important dies, he's just gonna come back, which is also not good. But if
Well,
he comes back as
that's part of the lore of Diablo, though, is they never
they never really die.
die. They just get rebanished. So like it again reinforces they don't know their own fucking lore. Is but where is he? But see here's this
I
is
reckon
why
he's
I
gonna
don't
come
like
back
this
as
shit,
Diablo,
because I
man.
figured all this out early.
Yeah.
They're gonna bring all this back, but they're gonna charge us for it. We got Mephisto, kinda. And now, mark my fucking words, there's going to be two more. This was Vessel of Hatred, there's going to be Vessel of Terror, and there's going to be Vessel of Destruction. Or Vessel of Destruction will come next. It'll be Vessel of Destruction, and it'll be Baal, and then we'll get Vessel of Terror, and there'll be Diablo. Mark my words right now, June 21st, 2025, you'll see. There'll be two more expansions, and we will get the other primevals. They will farm us for the money. Yep, and it'll still be shitty tea. Yes.
Well, we've got the prediction, guys. So this is recorded. We'll make sure to do the cut there, and
We'll see what happens.
if it
Yeah.
happens, we're gonna come back to this. So anyway, we spoke about Last Epoch as well. Why'd you choose to grind there when you could have stuck to the bigger names? Obviously, we've talked about Diablo, but you could be focusing more on Path of Exile, for example.
I don't look at my content that way. So that's where I'm different too, I guess. And it's not I don't say this as like, it's actually a detriment. I should be doing it like everybody else, to play what's popular. That's what's good for business, but I don't play games I don't like or I don't jive with, or like, that's why I'm not playing the PoE 1 league right now, because I was late to the league start. So I was playing the Bornless, and I'm just, when I logged in to play it, it just, I wasn't feeling it. And so I can sit there and make myself play PoE 1 and lie to my audience, say I'm having a blast, and they'll see right through that shit immediately and go against everything that I've, made the channel about. And that was my whole thing when I first started was, I've said, hell, I started criticizing Diablo 4 I didn't do that because I thought I was sitting here and was like, what's going to get me the most views? Let me say this. Everyone's loving the game. Let me say it's bad. That's what a lot of people think I did, especially like guys like Quinn. Think I'm just a professional grifter. Now I played it for 1 month as a druid, and it fucking sucked because I was always 18 frames behind everybody else, and I couldn't instant teleport to my fucking party members. And I got Rod Ferguson going on there saying, well, actually, I don't know if you guys know this, but you can instant teleport to your party members. You just open a town portal, go to town, there's their town portal, and then you go to town. I said, that's not fucking instant teleporting. The quality of life degraded from the previous game. Like, it was just a shitty fucking game to me. And so I made a video calling it out, and it pissed people off. It drove engagement. But that's how I make, like I should have, the same question could be, why didn't you stick out grinding Diablo 4 like everybody else when you went and played PoE? Like, so right after Asmon started covering all my shit, I went and started playing PoE. I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna go play something that's fun. I'm gonna go find another ARPG. Nobody was really even thinking about PoE at that time. DM wasn't playing it, Rax wasn't playing it, none of those guys were playing it. But I went over there and played it and actually found more viewers there. I had like my first 100 viewers the first time I went and played PoE because I found out PoE community likes new players coming in. They like to see the experiences and shit. So I had a blast with that. But the way that I stream, the way that I make my content or whatever is I play what I want to play and what's fun to me. And so the reason that I when Last Epoch, when the first like main release came out and everybody was playing it real hard, you remember, I didn't play it. I actually have a video on my YouTube saying the reason why I'm not playing Last Epoch, because everyone kept coming in. Why are you not playing Last Epoch? Why are you not playing Last Epoch? And I said, well, because I'm really into PoE right now. I'm trying to learn more about the game. I'm trying to get ready for PoE 2. And, like, I want to be fair to LE. I don't want to like try to shit on it or anything, but I'm just not going to play it. So I didn't until it was new season and all the shit with PoE 2. Like I was, just not happy with the way PoE 2 was. So that's when I, tried Last Epoch, and Last Epoch's just, I love Last Epoch. That's my favorite ARPG right now. And I just played it. And then when I finally hit my wall, I got frustrated and I left some feedback that I wish they'd change that would stop me from getting frustrated. And now I'm patiently waiting for season 3. But it's smart for a streamer to, be in tune with his niche. And that's what all the pro guys do that have 1,000 viewers plus. And they follow the game that's released. Like you saw it with Slormancer. When Slormancer was released, everybody played Slormancer. And I just, I know that's bad for my content, but I just play what I want to play. I want to have fun. And that's why I do things the way I do. And it's not a positive thing, but it's just what I do.
Yeah, and
I
you're
don't
totally
like being
right.
disingenuous.
The ARPG content creators and community almost seem like a organism of some sort. Once something new comes out, everybody moves. And I see that even certain
Yep.
things that happen in the community, like random drama and whatnot, the next day you'll have every single ARPG content creator post about that very thing. It's like the
Mm-hmm.
same conversation everybody starts having all at the same time. It's
Mm-hmm.
actually really crazy. So
Yeah.
you also mentioned Quinn, right? I
Mm-hmm.
saw Quinn, like his video where he was saying a couple of things. He's also said a couple of things about like Wujo and even Elon Musk. I found
Dude,
the
he
Elon
talks shit
Musk
about
one
everybody.
interesting. Yeah. Do you have
He talks shit about everybody.
anything to say about it?
I don't know what, I always like Quinn. I don't know what his deal is, but, I don't know if it's cause I, like I'm good friends with Rax and I've made videos, talking shit, calling Rax out for shit I didn't agree with. And, I've had to apologize for, but I don't have anything to apologize for with Quinn. I don't know. He just has not liked me. And that's my life. That's fine. That's nothing new. You either like me or you hate my fucking guts. It's one or the other.
Yeah,
There's
everyone's
really,
like
you're not
that.
going to meet a whole lot of people that are like, he's all right. Like, no, you either fucking hate me or you're like, I'm on Team Hog. That's just the way it is. Ever since I was in fucking elementary school. But
Fair enough.
he got mad. What did he get mad about? I really don't know. Like, I don't know. He got mad one day because Frosty covered me. He was like, Hog Gaming? Why are they covering Hog Gaming? Why is he in this? I was like, bro, what is your fucking problem? I called him out one time because he streamed when Starfield was released, and he streamed the game, and he made thousands of subs off the game, and he refunded the game to make a point. And I thought that was distasteful for a fucking millionaire to refund a game that he made thousands of fucking dollars on, regardless if the game was dog shit or not. Like, you just take the fucking L as a business expense or whatever. But I just thought that was, personally, I thought that was fucking shitty. And who cares? It's another man like just calling you out for something. It's not a big a deal. Everybody makes such a big deal about fucking everything now. Like, oh my God, my feelings are hurt, or somebody said something, so that's the end of the goddamn world. No, it's just, hey, that was fucking dumb. And we're content creators, just like he does to everybody else, right? Talking about Vegito and all these guys. Heaven forbid Hog make a video saying you shouldn't have refunded the game, you're being a pussy. So nothing ever happened with that. We didn't have words or anything. And I put him in my I love this game, Path to Exile parody video that had the whole community. And it's a fucking parody and a joke. Like, I misread the guy, to be honest with you. I thought he was you know, like a guy's guy, like he could cut up and talk shit and have fun, you know, like Rax can cut up and talk shit and have fun. I thought he was one of those guys, but he ain't one of those guys. Like, he gets his little tiny panties in a fucking wad. His thong gets crammed up his hiney hole the second you say anything. So anyway, I put him in the parody, and cause like, he's like the ARPG lolcow, you know, like everyone laughs at him and says his builds don't do any damage and calls him, you know, says, you know, Quinn build and all this shit, which I didn't come up with that. The community did. So anyway, I just put him in there's a guy that's in the music video that's, you know, kind of a loud guy that's, you know, kind of like Quinn. I'm just, you know, just fun, you know, I put him in there, you know, dude, I put Rax in a fucking, in Terminator. When Terminator comes in, he's naked, and the Terminator 2, and he comes into the damn, to the cafe, and he takes everybody out and throws the guy on the grill. I put Rax in there getting stabbed with a damn dagger right here, and it was a parody, like it's a joke. It was to the point where everyone was like, "Not Rax," and I went, "He'll live." And I commented that on everybody's comment, like it's a fucking parody. But Quinn couldn't take it. Rax could take the joke. Quinn couldn't take it. I guess it hurt his feelings. I don't know. He never said. But anyway, fast forward, I guess about a month ago, I had a bunch of cool memes that were coming out, and I stay away from Quinn stuff because I know he don't care for me too much. And so I was just telling my audience, hey, go to our friends in the ARPG world, you know, like Gazzy or DM and all them, because like we do this every time we have a season start with something. If I've got a video out, you know, it's just kind of tradition. Everyone will go, Hog's video, and, you know, DM will get it 10,000 times. Go, God damn it, I've seen Hog's video already. Like, it's just a kind of a normal thing. So the audience, the ARPG viewers, imagine we share a lot of people, you know, they went over there and were trying to share the video. So one guy come in my stream and said, I just got banned for like a week or some shit in Quinn's chat for trying to share your video. And I was like, what the fuck? So I went over there to his stream, and I was like, dude, you are such a pussy. I was like, why are you being such a pussy? And, cause I'm sorry. What the fuck is your problem? The audience, not me. I didn't go over there. I didn't tell them. I told them to go share with our friends, not fucking Quinn. But I like, what's your problem, dude? The audience is sharing a funny video with you to watch because you're watching other videos like every other streamer's doing right now. But he's banning people for fucking sharing my shit. I was like, okay, so I went over there and called him a pussy because he is. So he saw that shit and flipped the fuck out. He was like, you're such, oh, fuck you, mate, you fucking grifter. And that's when he told me to go die. And then he tried to real quick, oh, I mean, in the internet. So that saved him from getting his ban. And then he went to call me fat ass and all this shit. Like, I weigh 195 pounds. I don't really know if I was like, do you even know who I am? Then he called me like a professional grifter, even though, like, I hate to tell everybody, you even say this on your show, but like that dude's talent is yelling. Shot. That's that dude's talent. 100%. I'm sorry. I mean, I built a streaming boat. I've been on OTK's top streamer and built a fucking poop chair, a real life prototype flushable fucking poop chair that you can sit in and take a shit and bidet your own fucking ass. Like, I've done shit that dude couldn't even dream about fucking doing, except sitting there and yell. Now, granted, he's a millionaire. Granted, he has 12 to 20,000 viewers. That's fine. But I still know, regardless, that I've done shit that he can't do. And so he can be there and be mad or whatever the fuck he wants, all he wants to, and call me fat and all that shit. That's fine. But he ain't done none of the shit that I've done. He ain't caught fucking multiple trophy 10-pound bass. You know, like, I don't, you know, it is what it is. It's unfortunate that went down like that. But that's just who I am. If you're being a pussy and you're banning fucking people for sharing a funny fucking meme, then I'm going to call you a pussy. And so I called him a pussy.
Fair enough.
But I mean, if I, you know,
yeah, go ahead.
You know, maybe if I see him in real life, I'll call him a pussy that too. But, you know, like I thought he crossed the line a little bit, telling me to go fucking die and shit. Like, if you don't like me, that's fine. But, you know, instead of in front of 20,000 people telling me to go fucking die, like we might have to have a little sit down about that. Because that's a little, to me, that's a little too far. And I'm a fucking dirty redneck. I can throw the fuck down, but to me, that's, you know, let's not go that far. It's a little far.
Maybe it's just his way of showing love.
Well, I don't know. He wouldn't like it if I said that shit, and he wouldn't like it if I, you know, attacked him, his family, or, you know, any of that shit. So, but there's the whole Quinn thing. There you go. He don't, you know, he don't bother me. I don't know. I don't know what I did to piss him off, but he said he's blacklisted, chat. Blacklisted. I'm like, oh God. Blacklisted.
So with all being
Don't
said, why
Yeah,
do
go
you
ahead.
think he actually has that many viewers?
I mean, there's no doubt he's an entertaining guy. I mean,
So just basically with the comedy factor, because a part of this podcast is
I
also
couldn't tell you, to be honest.
Okay, yeah.
I don't see. I mean, I'm not one of these guys because we have beef or whatever that I'm gonna disrespect him and what he's accomplished. You know, because he is a very successful streamer and he's got a good brand built up and all that. I mean, there's no denying that. But there are also just like for me, there's people that don't find his content what they want, just like people don't find what I do ingestible. But he's got something that works. He's also been doing it an incredible amount of time.
How long do you know?
I don't know. I know he's an OG, but I don't know exactly how long. But
Interesting.
you know, I can't take away from what he's. I mean, he's a good streamer. You know, that's. I'd be a fucking lolcow if I denied that, right? That's obvious. I mean, it's obvious the guy's.
Yeah, I
not
wonder
blinded to that, but
what
it's
he's
just
doing, what he did, right? Because a lot of this podcast is about also for viewers to understand how this sort of thing happens, where you do get, you know, it's very difficult to even get 10 consistent viewers. To have thousands is just ridiculous. How does that really happen? How does it bloom? And, you know, if you kind of say somebody might not have a lot of skill in builds or even in life, I guess, but maybe because they're so funny and the way they, I guess, troll, maybe even what he was saying to you or about Elon was like, because I know I watched the Elon video because my friends were like, this is so fucking funny. You got to see this. You got to see Quinn talking about Elon. And that was like my first experience really with watching a Quinn video. And I did find it funny. It was actually really fucking funny what he was saying about Elon, although I know that Elon Musk would not like to hear what he was saying. So yeah, it's just funny shit.
it's you have to have the balls to talk about something that maybe not a lot of people are talking about. An example is what I did with D4. Even though I didn't plan that, a lot of these. Here's the sad reality of content creation: it's not what the viewer views it as. In a lot of cases, it's not a guy that turns on the stream. It's a production. It's a television show. Some of these super big guys, like there's a lot of shit behind the scenes. And I learned this about fishing too. When I started doing it professionally, I learned a lot of shit behind the scenes about how it really works. If you think that there's really one guy that goes out there all by himself and he wins that tournament all by himself with no help from anybody, you are sadly mistaken. There is an entire entourage of people, following the rules or not, that help his success. And that happens with streaming too. Whether it's people come up with ideas to give him, or not saying Quinn, not trying to single Quinn out, I'm just saying in general. But like, look what Asmund does with the president. He calls him the content president. Most people would be too scared to jump into politics and start covering politics. But Asmund wasn't scared, and he's actually gained like almost 2 million YouTube subs since he started doing politics.
Almost
and I think
always,
that's a lot of it.
almost suicided as not like in real life, but almost destroyed himself as well with the whole Palestine thing as well, right? That was like very close to damage.
But he wasn't going to destroy himself though. See, that's what you just said right there is what gets you
bigger. Yeah.
You're not going to destroy yourself. You're going to get, like, as we saw, that wasn't going to happen. But that's a huge way to get publicity, because they're all over fucking X. You're all over. Same thing as what happened with Quinn. If he goes after Elon Musk and he does this big thing, like, well, while that's hot and you farm those hot topics, then people are gonna take notice. And it happened to me with D4. And but see, here's the difference is, while you haven't seen me, I've had a few videos like that. You haven't seen me repeat that over and over and over and over in a repeatable form, because I'm not trying to. And at some point, I got tired of covering. It was around season 3, I think. I got tired of covering D4. It was a dead horse. Now, I could have continued and farmed it and farmed it and farmed it and farmed it, but that's just not what I did. So, that's why I get sometimes I get annoyed when folks say I'm a grifter, because you would see that if I was a grifter, I'd have 100K subs. I'd be farming the shit out of that. When in reality, Quinn's actually, that's really what a grifter is I don't know if I've ever seen a lot of content coming out of his side that's positive. Like him liking a lot of shit. Everything's fucked up or bad, or Vegeto's bad, or this is bad, or chat, this is fucked up, or like, that's the strategy. You want to be big. Look at like what Tectone's doing right now. Tectone's really fucking big right now because he's been banned a few times, and he's got public beef with other people and all this. It's a big fucking soap opera, is what it is.
Is it
so
like
the more that you can get people to talk about you, whether you've done something good or bad, you're always going to have, unless you've done something really, really bad, but you're usually going to have people on your side or not, and more people that talk about you, whether it's talk good or not, you're going to get people to come watch you. And a lot of people are scared to take a risk to do something because they don't want to face criticism or people talk shit or any of that. Dude, I've had people call me inbred sister fucker and shit on here. Like, that's a lot of the issue with people trying to get their content exposed. They're scared to take a risk. They're scared to say something that other people might be offended by, or they're scared to speak their mind, or they're scared to show their true selves, or any of that. And if you drop all those barricades down and you just be yourself, and hard reality too is sometimes you just don't got it. And like, that has to be said. Not everybody can be a streamer. Not everybody can be a content creator. Just like not everybody can be a doctor. Just like not everybody can be a fucking garbage man. Just like not everybody can be a roofer or a farmer. It's just, fisherman. It's not for, or a fishing guide. Like, it's not for everybody. Like, I want to be really good at math like Rax is, but I just don't have the brain. I don't have the brain for it. It's just not for me. I would love to not have, super debilitating ADHD to where I could study books and like be a doctor, but it's just not me. So sometimes you can try to do everything you can, and it's just not for you. There is that as well, that nobody ever says, but that does need to be said. As with anything in life, sometimes it's just not for you.
Do you think it's kind of like in school where there's a kid that's doing all the bad shit and he's always getting in trouble, but the whole school knows him?
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. That was me in high school. Like we had me and my buddies, we were the troublemaker group, and everybody fucking knew us, and we were kind of in a competition to see who could get kind of expelled from school, and like see who, like we had a running tally of detentions, demerits, in school suspension. I mean, we were just, this is when Jackass was out and Wild Boys was out. We were doing all that shit, snorting pollen off fucking air conditioners, just doing this, just being just seeking attention, and that's how you do it. And if you apply that same shit to online, then there you go. But at the same time,
That's
you have
funny.
a personal thing to look at. You know, like how big a whore do you want to be? How fake do you want? Like, like there, it's a fine line between being yourself and then falsely inflating something that you ain't to get people to like you online. You gotta be real careful. I'm just gonna be real. You gotta be careful doing this shit. It can drastically alter your personality. It can make you seek validations from people on the internet that, if we're just real talking here, you don't know these people and they're NPCs.
Yeah.
And that's not a slight to anybody, but let's talk about in your real world. If you were to turn off the internet right now, would you know me? No. I'm an NPC. I'm an image on a fucking screen. I don't affect your real life. And sometimes content creators that line can be drawn. It's just gone completely. And this becomes, look at Darkside Phil, for example. DSP is a perfect example. This has become his entire identity. And I don't know.
Well, I mean,
just
look
have to
at
do
what
some
we're doing now.
self-examination.
I'm literally this lucky little devil dude. You know, is that gonna start becoming my identity?
No. I mean, no, but this is a little different when I'm talking. I'm just talking about like,
Yeah.
you know, you're playing a character basically. I'm talking about like guys like Quinn, or like personality phase, you know, people you look at, you know, people. That was the big thing that DM told me, that Asmon told him, was don't let chat change you. That's the biggest advice that Asmon gave DM, and DM passed that advice to me. Was do not let chat change you. And there's a reason that Asmon said that, because it happens to a lot of people. So
Interesting. That's funny how you said in school you were kind of rowdy, right? So I was the same. If you saw, there was the part 1 Cooley video. Guys, I strongly suggest you watch the Cooley podcast. Honestly, it was amazing. And I think Cooley was like that as well. And I imagine Quinn is also like that. But one of the first comments on that video was, I don't even know who it was. Obviously, someone from one of the high schools I went to. And the video was from homeless to debtless. So that's what happened to Cooley. He was homeless and then he went debtless through streaming. And some guy commented, from expelled from high school to this. And it was somebody from my school. I don't know who it is. I don't really care. But
nice.
It's kind of funny, right? Is this like a thing where the people that are kind of, you know, just a little bit wild, right, end up doing shit like this because we don't really care about, you know, being on camera. Yeah, I'm a cartoon now. I got videos of myself running around and shit in on YouTube. I mean, I've got videos of me literally in the middle of a typhoon, drunk out of my ass, and basically in a different country, not knowing what the hell is going on. And I don't think anyone in their right mind would ever upload shit like that. But the way I went through my teenage years, I'm just like, you know what, this is nothing. I don't really care. Say what you want, you know.
Yeah, it's
My
I look
only
back
thing
and
is,
I'm like,
yeah,
I
programming
mean,
kind
we
of
made
saved
all
me,
kind
you
of
know.
videos, and we had backyard wrestling, and we had you know, we mock Jackass stuff, and I made a big scavenger hunt, just like right after Viva La Bam did their big scavenger hunt, I did a big scavenger hunt. Like we did my buddy Steggy has all the archived footage on VHS. We've all been begging him to. I think maybe he did digitize it, but it's just solid gold. And there's a bunch of videos of me just sitting like we are now, like in front of my truck, just telling stories about all the shit that happened in high school. But I think you do. I think to be. I think there's a couple different kind of streamers. There's your traditional ARPG streamers that are there for games and provide knowledge and hang out and all. And then there's your streamers like, for lack of a better term, I'll say like more mainstream, you know, like Take Tone or Asmon or You know, they do variety, and you hear them all the time, like Quinn or guys like that. You hear them all the time. Um, and I think the guys that are the latter are guys like us. And just because you're not like me or you or whatever doesn't mean you couldn't be a successful streamer, but it's just different kinds of streamers.
Mm. For me, it was really like programming. I really wish, well, I don't really wish because I don't know who I would be at this point, but I think if I was introduced to programming earlier in my life, let's say when I was like 12, maybe like before high school or even earlier, I would be a completely different person. I honestly think I'd be in the library like every single lunch studying because once I realized, holy shit, like I'm actually better than most people. Like in my uni and all that, I was probably the best at it. So once I realized that, I was like, wow, okay, I'm actually good at this and I enjoy doing it. I can do it for 10 hours straight and not even realize it's been 10 hours. It just changed everything for me, right? So I became like a different person almost, and I'm able to build all this stuff, and lo and behold, TCM and everything was born. So yeah, it's interesting, you know. But
Yeah.
high school was a funny time. All right. So, give you know what? Give us the. Let's go back to the ARPGs, dude. One interesting thing you said as well. I didn't know you had some spout with Rax or something, and he still ended up suggesting you for the podcast, right? And I'm really glad he did because, dude, you're hectic, honestly. Just gonna say. But
Um.
that's interesting as well.
No, I mean Rex is a real man. So again, like basic
What
human
happened between you
emotion,
two?
like well, I'm gonna tell you, but like
Yeah.
basic human emotion, basic men shit, like just because you call somebody out for something you don't like or disagree with somebody you don't like doesn't mean like I ended up being wrong and he was right, and I publicly apologized and made a video and like went to his stream and apologized and was like, I'm sorry I was wrong, and now
Mm,
we're friends. I can call him on the phone right now if I want to, but like he's he's a dude that knows like just people have human emotion and disagree, and I have a lot of respect for him about that. Like, and I try to be that way too. Like I don't like people in my chat. You can disagree with me all you want to and shit. Like I don't ban you for having a just different agreement or whatever. But so what started the whole thing was uh, D4. I personally thought it was distasteful. That and a lot of it was a lot of this is jealousy driven as well because up until now, I've any game that I've ever covered, the devs, I'm too hot to handle. They don't even want to approach anything, nothing. So I'm dealing with all this shit, getting ready for D4, and then Rax is going viral for the 17 damage shit. And I'm like, God fucking damn it. We're already shitting on the game before it even releases. I'm like, that shit just, like, I don't know. I just ran with it, content creator. Just ran with it. I was like, you know what? If Rax is going to be 17 damage, anti druid, the druid sucks. I'll show his ass. This is how delusional it was, right? Now, I'm not thinking about, again, I'm early. I don't know how things I don't understand how things work yet. I don't put 2 and 12 together to realize that, Rax like talks to the devs and like he's probably played the game a whole bunch and he already knows that like it's probably not going to be very good. Like I hadn't even thought about that yet. So anyway, we went full druid gang, man. It's so bad to watch my old D4 shit. It's so embarrassing. Like it's cringe. I refuse to go watch it now. It's so cringe. But like we went full
go watch it,
druid
guys.
team, oh, Rax is gonna be anti D4 or anti druid. I'm gonna be pro druid. Hell yeah. So that went on, and the game came out, and the druid was just the biggest piece of fucking shit. So like one day I just had an epiphany. I was like, that son of a bitch was right about everything. God damn it. And I went over to the stream and I said, I'm a piece of shit and I was wrong about everything, and you were fucking right about everything, and I'm sorry. Uh sorry for being a shit ass and whatever. And so he immediately stopped streaming. Was like, "Oh no, it's cool, dude." I was like, "No, it's not cool." I was like, "I'm coming to I appreciate you saying it's cool, but it's not cool. Like, I was wrong. Like I said to start the podcast off. If I feel like I've done something shitty, that's just how I am. So anyway, I went over there and apologized, made a video about it, and we kind of developed a friendship since then, and talked behind the scenes, and he's given me some advice about my channel, and but yeah, that's
nice.
that,
Rax
that,
is a
that was
legend.
the. I mean, it was nothing like. It's nothing like even really real life. Like I wouldn't have. It's not like there's business with me and Quinn. Like that. It wasn't like that. Like that's a
Yeah.
real fucking. Like if Quinn were to come stateside and show up in Georgia, like not threatening or anything, but I would go ask him why he said that shit. This shit with Rax wasn't. It was. I don't want to say it was content because it's how I felt, but like it's just what we needed. I ran with the druid shit, and that's what we did. But after a while, it's like, Hog, you got egg all over your face here, dude. You're gonna have to fess up and take the L on them and realize, that you weren't the victor in this. He was right. And so he even laughed. He was like, Hog, man, like of course I knew. Like I played it. I was like, yeah, I know. I fucking realized that now. Like, God damn it. So yeah, that was the whole thing. It's kind of the downside to being I call it loose cannon. That's why I call my shit loose cannon productions, because sometimes you got to backtrack and it's just part of being a loose cannon. Mama called it a bull in a china shop, is what she said. You're a bull in a china shop.
Interesting. So just out of curiosity, how did you come to apologize to him initially? Were you in the chat or you Discorded him? Because I'm always wondering what's the best way to
I went in the chat.
actually directly
went
in
in the
Twitch
chat.
chat. Okay, interesting.
No, I wanted everybody to see. I wanted to be a public. I didn't want to be a little bitch and hide behind the fucking scene. Like I did it publicly in front of 1,000+ people because I wanted to let everybody know I was wrong. Like it's just the kind of guy I am. Like so I went straight in his chat and just like he's he watches the chat, so he'll see if you say something.
Yeah.
I went in there and I said, hey dude, I feel like I was wrong and I did you wrong and you were right and I owe you an apology. And he saw it and was like, and that was that. So.
And Asmongold, you contacted through Discord with a private message when you're not even friends or in a server. So he would have had to go to his spam box, and he replied in 20 minutes.
I don't know about all that. Now I don't know about. Don't hold me to timelines.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just Southerner speaking in generality. I don't know. All that was a crazy blur. But I'll tell you that he, I contacted a few people and then I messaged him and he did respond to me and say, my bad, like we're on it right now.
Okay, because it's always like a good thing to know how to contact content creators, right? Because they seem sometimes almost impossible to get in touch with, especially if you just end up in their spam boxes or whatnot. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be different. Like your responses and shit are gonna be different depending on what you're contacting them about too. So like if I were to there's been times where I've messaged him before and not got a response, but it wasn't because of something that needed. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I might have said, hey, check this, just check this out in your side time or whatever, not getting you to react to this or anything. And then he won't respond to that. But, something that was like that, where I'm not getting credited on my video and shit, like, that was, I don't know. So I guess the best way, if you're like just another streamer to try to get to another streamer is through Discord. But that might, you probably, if you're doing business inquiries that way, it probably needs to go through their business. Most guys have a business email that goes to the business email that way. Because I do know some guys that's actually why Asmon changed from streaming on his Asmongold name, is he got so sick of people just messaging him for opportunities. He's like, Shit. So that's actually why he's on his Zachar now, which I just learned a little bit ago. I guess when you get to that point, you've got so many people hitting you up all the time that.
And for anybody
But
listening, I just want to say a tip from myself. Never try to contact someone by saying, "Hello, can I have a bit of your time, please?"
oh yeah,
Especially
you'll
on
get blocked
Discord.
instantly.
Yeah, because on Discord, there's a lot of scammers. So let's say you want to do video editing, which is always useful, at least for something like TCM. Video editing, you just can't get enough of it. Any good video editor is always worth something. Or you're doing some type of art or whatever, right? If you just say, "Hello, can I have a bit of your time? I know you're busy," you will never get a reply because that's what scammers say, basically.
That's what
Always
the art
just,
sellers say.
yeah, the art sellers always
Dude,
just straight up.
ooh, I hate the. I see we've got a focus issue with my camera. I hate the art sellers. Look,
Yeah.
message to all the art sellers: stop. No, I'm serious. There is no. If you're an artist, I love you, but you need to come up with a better way than messaging a creator in Discord and say, "Hey, I sell art. Would you like to look at my art?" Because you're gonna get told "fuck off," especially by me. I'm gonna go fucking insane on you, and then I'm gonna block you, and then wherever you came from, like the last one I just got messaged, came from Action Aaron's place. So what's gonna happen is the second that I find out where you came from, I'm gonna go message the head of that Discord and say, "Ban this motherfucker out of your shit," and it's gonna
Jeez.
turn into a chain reaction. No, I'm serious, dude. I am sick of it.
Yeah.
There is multiple ways. It is no different than me messaging every single solitary person out there and saying, "Hey, have you watched my video? Can you watch my video?" No, you need to go out there. There's plenty of channels to do it. To go find if it's Fiverr, whatever the fuck it is. But direct messaging me, trying to, and they've gotten good where they try to make you think it's for something else. And then here's their artwork. Oh my God, that's my
It's a waste of
biggest pet
time.
peeve. God, it's not even that. It's just stop. It's like somebody knocking on your door to try to sell you a vacuum cleaner. It's like, bro, like I hate to be a dick, but like I'm not paying you for that shit. First of all, and I'm an art, like I do creation. I'm not trying to sound like a fucking shit ass, like I'm shitting on artists. But like I'm broke. So I'm gonna go to Chat GPT if I need something that bad and get it fucking that way. Like that way I don't just to spite you because you fucking advertise, you messaged me. Like, and then they come in your Discord and they message not just you, they message everybody. So then you've got everybody messaging you like, who'd you let in the fucking Discord trying to sell me art? I'm not even a streamer. Just stop.
Swear. And if
Okay.
if you're serious about it, guys, my advice is in the very first message, show something related to the actual content creator. Like, for example, we
No,
have a guy
don't.
called Lamarck who basically he was in our stream, right? And he was like, "I can do this and that," and it was so relevant to what we were trying to achieve that actually we've been working with him. He's one of our favorite guys now for I think it's been like half a year or some shit. And now that's very rare. And I've
Yeah.
also found that sometimes if I pick up a random person, what happens is further down the line, it's worse. Like something happens where it was just a massive waste of time. Even if they were producing something good for a little while, there can be something that happens that just makes it all just bad. But
Yeah. Let me
yeah,
give you,
just
let me tell you, let me give you one that I just experienced.
go for it.
Okay. So I own the hog logo, everything, the face, all that. I bought it from a guy. It's mine. And I had a guy that's been with me. He was on my old rotation. He was like, B team for lack of a better thing. But he played D3 with us in the very beginning of my channel. And he was like, he worked in a restaurant or something. He wasn't a professional artist. And he volunteered to do some stuff for me. He's a really good guy. But he didn't message me randomly. Like I played Diablo with him. He told me he does art. So kind of like what you're talking about with that other guy. So fast forward last year, he updates my hog logo to the retro version it is now with the background and all, which is super cool. So about 8-9 months ago, I don't even know the exact timeline, I went to him and started talking about a store because people want a store. And so we worked out a deal that he come up with like 6 images for me. Now, they were already of my hog everything. He just put like one of them, he put goggles on one, like just simple shit. Okay. And they sucked because this is how many t-shirts we sold, how much merch we sold when I launched the store. This many. We had 300, 400, 500 people, and it was attached to every video that I put out and everything. Nobody bought shit.
Damn.
We had an agreement that I'd give him 10% of the sales, or 20% of the sales, whatever the fucking percentage of the sales was. Well, the store opened and it went out of business 8 months later.
Yeah.
Now, I had there's always some shit that happens with a community, but I lost my main moderator, and he backstabbed me, sabotaged the guy that I was having to come in that was going to edit and shit. And he got jealous, just typical fucking baby shit that happens all the time. And so I lost a couple of really good core guys that had been with me a long time because he was, whispering shit behind my back that wasn't true. And I thought this guy, I hadn't seen him. Dude, I'm talking about a year. I hadn't heard from this guy. 1 year. I thought he disappeared. Never heard from him again. I don't have any contract work, no paperwork, no nothing from his ass. Well, then CMt&x 2 starts coming around and he starts showing back up. 1 year. Now this timeline is accurate because I went and looked at the messages. 1 year. So he ain't said nothing about the store, none of that shit. So Christmas comes around and I got some donations. And I said, you know what? I'm going to give this guy some money because he designed the artwork and shit for me for the store, and the store we didn't even sell anything. So at least I'm going to give him some damn money for it. So I sent him some money, and it's the only time I was ever smart. And I did this in the Venmo. I put what the money was for. I usually never do that, but this time I put for artwork, for the channel for artwork, and I put it. I'm not going to say his name out here, but I put for the guy's name for artwork. And we were cool. I told him, I said, here's some money. I appreciate everything you done for me. La la la. Then my old lady, audience starts demanding the store again. So I go to my old lady and I say, I want you to own the store this time. I said, I can't do a store. I failed at it last time. I want you to run the store. It'll be your baby. You do the designs. You do everything. I don't want to fucking hear nothing about the store. You deal with the store. So she did it. Hired an artist. And right before she hired the artist, I reached back out to the same guy. And I said, hey, I need the logo modified, my artwork modified, all this stuff for some upcoming stuff. Can you take it on? And he said, no. He said he was involved with a big video game project and he could not take on the stuff, and he no longer had my files. He deleted everything. And I said, okay, cool. So we went and hired another artist, or she did, got all the stuff done. And all of a sudden he messages me now. He don't watch my streams. He never comes around, nothing. All of a sudden he messages me wanting to know who altered his artwork. I said, excuse me? And he said, this stuff was supposed to be, like we talked a year and a half ago about a store, and all this was supposed to be in a store. Where's the store? I want my money for the designs. I was fucking dumbfounded. I said, I paid you for all that shit. First of all, I said, this is my design. I fucking own this shit. This wasn't, none of his artwork was even featured anywhere near anything that I had on this fucking merchandise store. I ain't heard a peep out of this guy for literally a year or more, and already paid him for the artwork. And then now that there's a cool store that was making money, then he wanted to come back around and try to get a piece of my ass. Yeah, I don't fucking think so. And so then he tried, going around to other folks saying that I never paid him for none of the artwork. Well, goddamn, I was glad I had that fucking receipt. Because, you let that be a lesson to folks too. If anybody is going to do anything for you, regardless of what if you've got one viewer or if you've got 2,000 viewers, if they're going to do anything for you, no matter how trivial it is, you better get every goddamn thing in fucking writing, and you better have receipts for everything. And if you pay somebody some money, you better have fucking receipts, and you better write down what you paid them for. You better have all that shit ready. Because this dude, I wasn't having none of this shit. I have been sabotaged so many times. I just fucking get rid of them immediately. Nope, I don't owe you shit. I don't have you're not even, no. I paid you. I've got the receipts. I showed the audience the receipts. I showed everything. So he tried to go around to other Discords and act like I was thieving from him. So I give the Venmo receipts to everybody so they could share it and squash that fucking bug. But that shit you got to look out for too is, people that are in your corner and do shit. He was trying to even get payment for the shit that he did for free like 2 years ago. That he just give to me and was like, oh, here, and on the other side, I'm sitting here encouraging the man to go build a portfolio and get out of the fucking restaurant being a busboy or whatever the fuck he was. So always be very careful in this shit, y'all. I'm serious as a fucking heart attack. Yeah. Always be very, very careful.
Because shit can go out on like you said, he's going around in other Discords. He could be writing crap on Reddit. And Reddit is fucked because you can have a post about you on Reddit and you won't even be able to reply to it because they've archived it or banned you or some bullshit like that.
That's why I say always have the fucking receipts and shit. And the biggest thing is, I told a young streamer this shit too. The biggest thing that I can tell anybody is behind the scenes, don't never message somebody nothing in a direct message that you wouldn't want the entire world to see. That's another thing, especially if you're younger and you like, there's a reason I'm saying this is a younger streamer that I know got to talking to in DMs, got to talking to another gal in DMs, just like every other man does. And she leaked a bunch of the DMs. Now he didn't say anything that was, wrong or whatever, but it was just a learning lesson for him. Not everything that you say is private and you think it might be private. So always keep that in the back of your mind too. But I've learned a lot in my life, especially from people that sabotage what happened to my guide business is I took on another guide that was a friend of mine, and he ended up sabotaging my shit, got me a cease and desist on my podcast that I was doing, my fishing podcast, and then undercut me and went and worked for the competition. So you got to be so careful. And I hate to be that guy that's like, oh, the world's, I know there's a lot of people that try to be toxic positive about shit, but you always gotta keep that option open that shit could happen. Even if it's somebody that or especially if it involves money. The second somebody thinks they're gonna get money, like that whole shit with the artist shit was hilarious. That he was demanding payment. You know how many t-shirts I've sold? 7. I'm like, damn. So I gave you some money for this. I'll tell you, it's $100. I gave you $100, but your royalties on this, even if it's not your artwork, but even if it was, your royalties would be like 70 fucking cents. So like, which one do you want? You want the $100 that I gave you that I didn't have to give you because we didn't sell anything, but I felt bad, so I paid you, or did you want 70 fucking cents from a totally different deal?
Nah, that's ridiculous, dude. That's bottom feeder shit for sure.
Yeah, it's a leech. That's what it is. A fucking leech.
We have a running joke. There's a website called leech.com. So funny. I wrote a troll comment on it. They sell leeches. I'm not going to get into it, but there's a funny comment I wrote there about like, these are the best leeches, like chuck them on my testicles and shit. Like, I don't know. I was just really trolling that site. Anyways. All right, let's go back to this game critique. Give us the ARPG tier list. I think we already know this one, but let's just give it like a solid rundown. D4, PoE, Last Epoch, and any others. Rank them with savage intent.
Dude, you trying to get me fucking crucified, huh?
No. Look, hey, so everybody knows, any question you don't want to answer, just simply say next question.
No, I'm gonna.
No hard feelings.
Yeah. No, I'll answer it, but. Okay, so let's see. me think here. Let me think here. Well, I'm gonna do it for right now, and some people are gonna shit on this list, but number one for me right now is Last Epoch, and I'll tell you why. I like to blast, and which is, you know, like D4 style blast. You know, you like to kill shit quick and be powerful, I guess. And the quality of life is unmatched to me. Next would be PoE1. Next would be God. Wait, we only doing those 4?
You can do any other ones that you like as well. It's fine.
Well, I mean, I think the greatest of all time is D2. So D2's got to be the top one, but it would probably be D2, LE, PoE1, D3, PoE2. Excuse me, let me back that up. Let's do D1, then D3, then PoE2, then D4. D4 is just, I'm sorry. You know where D4 is going to go.
I feel hurt. I thought you loved me. If Johanna Furies, the new president of Blizzard, gave you her login right now, how would you fix Diablo?
The login's not going to fix it. The login's not going to fix it. I don't sit here and claim to be like the super dev that I know how to fix everything, but giving me the login to just go do whatever. I mean, it's so much it's so much deeper than that. It needs a new engine. It needs to be able to handle, like, why can all these other ARPGs have massive skill trees, massive effects, add, but D4 can't do that. You notice that? It's temporary shit. This isn't going core. It's almost recycled boss. Like, the shit feels so recycled every season. Whereas you look at 10 years, even on an older game, 10 years of PoE1, it's so bloated, which is a negative to some people, but it's just the overall state of the game. They're able to add, where D4, you don't get that. It's just the same old shell of a game with a different season that's in there. They added a new character, but they didn't, I mean, maybe a tiny little area, but that, you look at what PoE1 does or Last Epoch does when the season comes out. I mean, you're talking about 100+ page patch notes that Last Epoch just did. You need a whole new dev team. You need a whole new engine. You need to get away from this mainstream. You know what I feel like? It's like how they redid Roadhouse. Like, Roadhouse is a badass movie with Patrick Swayze. And it did not need to be remade, but they remade it anyway. And instead of calling the bar the Double Deuce, they called it fucking Roadhouse. And like, that's what I feel about D4. Instead of bringing us Diablo and like just making another cool damn movie or another cool game, they just come in and fuck it all up and bring Lilith in here instead of Diablo. Like, sorry, honey, but they bring you in here to be the head of everything and the Blessed Mother and all this shit when you really weren't that. Like, Andariel was more important than you in the actual game. Like, come here, honey. I'm sorry. Come here. You want to make out? Come here. I mean, that's nothing against her. Like, it is a cool character and all, but when you look at it from an OG, I played the shit since 8th grade. It doesn't make sense and it's annoying. It feels like it's polluted. Like that's just, I'm sorry, Lilith. Okay. Jiggle your jiggies at me I'm sorry. Damn. It's nothing against you.
Oh, man.
That's why I say it's so much more than just let me log in. Like, why in 6, 8 seasons, whatever it is, 8 seasons, why don't we have normal, like, familiar faces. Every time I watch a campfire chat, there's somebody new, or they're going to a remote team, or like it's nice to see the other dev streams where it's familiar faces. Like we know who's going to be there. We know it's going to be Jonathan and Mark, or we know it's going to be Mike and Judd, or like we know that's who it's going to be. But with D4, it's, oh, here's some guy in New York. Oh, that thought about something, but he patched it in remotely. Now we're going to bring it back to these guys over here that are making the corniest ass jokes in the entire world, just making the game completely uncool. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just not cool. I'm not saying I'm a cool guy. I just don't, it's just not, I don't know. It used to be cool to play Diablo 2. Used to have like yeah, I played Diablo, bitch. You know, like it doesn't feel that way anymore. Like you don't want to tell nobody play Diablo anymore.
Interesting. I will say, just going off what you said, being some of the issues gameplay wise, I do think that if they tried to make the season mechanics permanent every time, it would force them to think about the season mechanic a lot more. They do integrate some of the season abilities back into the game through the aspects, usually like half of them. I'll give Diablo one thing, which is it has something that the other ARPGs will never be able to do in regards to the game engine, which is world bosses, raids, PvP, world events, and the other games won't be able to do that, just the way the networking and kind of server creation works.
Yeah,
I also
nobody even
think,
uses those things though. Like world bosses were cool for like,
and then they started getting
I mean,
one shot. Yeah, they're a
maybe
bit better
now,
now.
but like all of that shit that you mentioned, at least like until I quit playing it, all of that shit got burnt out so fast that I mean
It's balance issues.
it's a cool for them. It's cool to have it over there, but I don't. That was one of the downside to a traditionalist, and that's why I've had to kind of come up with I call it a traditional ARPG. A traditionalist is what I consider myself. Like open world's cool, all that's cool, you know, whatever. But it's not something that for a traditionalist I give a shit about. We're in the dungeon nonstop, like finding loot, like that's what you're wanting to do all the time. You know, it's fun for a little while to meet up with guys and do the world boss, but after 7,000 times him dropping the same shit over and over, and that goes back to core issues. I don't know. It's just I don't like the aspect system. I don't like the tiny ass skill tree. I think the Paragon board is kind of, I mean, I like it, but I think it's kind of a missed opportunity there. Uh, but that's what I would have liked to see them improve with the seasons, and that's what I expected them to do as the game grew in active development, was them to add shit to the skill tree, and they hadn't touched it. I mean, they might have made a little bit of modifications, but it's still the same twig that it was when you look at all of the other ARPGs. It's just
True.
I don't know. I see what the runes and all the shit that they're doing, but again, it just pales in comparison if you look at a PoE 1 expansion or everything that they did to Last Epoch that's going core. It's almost like, what's the excuse? Like, you guys have quadruple the budget that these other guys have. Like, some of these companies are worried how they're not going to go out of business, and they're still coming up with this pretty sick, massive amount of content, and we're kind of getting rebranded shit on the other side. So, you know, that's at least a lot of my audience's view of it as well too. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, that's why a lot of folks were unhappy when Adam Jackson left, because they felt like he might have had something a little bit to innovate. And I don't feel like, and I could be dead wrong. It's just what I feel. I don't feel like the people that they're showing us right now on the campfire are going to be capable of coming up with something revolutionary, because I just don't see it. So,
I like girth in my skill tree too.
Lord, so why you got this tiny twig, honey? You like a girthy tree? You sure got a tiny twig in there.
Inaris is a grow, not a shower.
Oh, Lord. Zanarius, your only man?
No.
Slide back over here. I mean,
So funny.
oh, that's a succubus, dude. See? So I'm trying to warn y'all. Yeah, hey, honey.
No, she
God
seems
damn
cold,
it.
guys.
Jesus.
She's gone a bit pointy. Anyway, okay. Interesting. Let's talk about other games. So I saw you caught a fish in WoW and in real life at the same time. Did you play WoW a
Mhm.
lot? For me, that was like a pretty big part of my life.
Oh, dude, that fucking game. You might not like what I'm gonna. That game. It was a lot of fun. I never played it until WoW Hardcore Classic started up. I was like, all right, let's play it. Then I got in Asmon's guild, and it was a lot of fun. It was fun as shit to see Asmon come in, like the whole server freaked the fuck out, and like I've never seen that kind of shit in a game where like the whole town was people. Like that was
Mm.
cool. And like we had a mock execution, and I was a healer priest, so I came out while they were doing. Asmon was out there, and Tilly and a couple other guys. I came out and did a blessing. I came running. I was like, "Wait, it's me." He's like, "Wait, is that Hog?" God damn it, it's Hog. Hey, Hog. And I was like, "Hold on, let me bless him." Like, great content. But then I discovered how people act when they play WoW, and getting the whole community was playing it, and then getting people text messaging me at 4:00 in the morning because they lost a role to somebody, and somebody's pissed, and they're leaving all their shit and pulling everything out of the Discord, leaving the clans and all this. I'm like, this is for fun. I mean, I'm talking about it turned my entire community like we were back in elementary school. It was actually fucking mind blowing. Like it caused I told you earlier that my main moderator and shit left, and all. It was because of WoW. All of that. He was jealous that I got into Asmongold's guild and wasn't playing with the viewers. And I tried to tell him behind the scenes, I was like, sir, I'm a content creator. Like getting in Asmon's guild while we're playing WoW is like, that's pretty fucking big. You see the content we're making right now? Like, can you fucking chill the fuck out? And that's when it turned into him shitting on me behind my back. And then I had a guy that was coming on. The guy that was my moderator couldn't edit. This guy was going to edit. And I really still need that, but he was going to edit for me and was actually a good editor. And so I talked to the other guy and was like, hey, I'm bringing this other guy in with us. He's going to edit, like help us out. He just didn't like that shit at all. So it turned into, listen, like when the messages came out, he was trying to message my old lady too, like, is everything okay? Like he was trying to crawl into her DMs and shit as well. But, it was, oh, Hog thinks this is a fucking business. Like he thinks he's actually going to go somewhere, and he thinks that he's not going to do shit. And that dude's, I'm like, damn, this is the main moderator of my shit. Like the main guy. So, WoW induced all that. Everything was fine until we played WoW. And there was something about it that just induced, and it wasn't just him, it was multiple people that it just induced a childlike regression. And so I vowed never to play it again after all that. It was just such a shit show. And it just made people so fucking toxic. And I can be pretty fucking toxic myself, but that was just a whole nother, and we all know about that shit, but it got to experience it for the first time as a grown ass fucking man. And I was like, this is actually insane. I'm good on the game. Fun game, lots of fun, but whatever. But I don't need that kind of toxicity in my fucking life. So I didn't return back to it after that.
Interesting. Didn't know you were in Asmongold's guild. That's cool. Maybe that caused a bit of some jealousy and,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, the plan was we had a viewer. We had I was going to make my own guild, and then the guy it was actually jealousy of the guy that I was telling you that was editing, because the guy that was going to edit was friends with some of Asmon's like close guys. That's how we got in, was because of this guy getting me in. He got me into the fucking guild because he knew the guys. Now I made friends with them now. You know, I know those same guys too now, but I told the guy behind the scenes, because he's my main mod, I was like, hey, there's going to be a change. We got a spot in Asmon's guild. This is going to be big. The dude's name got it for me. And that was jealousy of that. It was jealousy this guy was, I guess, more useful at the time. I don't fucking understand. But I tried to do everything I could do, you know, to diffuse, you know, make him aware. It wasn't a surprise, you know, but it is, at the end of the day, it's my fucking business. So if you don't like it and you're going to talk shit about me behind my back and go tell my other fucking viewers, like, Hog thinks he's going to have a business, and you're like, fuck you. That's what it boils down to. So that's what happened with that. I just don't get the shit, man. I mean, it happens a lot to a lot of different people. But, I mean, if you're working with a content creator and you're his main mod and he starts getting traction and making move, like a main mod and your streamer that's up and coming gets an invite and gets into Asmon's guild for some of the biggest content that's going on in the content cycle right now, you should be stoked for that guy instead of shitting on him to the fucking, it's just unreal. It's just
Straight
unreal.
up.
So y'all learn from this shit. I'm telling you, if you starting streaming and shit, you listen to all this and don't think it's bullshit, because this is all shit that fucking happens all the goddamn time.
Video editing
Not
as
even
well.
the streaming.
I reckon that the most important thing for a video editor is to make sure that they're actually watching your stream, because then you don't have to go and tell them cut this and cut that
Yep.
and cut this, because then you may as well
And
just do it
that's-
yourself, right? So it's got to be
and
somebody
that's
that's
why this
literally in all
was-
of them.
That's why this was such a blessing, because this guy was a viewer and I had helped him with his channel, give him some ideas and stuff. And when he adjusted to what I had suggested, his next video, you know, got a couple thousand views. So he offered to help me, but he was a longtime viewer. So he knew my personality. He knew, I mean, that's who you need. You need somebody that knows and is there, and you don't have to relay shit. He's just there working and doing everything. And I had that. And it was even to the point, like this guy and a couple other viewers, they bullied the other guy. I don't want to say any names or anything of these people, but the one guy that was going to edit for me had high functioning autism. And so they, my old moderator and a couple other guys teamed up and were bullying this guy straight up, which I didn't know about till later. But they were straight up fucking bullying this guy because he was jealous of him. And then it turned out that I lost that moderator, and then the other guy didn't feel comfortable being around my community anymore. So I was sitting there like, God damn, I love how this shit fucking blows up, and I'm just trying to make content, and these guys have got their fucking vaginas hanging out for everybody to see. I don't understand, but that's how it goes.
Aaron's saying behind the scenes, right? People don't realize how terrible it can be. But my team's basically thinking of making a cartoon. We're basically going to make a cartoon eventually, because in our short time in kind of the gaming industry, so much shit has happened. It's been such a roller coaster. We actually think a cartoon of our journey will blow people's minds. Like they think all they see is the website. We get hate for like any little bug. It's like, guys, you got bugs in PayPal, you got bugs on Facebook, you got bugs on YouTube, you got bugs on eBay, Amazon. We're not fucking $1 billion. Like, none of us were born rich. None of us are rich. We're not fucking 100 million man team. We're basically a core team of 4 people, right? And then we have people that help us as well, here and there. So we do our best, and we just think the cartoon would just be so funny. It's actually what keeps me going, because anything bad that happens on the way there, I just always imagine, how would this look in the cartoon? Well, actually, it would look pretty damn funny, right? And then I just don't care about the bad shit as much anymore. Yeah, interesting. By the way, guys, we do always need editors, because we just got so much. We got content for traveling, we got content for building computers, and obviously this stream as well. We've got the big Ultimate Diablo Championship, although I think I do have a good editor for that one already. If you think you can do something, feel free to reach out. Obviously, don't PM me on Discord and say, hey, can I have a minute of your time or some shit like that? We already discussed why.
Hey, I'm an artist. Block.
All right, forget World of Warcraft and fishing in that game. I saw you caught a fish in 15 seconds in real life, so you're fast. But what's the biggest fish you've caught? Tell us about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I need to dip a backer for this. Hold on.
You know what?
I need to dip a backer for this. Stand by.
Lilith, can you go and help him? Okay, he's back.
Reach your finger in my mouth here, honey.
Feel free to
Well,
give her a bit of a face shake as well. I think she likes it.
here, open up, honey. So there's two weights. There's one that's certified, so I've caught probably.
Are you smoking pot?
Huh? You on dope?
She just makes some pot.
What are you, the fucking Georgia State Patrol?
No, dude. I don't care. It's just funny because then
you hear that?
your mentality is gonna change slightly now, right? I think it's gonna be more interesting. So, what'd you smoke? Tobacco?
My brother, if you're
or
just
bud?
now picking up on that, like it's been that way the entire. It's been that way that's how I live my life, son. So ain't nothing
Fair
changed.
enough. Yeah, but you just topped up, right? Go for it. Biggest fish, man.
Chat, we're gonna have to educate our guy here about busting people out. I'm gonna say real quick. We're sitting there. I'm sitting there with my dad and his buddy Larry Howard. Similar situation just happened. We're about to start talking about fishing. He looks at me. He goes, "You still smoke dope?" We're sitting in the middle of it. I was like, "The fuck?" I said, "Damn, Larry, you Georgia State Patrol?" And he looked all confused, like, "Huh?" I was like, "Damn, what was?" Okay, anyway, we're gonna get back to our conversation here. I have caught biggest one on the scale was 10.2. I've caught a 10 on the money. I've caught one off the scale. I didn't have a scale this night, but it was 12 and a half or 13 pound. A 10-pound largemouth is a trophy class fish. So that's the one you put on the wall. That's it's like a 10-point buck. Like, and most people go their whole lives and never even see one. I
Like
caught
me.
2 on the scale, 2 off the scale. You ain't 10. Well, you might be. Yeah, you pretty close, Billy. You're pretty close. There's 2 ways to tell, too. It's the tail. Ah!
Huge boy.
Okay. I'm gonna rip this fish off the damn wall. No, but I met this guy. I was probably 26, and he was a badass fisherman. And he had access to this guy named Don Woods, and Don Woods had the most badass trophy pond that you've ever seen, and nobody could fish it except for Josh. So I met Josh, and I gotta give you a fishing test. That's what he told me, which is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. But we went fishing together, and I passed the test. So we started fishing together. Well, we went night fishing at Don Woods Pond, and I was fucking stoked. I'm like, hell yeah, it's time. And that's where I caught a fucking beast. Now, I didn't have a scale with me, but it was so big that I was screaming at him like this, like, take the goddamn picture! It was heavy as fuck. And her eyes were about that big around, and it was about 12 and a half, 13 pounds. I'm good with the arm scale. But it was so big that he did not fish with me anymore after that. And he looked at me and he said, "That's good, about 5-pound fish." And I said, "I've been fishing my whole life, and I don't know what the fuck kind of fish you've been catching, but that was not 5 pounds." And that's all I said. And I said, that was every bit over 10 fucking pounds, but he was mad that he didn't catch it. And so anyway, I was friends with his friend Heather. And it had been like 2 weeks I ain't heard from him, so I called her. I said, "Where's Josh been?" And she said, "Oh, honey, you outfished him that night when you caught that fucking beast. He won't never even talk to you again." And I was like, "Are you serious?" She was like, "Yeah, that's what happens." That's literally what happened. Literally never heard from the fucker ever again after that. All I did was catch a big fish. Like, I didn't call him a cocksucker or anything, nothing like that. That's just what happened. So I was like, okay. But yeah, I caught the first one I ever caught was 10.2 pounds. It was on top water. It was July 27, 2004. I was with my buddy Randy I told you about earlier. It was 10:47 a.m. It was on still got the plug over there. It was on an Excalibur spitting image or popping image, Bill Dance thread fin color. I was using a Zebco 733. It was called the Hog Reel. They don't make it anymore, but it was called the Hog, so I had to buy it. And the line was actually put on backwards before I knew how to throw a bait caster. But I caught that fish, and when we went to leave that morning, we were backing out of the slip, and Randy's net was not in the boat. And something told me, tell Randy to get the net. So I said, Randy, grab that net. We're going to need that. And he did. Fast forward to that big fish ate, and it was to the point. It was the best day of fishing I ever had. Actually, we had a 37-pound day with 5 fish. But we pulled up on the red bank, not red bank. Where were we? At fire break. Pulled up to the fire break, throwing a top water. And the way that a super big fish eats a top water plug, it doesn't explode all over it. It just comes up and it looks like a big vacuum cleaner under the water. It sucks it down in a big boil. And the second Randy saw that, he was like, that's a giant fish. You better get ready. So anyway, I was still rusty. I really didn't know how to fight it real well. Like now it's to the point where I know where she's going to turn. I know where the hook's at. I know if I got to walk around the boat and like not let the hook angle change. Like I didn't know any of that shit back then. So anyway, we get her up to the boat and there's a tear in her mouth about that big, a big ass hole right where the hook is. And it's still in the mount to this day. You can see it on the wall. It's a big hole and it's where the hook was. I barely had her hooked and she was fighting and just wallered this big ass thing out. So if I had let any pressure off of that at all, she was coming off. And Randy got the net and netted her. And the second I dropped my rod tip down just a tiny bit, the hook plopped out of her fucking mouth. And so I was so glad that he had brought that and we grabbed that damn net. She was 10.2 pounds. We put her in the live well. Randy made the very next cast, front of the boat, hit the top water plug 3 times. A 911 blew up on that bitch. He got her in the boat. We weighed her 9 pounds, 11 ounces. So it's basically 2 10s back to back. Took a picture. We released her. And then I made the next cast out the back, caught a 7.5. Fucking came in. I fucking couldn't believe that shit. 3 fish back to back to back, a 10-2, a 911, and like a 7-2, 7-6, whatever, the 7.5 pound fish. And we caught a bunch of 5-pounders and shit that day. You catch fish like that in a tournament and you set fucking records and shit. Like that, it was a badass day. When we go back to the slip, my dad's waiting there and we come pulling in. And I said, Daddy, check this shit out. And I pulled that 10-pounder out like that. He looked at it and he went, fuck y'all. And Randy looked at me like, the fuck's wrong with your daddy? And he was like, fuck y'all. Just like that. I'll never forget it. He said, I've been fishing this lake since I was born, and I've never caught anything bigger than 7 pounds. And you come out here your second day and catch 110? Fuck y'all. And he turned around and walked off. I said, damn. That was, so that was that. And then I caught one, the one that was right at 10 pounds. I caught her last year, April. And I was just running the boat. Now, let me tell y'all something. If you're in this chat and your gut tells you something, you better listen to that shit because it's usually right. And my gut told me to set the boat down. I was just, and something said, set the boat down. And so I set the boat down right there. Set the boat down, dropped trolling motor, started fishing. And about 15 casts later, there was another 10-pounder. And she battled me like the battle scene from Troy when them 2 guys are going at it. But I got her in. She got released, though.
That was my sister, you bastard.
Yeah, it was. I kissed her, too. And I got pictures of me making out with her. That ain't no shit, neither. Yeah. I was in the paper and shit, too. When I caught that 10-pound, 2-ounce, 10.2, I was in the paper in Bainbridge and in Quincy, Florida, and maybe Tallahassee was the other one. And my granddaddy was so proud, he kept going around everybody in town. My grandson caught a 10-pound ass was showing everybody the damn newspaper. I was a celebrity back then. And then I caught a 47-pound catfish on 6-pound test line. We were crappie fishing.
Shit.
So that was like an hour and 2-minute fight at 35 foot deep of water. It come up and burn. It was like saltwater fishing. Come just burn all the drag, just burn line back 30 feet, and you get it back up, and it can burn the fucking line back off. Got a bunch of big ass fish, but I don't saltwater fish. It's all freshwater shit. But I caught the state record warmouth. Didn't even know what a warmouth was, and didn't even know it was a fucking record till after I released it. God damn it!
That was my daddy.
You ain't no warmouth. You a largemouth bass, Micropictus salamandus. Damn it, that's the only animal I know the Latin name of.
Oh man. All right, guys. If you're loving Hog's Swamp Wisdom, smash that follow, sub if you're feeling frisky, and tag a mate who needs some unfiltered truth bombs, more chaos, more creators every week. We want to take this all the way, so anything helps. We just want to get more people on board. Tell us who you want to see on here next. This is basically midway, so we will play the hat game now. Somebody's going to win $100. We play these little
Oh.
mini games all the time, or we can play cannons. I think Hog's already seen the cannons, so I don't know. Say in the
I'm just
chat.
along for the ride. You do whatever, baby.
Yeah, say in the chat if you want to see cannons or the hat game. Both are pretty cool. Maybe we can play both of them for $50. They're about 5 minutes each. And if you need like a bathroom break or anything, go now. I will be 1 minute. Give me a sec.
I didn't realize it was going to be a fishing story the whole time, huh? I'm back. I'm better than ever. I'm back.
Alrighty. All right, I'm on my third V. I don't know how I'm gonna feel later. I feel like this is probably the best podcast so far, and it's not because of the. Okay, well, it is because of the guest. But
Choose
it's-
your next words wisely.
yeah, it's also because I'm more used to it, right? And I've got the better microphone. The app to do this works better, so we can just bring you in, and I feel better. You know, I
Been
feel
real
better
s-
doing this. I'm
yeah,
not
been-
as under pressure, and like I couldn't sleep last night though. Literally, I could not sleep. The anticipation just always gets to me. I'm like, shit, I hope everything works. I'm worried like my alarm's not gonna go off because I have to get up at 5
Yeah.
a.m. Anyways, I feel like I got decent energy. Someone did mention on one of the YouTube videos, it's like, oh, you don't sound very interested. It's like, Dude, I'm fucking
Dude.
here tired and all that shit, but yeah, I'm trying my best. All right. Okay. Um, let's see. Everyone wants the hat game. Let's do the hat game. By the way, guys, all our games, the characters. So Billy the Bass will probably put this on our store as well. Hog, I mean, if you want, you can even use it. And all of these games are available on the Crimson Market, right? So it's not just like trading in-game items. Everything we make, we also let people have. And yeah, you can play around with it. So let's do this hat game. Mm. And look how simple it works. So we just hit login, and basically we can have a channel point system here, save, play the hat game. That's it. It's so simple. Let's do both games. So each game $50. I think why not, right? Have some fun. Let's check on some funny music. All right, we good? So I enable joining now. You just use the channel points to join, guys. Playing for $50. Aaron, hop in as well, man. Come on. Hog, you can jump in as well. If you win, I mean, just give it to somebody, right? You just have your pick. Channel points, enter game. For anybody that doesn't know, it's right under the chat on the left. Right under send a message on the left, there's a button called channel points. You click that, and then at Crimson Loot Carnival's rewards, there's one called join the game. Just click that one. "19 people. Are we sure we're not missing anybody?" Thanks, Willatris. We did make this ourselves. This is the first game we made. This is actually a game that we designed like a decade ago, back in uni. Me and my missus designed it. We 3D printed it. It was like a board game, and now we simplified it and brought it to Twitch. But we used to play this as a party game all the time. Is everybody in?
This is cool.
We'll give everybody 30 more seconds and then we will start. So what will happen is there will be a poll and you will vote for a hat. The hat with the most votes will get everybody inside the hat killed. So you don't want to vote for the hat you're in. You can see where you're going, but it's very difficult. It gets easier to track where you are as there's less devils. And basically you don't want to vote for the hat you're under. Willow Trust, feel free, come into Discord. I'm Maxis the Mystic Boom in the TCM Discord, or just stick around on the stream and I'm happy to talk about it. I'll show you the other game as well. By the end of the year, we're going to have about 5 or 6 games. That's kind of the goal. Just watch which hat you go to and then watch where the hat goes. Simple as that. All right, everybody's ready? We're gonna do it now. Boom. So now vote for a hat in the poll to eliminate everybody in that hat.
I'm on 2. I don't even know where I'm at. Vote 2.
You cannot. You'll be able to track better as the game goes by. It's by design, you know. So.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
No, I
gone.
voted for myself, damn it!
Aaron's still in the game. And guys, believe it or not, we're not messing around when we say we've done like 5K. Alright, some people have won hundreds of USD, okay, in just a few months. Continue, okay.
Vote 2. Why is nobody voting for 2?
Ooh.
Damn.
Aaron's still in it, okay, interesting. We've got Bad Player in there. He's the serial winner. He's number 2. 400 USD is one.
Number 3, vote 3.
Nobody?
Damn it.
Lucky little devils.
So you see there's gonna be more hats. Now there's 5, right? So there'll be less hats, sorry, as it goes.
Vote 2, baby. Lucky 2.
Well, you're not supposed to be able to track yourself easily, right? But when there's like 2 or 3 devils, you'll see it's easy to track. Aaron died.
There's Aaron. See ya.
Aaron, go to hell.
See ya, nerd. All right, now we got to get Sweet Gamer Man out of there. Damn, that is just moving way too fast for me to be able to track. I will rise again.
So
All right,
soon
we're
you'll
going
see
number 4.
a hat will be removed. So there'll be 4 hats, then 3 hats, then 2 hats. When there's 2 hats, it's easy to track.
Damn it.
Ooh, big one there.
Go to hell.
Okay, so just 4 guys left.
Damn.
And you see now there's 4 hats, right?
I want the W. I know you do.
Okay, 1 down. So there'll be 3 hats now, guys. Now it's easy to track, right? Now it's much easier. And remember, if you're not in the game anymore, you can still vote.
It's not. It's bold of you to assume I can even see. Yeah, I want to use this on my stream. It's cool.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate the kind words. We do try a lot to get this working. On Steam is just such a mindfuck to get on too. Like, the amount of crap you gotta fill out. Okay, 2 guys. Oh my god. Bad player, man. I don't know how this guy is always winning. He's got some lucky shit going on. You know the guy from Sin City? He just puts $1 into the fucking pokey and then money just flies out. I think bad player. He could be that guy. It could be him, you know. Alright, let's see. Get ready, guys. Only 2 hats.
All right, here we go. Who's gonna win, baby?
Oh my god, it's fucking bad player.
rigged!
Okay. Bad player.
I tried, sweet.
Bad player moves up a bit. Okay, what we'll do is we'll continue with our podcast, and then in like, I don't know, a little bit we'll play the cannons as well for another 50. So in terms of getting the game, because it does seem like a lot of people seem nice and interested, I will show you real quick how to get it. And yes, I like Magic the Gathering and D&D music. So pretty simple. I think maybe we should try get it on Steam, right? But we sell like a bunch of assets here. You can see different VTuber stuff. And then if you go to app spots and programs, probably not the right name. It should probably say games as well. But we have the game right here. It's just $5. You can pretty much just go and download it. The Canon game is new. So we'll be uploading that soon here as well. And if anyone else wants to sell digital products or anything on here, go ahead, you can do it and you can make money here. And our margins are better than like Etsy and shit will take more of you. Steam takes like 30%. We take like, it's like 1%. And there is some traction, like you do get, you know, whatever views we have, but we haven't gone full blown marketing yet. When we do, you know, it'll happen, I guess. But yeah, there's that. Let's jump back into it. Your stream is like if you had it a bit more to the more space on the side, right? That would be perfect. You could like get your face in there and everything. Yeah, that's it.
Come here. Whoa, whoa. All right, let's keep our hands to. Let's keep my hands to myself. You're trying to bait me with this thing.
Put your face in there, baby.
Oh God.
Oh man. So troll. All right.
God damn it. That's why we can't have nice things.
Shit. Okay. All right. We're on monetization and trust. So this will be interesting for anybody that wants to pay the bills with their favorite hobby, playing games. How do you stay honest and still pay the bills? Most people sell out. You haven't. What's your code?
Well, define sell out for me. So I've got the right
Hmm.
context.
So we spoke before about how people kind of jump on bandwagons a lot, right? I've noticed with you, and I mean, you've mentioned this yourself, we spoke about it before, that you kind of just play what you want to play. And
Mm,
maybe
okay.
sometimes you will try something new if a sponsor asks. That's fair enough. I mean, you can always try a new game, but selling out is like you never do what you really want to do. You only do
Yeah, I got you.
where the money is, right?
Um, it's very, first of all, very difficult to make money doing this. Um, YouTube doesn't, you don't make shit on YouTube. Used to, but now nothing. YouTube is just now a vehicle. Uh, we're talking about just live streaming, this aspect of it. YouTube is a vehicle to steer people to your stream.
Mm.
You have to have some kind of, whether it's YouTube, TikTok, whatever, you got to have some kind of other avenue to steer people because Twitch's discovery is very shitty. Um, when you do, when you do the kind of fucking shit that I do, where you don't do the game, you don't make much money. I maybe make $12,000 to $14,000 a year. Um, that's why I said it's, a lot of it relies on my old lady. Uh, but it's not really much different than guiding because I was, guiding's not doing very well in a poor economy either. So it's not really that big of a deal. But when you start getting an audience a little bit, I was lucky and was agency, reached out to me and I said, well, why not? And that's really how you make money. You're going to make money by incorporating ads into YouTube stuff. So that when you do that, it really helps out. And it's annoying. Like it's an internal, I just had to tell myself to get the fuck over it. Cause that's literally how it is now. Like if you want to make money, content creation, you have to take ads like that. It's just how it is. Cause YouTube, you're going to get a check, even if it's a really phenom, let's say it's drama time and, you can farm a bunch of stuff up. You're going to make $100 at a channel my size without any kind of sponsorships or anything. You're not make jack shit, especially if you make parodies and shit that gets demonetized. Then you're not gonna make anything. And that's what some of my content that gets real popular. I don't make a fucking cent off of that stuff. And so there's a little bit of on the backside, just to be a real human being, there's a little bit of, it's not really jealousy, but it's annoyance maybe that people that do follow the cycle, it's just raining fucking subs all the fucking time over there. And you're like, damn, dude, like none of these other guys spend 40 hours editing stupid ass shit like this that gets demonetized. So you end up feeling kind of stupid that you don't play the game. But, and to counteract that, you take a sponsor, you take an agent that will get you, some sponsorships. And I told the guy when I signed with him that I wasn't pushing, shit that I wouldn't use. Like I even did that with Proficient. Like all the sponsors that I have on Proficient, I use that shit. Like suffix line, all that shit that I push, I use the shit out of it. And I just, it's how I am. So, um, otherwise you have to rely on, your audience to do that for you. And, the economy's not great and nobody has a lot of money. And I don't like relying on, it's great when the audience supports, but, you have to, there's a fine line between, selling out. And if you were to ask me, like, what if PoE 2 came to you, just as an example, not that I probably want to do that, but what if PoE 2 came to you and like gave you a big ass bag to be an official sponsor? We're like, I live in fucking poverty. So it depends on how much money we're talking about and shit. But, I think every man has their price on selling out and every man would want to, feed their family and provide for their family and have an opportunity to do that. Um, it's just at what point, like when is it okay? But I'm hoping that I won't have to. I'm hoping that you can just be natural. But I mean, even if you look at music, people sell out, quote unquote, sell out all the time, and they become the most successful. Most successful things. That look at Metallica, biggest band of all time. and everybody called him a sellout. So is it, on the other side, I played devil's advocate. Is it really that bad of a thing? Is it better to have a small amount of viewers, or is it better to quote unquote sell out and have thousands of viewers and have, established generational wealth? What's the right? And that's just a little peep into my mental state sometimes with content creation. Is like, what is the right move? Like there's always that. Am I making the right move? Am I doing the, like, there's always that too.
Yeah, selling your soul to the devil. That's me.
There's no money in it though. Like, I mean, sometimes there's money. It depends on, and this is going to sound bad, but it depends on your audience demographic, and that's not something you can control. And that's not some creators have their audience is very rich. Some creators, their audience is not. It just varies wildly. You can see in ARPGs, it just varies wildly from community to community, like where the whales are, basically. There are whales, where everybody knows about a whale. Where are the whales? And they're distributed. Some people have more whales than other people. And so, but I guess my point is, you can't rely on that for monetization. It's better to have these deals come in. I think that's the future way of monetization. I don't know about
that makes sense. And guys, we have Aaron here as well, and anybody else that hears this, we are really trying to make it really valuable for people to be in the worldwide gaming club that we're just starting to build out. We've got some really big plans that you'll see unfold towards the end of the year. And ultimately, with the supporter system, right, every kind of person that you have joined the club, you get 22.5% of their support. So it's a way for people to support streamers and content creators while also getting something back, aka winning a computer for now. And further down the line, we're going to have a couple of different interesting things coming out, which I think people are really going to love. One of those, actually, I want to ask you, Hog and Aaron, would you guys, if we were, for example, let's say you have supporters in the club, Aaron has a couple. If we spin a wheel with all the supporters and it lands on somebody, we would be able to talk to you and organize kind of like a conversation, maybe on this stream like this, with that viewer, and we would facilitate it. So we would kind of make everybody's time worthwhile, organize it all, and it's a way for fans to speak to their favorite content creators and win something from the club as well. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see more details on it and all, but it sounds cool to me.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. What do you think is a rookie mistake every new ARPG streamer or just content creators in general makes with money or streaming in general?
Well, number one mistake is people think it's easy. That's the number one. I can't tell you how many people that I've seen, and I don't. This is my interpretation. I haven't actually heard somebody say this, but it's almost like I see Hog does it, or I see Aaron does it, or if I see Rax does it, whoever the content creator is, I see they do it. I can do it too, and that's just they just dive right in, and usually what you see is they quit streaming in about a month. And that's the number one biggest mistake, is people to think this is an easy turn on the camera and play a video game and get money and get viewers, and that's just not. I mean, like, I just did a 110 120 hour marathon. I mean, I went to sleep. It wasn't a subathon or anything, but the Bornless was during CMt&x Fest. I'm a partner for that game. It's fun as shit. It's not an ARPG. It's an extraction shooter. It's a very unique game, but I'm playing the shit out of it. And why did I just get derailed in the middle of what we were? God damn it!
Could be the bud.
No,
No,
it just happens.
Nah, I get
Refresh
that
me on what
sometimes
we
as
were.
well. So you're
God
talking about
damn it,
boneless.
hog!
Rookie
Right
mistake.
before that. Oh, the
But it's
boneless.
easy.
The amount of prep work that I had to do. Like I was doing like role play streams and shit, and I'd have music, and so I would sit here for 3, 4, 5 hours before the stream, and have to come up with, you know, like music to play. Like, cause my truck would come off of like ramp and shit, and I made, you know, AI music go, "It's hard," with like Iron Maiden fucking music in the back, like shit like that. You don't just turn on the stream and play. It takes a lot of fucking prep work, investment. I probably invested $3,000 or $4,000 into my shit. Like it's a constant growth, and you're never making no money, and you're constantly pouring it back. Like that's the number one thing that I could tell anybody is, and I see it a lot in on the Reddit subforums about streaming and YouTube creation, is like people just have this expectation that you're gonna go live and people are gonna watch you, and that's just not what's gonna happen at all. Even if you get a raid by big content creators, like you're not gonna retain their viewers. You
Not
have to
at
get
all.
your own.
Nah.
And I mean, they might stay and watch it. Like I pride myself on having a pretty decent retention rate during a raid, but they're not coming back. I mean, they might come hang out, but they're not like, oh, this is my new streamer now. Like that rarely ever happens.
What do you think
raid.
is the subscription or even follow percentage of a raid? Like, let's say, you know, you get raided by someone with 2,000 people. How many people will actually subscribe?
Subscriptions, you're not gonna
Mm,
get subscribes from a raid, but I mean, you'll get a pretty good bit. It depends on the size and depends on what you've got. You know what you're doing, what you got queued up. Like, I mean, I've gotten racks and DM raids where I've gotten tons and tons and tons of followers from. So that's hard to
nice.
say. Um, but that's it's also a good metric for you to know as a content creator. Is my content, and I'm not saying I've got the greatest content in the world, but I'm just saying like that's a good metric for you to know, like, you know, is my stuff good enough, or do I need to keep exploring? If you get a big raid and nobody follows you at all, you know, it might need to be you might need to examine why that is. But it leads me into another thing, and it might just be like our generation and further, like I don't know, but everybody is so sensitive to any kind of constructive criticism or feedback, or and so like, and I'm guilty of that sometimes. I try really hard not to be, but I think it's human nature or whatever. But if that's the biggest thing I can tell people too, is like, let people criticize your shit and learn from it.
Mm,
Because you can actually fix a lot of issues. And I had audio issues that plagued my shit for like a year. And people would talk about it in the comments and YouTube and finally I got it all hammered out to where you never hear shit about it anymore ever. And so
mm.
that's the biggest thing. If somebody gives you feedback, you'll know when someone's trolling you or whatever. But like if someone gives you honest feedback about something, um, you can't take it to heart. You just gotta listen. Like I've gotten like major critiques from racks, but like it wasn't anything like negative. Just giving feedback to help me, you know, like that. And some people can't take that, and that's something that you got to be open to, and you got to be, can't be a pussy. I'm just gonna be real. You can't take shit personal, even though everybody does sometimes. But you got to have thick ass skin because people it's the internet, right?
Yeah, and look, I totally agree that it's fucking hard. I am shocked how hard it is. So just for people out there, like I can't even explain it in words. If you see, for example, we've given away 5,000 USD just through these mini games, and you're like, holy shit, is that even real? Is that even true? I'll tell you now, 5,000 in the grand scheme of things, at least for TCM in terms of how much we've spent in about a year, is nothing. I can't like I'm not gonna say how much, but the amount of time and money and effort that just TCM and this stream and all of that is just beyond me. I don't even know how I'm still like alive, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's that
I mean,
amount of pressure and investment that means you just can't stop. Like you're in it now. For me, I can't stop, right? If I stop, I've just fucked my whole life basically. So
well, I mean, that's me too. I mean, I'm already this. I mean, this is what I do. Everyone's like, "What do you do?" This, and like, I'm
Yeah.
And I'm fixing to tell you, like I've been given a nobody in the ARPG none of the I'm kind of, the joke is brand risk, right? But one of these, the Bornless took me on as a partner, and like I have my own truck and shit in the game, and so like and I love, and like I can see how people super shill for a game now because I like legit love this fucking game. It's so much fun, and so like there's some other things it's working on, but
It's insane.
the
It's
main thing
insane.
the main thing with being a content creator is never narrow your scope. And I learned that real hard from D4. I bet a lot of shit on D4 that D4 was going to be badass, and D4 everybody was going to love it. Everybody's going to play this game, and it was literally the exact opposite. And I learned very quick there, like, don't put all your eggs in one basket either.
Mm. Good
so-
advice. Good advice. All right. Did you ever turn down a sponsor that you wish you hadn't?
No. If I turn them down, it's because it just won't resonate with the audience, and it would be too. Not that I've regretted. No, I mean I usually try to make a pretty good decision. Like, if, for example, I have my agent ask me, "Hey, we got an advertisement for and it's like a cigarette substitute that's it's just air that you inhale," and I was like,
I
I'm
know
not,
that
no.
one. I know
And
that
I was
one.
like, no. I was like, dude, I dip like a can of chew in the back of a day. Like, I'm not gonna push that. Like, fuck no. So, I mean, there's not one really that I guess I hadn't had a big one that I hadn't had one that I regret. No, that's a good thing, I guess.
Interesting.
I don't have many regrets I mean, there's a few things in my life I regret, but everything that I've done, which I've done a lot of shit, seen a lot of things, and I've had a pretty cool life, but everything's led me to where I'm at now, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I almost tried one of those kind of flavored air breathers. I can't remember what the hell it was called, Whiff or something. But I almost bought it once, and I was just like, it just doesn't look good. Like, I don't mind breathing flavored air or whatever. What I like,
Like, what's the point?
it's
That's
just
where
for the
I'm at.
taste. It's just for the taste, right? So I was wondering, can you actually taste it? You know, I'm a bit of a funny guy, so I like to chew nicotine gum with flavored gum just because I like nicotine. I don't know how that makes
Yeah.
sense. It's not for quitting smoking.
No,
It's like I go to
I'm
the
right there with you.
gym and I eat nicotine gum, and then I like get addicted to the gym. I go to work and I have the nicotine gum. So I seriously believe that my body now wants to work and now wants to go to the gym because of the fucking nicotine gum. Like, I've addicted myself to the things I want to be addicted to. And you know what? Makes you look kind of cool. Your breath always
There you go.
smells nice. And you know what I mean?
I mean, that's pretty much
like
how
it.
I live. I always have a dip in. It's a constant nicotine just dosage, but I'm sure my breath smells like fucking asshole in Copenhagen all the time because of it. So I can't boast about the fresh breath, but I'm like, damn, you got old dip breath. I'm like, yeah, sorry.
We all know why it smells like asshole.
Okay.
What have you been doing
I don't eat
together?
honey, Lilith. Okay. I don't put my tongue where that exits out. I don't enjoy that particular orifice, my dear.
All right.
Oh, wait,
What's
you don't
your
poop, do you? Do you poop?
she poops she poops runes, I'm sure.
Oh, ooh, that sounds painful. God damn. Plopping out old square
Gold
rune.
ones.
Oh, are they square? That's what they sound like coming out.
Triangles.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
Lord.
Oh my god, dude. Taco Bell. All right. What do you think your biggest mistake ever in content creation was, and how did you fix it?
Let me think about that for a second. Probably. I don't know. I mean, I probably feel like I could have taken advantage of Asmon, like viewing my stuff a little bit more, but at the same time, like, I mean, I was doing the best I could there, pumping it out. So I don't know. I mean, I wish I had, a lot of the shit, I feel like some of it's out of my control. I wish I had gone on to the finals. Like, I was final elimination rounds of OTK Top Streamer. I wish I had been able to at least go to fucking Austin to go to the final rounds. That would have been cool. But I mean, again, fuck what, you know, I made a, you know, in real life fucking poop chair. Like, I mean, I don't know what else I can fucking come up with. No, I actually, I don't have, no, I don't have any regrets at all, on what I've done, because, I've done what the fuck I wanted to do, and it was not motivated by, what the trend was, or how many views I can get, or how many fucking subs I can get, or none of that has ever been, a decision-making thing in any of my content ever. I sit in this chair and I either get inspired. My chat's seen it many times where something will hit. Either we're singing a song or something and I'll write it down and there comes a parody in a couple days, or I just am pissed off about something and want to bitch about something. Or I figured something out, or, you know, whatever. But I was real passionate about the D4 shit because I was passionate about Diablo. And, so now when that's, I guess there's nothing I regret, but now I'm in we're all of us are in kind of a weird spot right now because the content's just non-existent. Yeah, there's PoE League going on, but that's a 10-year-old game at this point. So like there's no PoE 2 stuff. There's no drama going on. There's no, we're waiting on Last Epoch season. There's really, like, everything's quiet. We're in the, like, the trough, I feel like. And so that's something that, I'm trying to work on. Like, how can we, like, that's the problem with making ARPG content as well. I'd like to go back to touch on that a second, because there's so much of this with the seasonal stuff. It's actually very hard to stay consistent, which you have to stay consistent. Aaron actually does a very good job of staying consistent. I do a horrible job of staying consistent. So there we go. I just figured out the answer to the question. I wish I'd done better at staying consistent when the algorithm was doing very well in my favor. And I've failed on that a couple of times, to stay consistent. But again, it's very hard. And I've expressed this to Miss Hogg. Like, I wish I was able, to just pump out some shit. And like, I'd love to have 100K plaque on the fucking wall. I'm not saying everyone that has that plaque does that, but I would love to be able to just farm and get fucking 100K subs. But, I'm just not able to do that. I just do what I want. I do what I
reckon
want.
you'll get there, man. You're a quarter of the way
I'll get there one day,
right?
but
you're gonna get there for sure.
you know, I'll get there one day. I ain't worried about it though. I mean, right now I'm losing subs like pretty crazy, so I don't know if I will, but whatever. I ain't worried about it. I like streaming, so YouTube's. I mean, I'll always make YouTube videos, but I really enjoy streaming more than anything. So as long as my streams entertain.
Aaron is
like,
saying
cool.
co-hosting Town Portal podcast. What's that? Was that your biggest mistake, Aaron?
Oh yeah, is that your biggest mistake? So like, I would really, that was my biggest mistake. No, that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I would really love.
What was it?
I think he's cutting up. I don't know. I would really love to have a show. Like, I would love to do a show. I just, like, I know my limits, and I know that I wouldn't be able to give it, you know, like, you do a good show. Aaron does a good show. There's a couple other really good shows out there, but I don't feel like I have enough. I don't want to commit to something and then like half-ass it. And so like, I had a guy named Jazzarus, you know, reach out to me, and he like wanted to do a show. And, I had to tell him, I was like, dude, if you want to do the show, like, you got to do the show. I can't commit to, like, I'd love to do a damn show where you sit just like that. I love sitting here running my fucking mouth. That's fun to me. Sit here, I can do it all night, sit here and run my mouth. But, it's a lot on top of all the other shit that we do. Can you imagine? So like all this workload you have, then you have to do a daily stream. on top of all of that. And then you have to edit after that stream's done and come up. It's like something's getting neglected. And sometimes it's for me in my personal shit, it's YouTube that gets neglected a little bit. And so that's a regret of mine. I wish I could, capitalize on some of that a bit better, but no big deal.
For me, it's just straight up sanity at this point because I actually have a full-time job. Then I basically work on TCM, like the site and everything. I have always customers and kind of members and users of the website doing like bug reports,
Mm-hmm.
problems with their subscriptions, just anything. And then I have this stream was actually I was doing it Saturday and Sunday, and I could tell that this is not sustainable mentally. Like mentally, I was just going not downhill, like as in depressed and shit, but I was just too tired to do anything. Like I could not
Yeah. Oh,
turn
yeah.
up to work properly or anything like that. So I had to think of something. I was like, 5 hours on Saturday. That's it. That's all I can handle.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's pretty insane, but I don't know. I think
I mean,
now I've
after
planned it out pretty well. I can sustain.
after Next Fest, I don't know, I was streaming like 12 hours a day. And after Next Fest was done, I slept for like 2 days. Like I tried to get on, like there was just nothing in me. And I love streaming, but I was like, no, I'm sorry. I love my audience, that they my brothers and sisters. I am sleeping. I'm fucking tired. Like I thought about it in real life. Like, dude, you just worked like 110, 120 hours. Like
Yeah.
regardless if it's video game play, like fuck, man, go to bed. Damn. And see,
Uh,
that's what I was talking about earlier in the podcast. You got to be careful because that shit will fucking consume you. It becomes another addiction. And you can't neglect shit in your real life. You got to have a balance, but you do have to. This is another little secret I'll throw out to people, and I see it a lot. You have to understand that there are sometimes you have to make sacrifices, like during Steam Next Fest. Can't tell you how many people I saw that were part of this program, that this is the one opportunity for 1 week where you gotta bust your ass. You gotta cancel your commitments. You gotta tell everybody, hey, I'm unavailable. Like this requires a sacrifice, and a lot of people didn't sacrifice, and they didn't get to enjoy the benefits of that. Whereas and that comes in viewers, and so always keep that in mind too. Whereas if you're let's say Steam Next Fest and you're a partner for a game and you only stream it 2 hours a day, and then you go hang out with your family every night. Like I know that's kind of a dick thing to say, like, oh, Hog, you should hang out with your family. But yeah, if you're trying to be a big streamer, you're trying to get somewhere, like you can't stream hanging out with a family. Like you can see them after that's done, but like you need to, like, some of that you got to make sacrifices sometime. I compare it, which is a silly comparison, but I compare it to like trying to be a musician, a rock star. Like those guys grinded their dick into the dirt and made all kind of sacrifices. Sometimes you do have to make a sacrifice. And I've seen, sometimes you got to go outside your schedule. Like for example, PoE2 launches on a Saturday, which I'm just using an example, and you're a
Grind your
Monday through
dick
Friday
right
streamer.
out, please.
Oh my God, honey. I thought you said you didn't have one of those. Okay.
Train of
Hey,
thought.
she's rendered me speechless.
Mm.
Okay, honey. But if you're a Monday through Friday streamer and you've got a big release on Saturday and there's a drop campaign and there's subscriptions going and people have to, pay two subs in your channel, and you don't modify your schedule and stream those days, then don't be asking people where your viewers are in a couple of days. Just like I wasn't asking where everybody was when I knew I was not logging into the PoE1 League launch. I knew I wasn't going to have the viewers for that. I knew it. I already knew that. So it's things like that you got to know as well.
So basically, if you have a
Okay.
schedule, like you need to make sure you're online on the schedule.
I have found, and this is just for me, I have found it is extremely difficult to maintain a schedule because once you get into the groove of the schedule, then something's going to happen, aka Steam Next Fest. Or, like, perfect example, we were fishing in the morning. Like, my schedule that I wanted to do is fish in the morning, do fish and stream in the morning, take a break at midday, edit, and then come on at night and stream. Now, you know good and goddamn well that don't happen because it's it's very difficult and demanding to do that. B, when you do start getting to do it, then you got shit like Steam Next Fest that drops, where you need your partner for the game and you need to play it 24/7 basically, and that just throws the schedule out the window, you see. So the real thing is, if you have a schedule, just be flexible to stream outside of your schedule. Because not a whole lot of people have messaged me, but a few people have messaged me like, what can I do to get more viewers? I don't understand. What's the problem? But at the same time, there's a bunch of drama going on with PoE2. There's drops going on. There's all this, and the people are not streaming during that time to capitalize or making content about it. You see what I'm saying? So always be flexible. Don't be confined to your schedule. Darkside Phil does that all the time. #1 lolcow on the internet does that all the time. Is a slave to his schedule. And so when his entire audience is telling him like Clair Obscure's out, play Clair Obscure, he's finishing some old ass ancient game and waits a month until he plays Clair Obscure and then wonders why nobody's watching and nobody's supporting because the hype's already died for Clair Obscure. So don't do that. Basically, here's what if you want to learn what not to do as a streamer, just watch Darkside Phil.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, and I'll agree, like streaming is also hard. I always compare it to driving a car for the first time. So the first time I hopped on, albeit like I have a bunch of stuff to control, maybe a little bit more. I was basically sweating, like my whole body was sweating, and
Yeah.
everything. I'm like, is this working? Everything was breaking. I'm just like, shit, that's not working. This isn't working. It was just chaos for like at least the first 2 months, and then after that, I was like better, 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 and now I just hop on and I can turn on like from my PC restarting, I can turn everything on in probably about 20 minutes. And
Mhm.
that counts all the AI programs because even Lilith, right? She's very sophisticated. She can read the chat, she can hear us as well and reply to that on her own. Obviously, I turn it down for the podcast just so we're not interrupted all the time. And there's lots of stuff actually running in the background. So, and then it just becomes kind of natural. So it's really like a car, because eventually in a car, you just don't care. You're kind of daydreaming while you're
Mhm.
driving almost. But initially, when you get in the car the first time, I've noticed everybody sweats. Like there's always a sweat patch on the driver's seat if that person's a new driver. If they're a new driver, there's gonna be sweat.
You should see him at truck driving school when you get in the semi for the first time, and then the
Oh,
instructor
I
tells
can't
everybody
imagine.
do that, and then the instructor tells everybody you have to parallel park this thing to get your light, and it's a requirement to parallel park a semi to get your CDL, and everyone's like, oh no. Some people can barely straight back the shit. Like,
Nah, the closest thing I had was I was getting a forklift license like ages ago. So I was actually an automotive mechanic. Then I
Okay.
was like, oh, I'm gonna do forklifting because it's like kind of easy money stuff, right? And then so I did the license. I did get it eventually, but the first time, one of the tests was to put the pallet on the top level. I think it was like 3, 4 levels up. I don't know. For me, it was like at the ceiling. It was so fucking high up. And I like everything made so much sense. It was so easy. Everything was fine. But that one, the last one, for some reason, I didn't angle the forks down. You know how they're angled back, then you go
Mhm.
up, and then you get to put it on, and then angle them down before you come out. I started coming out with the forks still angled up. I almost took the whole thing down, right? So it was like everything started moving, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Oh
And
shit.
they're like, "Come back next week." You failed. I'm like,
No,
I'm happy
you
I'm
didn't
still
pass.
alive. Like, I
Yeah,
did
that
not become a
happened to me at
forklift
truck driving
driver.
school.
Just so everybody
Damn
knows.
that.
I was like, I got the license, but I am not risking that shit. Like doing that every day, nah. Like that was
Mhm.
enough for me to say no, thank you.
Yeah, I hear you. Shit.
All right.
Yeah, I failed my. I was the top guy. They called it Top Gun. I was top guy at truck driving school. So you were the first one that got to go take your test. And I go in there. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm ready. And they're like, all right, put your eyes in there, and 1980s looking binocular machine. And I was like, uh-oh. Like the second I put my eyes in there, I was like, I can't see this shit. And I was like squinting till about my eyes blew out. LMNOP. They were like, try again. I was like, oh, shit.
Can't see shit.
LMNOZ. And they were like, oh, baby, you fail. I'm sorry. You gotta go get glasses. So like, I immediately walk out there like, you fail? How'd you fail? I was like, I can't see. So then I had to go get glasses, and then I went back and passed. It was fine, but man, that shit was embarrassing. You're like, all right, hell yeah, Top Gun, go in, baby. Like everyone's expecting me to come out with my license. I came out and failed. I was like, okay. Oh.
Look, what do you guys think causes hype trains in Twitch? I think Aaron as well is just so good at this. Like, what causes them and sustains
No idea.
them?
Can't tell you. I have no idea. That's a question for Aaron when he comes on here.
When he comes on,
Aaron's the master at a hype train.
we're gonna have to replace Lilith with something a bit more appropriate, I think, and then try to get
Oh, I
him
know
on
what
board.
I know what you. There's a portal called the Mother's Portal, the Vagine Portal is what I call it. Bring that in here. It's a portal from last epoch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a purple. It looks like a vagine, but it's purple and glows and shit. And it's a channel reward on his channel that people activate, and he's got to change it over to that. That's what you should bring in here for Lilith.
Aaron's like, I ain't ever coming on this shit.
Aaron's like, I hate you, hog.
Yeah, I mean, he can sustain. I've seen him sustain the subathons for like over a month. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Honestly.
Yeah, he's and then that goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's that Aaron is blessed with an audience, a very, 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 very generous audience. Some streamers have that, some streamers don't have that. I don't know. That's about the only observation I can make with that. But there's an art to it. To like Aaron does it well with the polka, and it's just a very he has his own unique. I don't even think it's I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's like a planned thing. I think this is what we'll do when it happens, and it just works. But Aaron is I feel like Aaron's an anomaly, if that's the correct use of that word, for a streamer our size. He has he has like thousands of viewer size support. Very, very blessed, and he deserves it. He's a great guy.
I get what you mean. Like,
but
viewer to sub ratio is insane.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know what draw. I think that's just pure RNG. I think that maybe it's your personality. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. It might be a non-degenerate person like Aaron. I don't know. There's no science to that. I don't know. I wish I could figure that out, because then I'd be.
You'd be hype training all the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, fair enough. But
Aaron's just a great streamer. I'm not trying to blow smoke. Aaron's my friend. I like to friendly talk shit all the time with him, banner. But Aaron's a great streamer. I mean, there's no denying that at all. So he's very good at keeping the chat engaged. He can actually play ARPGs all day with no music and keep his chat engaged. He's actually a phenomenal streamer.
Yeah, what's with the music thing? Because I always I'm like, should I have music on? And then I feel like then you can't hear the game, and then I don't know what genre of music to play. Like what?
Yeah, I mean, I play all kind of shit on mine just because I like all kind. I mean, sometimes I'll suffer a chat with Kenny G. I mean, but different streamers have. I think Aaron does it just to keep a more engaging atmosphere. Sometimes the music can, I don't want to say alienate, but sometimes it can take it away. It's just depends on your chat.
But it seems like
Sometimes the music can push people away if they don't want to hear country music, or if they don't want to hear, death metal or something. They won't stick around. So it can be a gamble. This is just life of streaming, though, dude. It's like you don't ever know if you're making the right decision. Like I used to have Laura Juicy TV, the fart girl. I used to have her as a channel point redeem, like multiple things. Like she would fart in the stairwell, and like all 10 of us thought shit was hilarious, but like it was really hurting my viewership. And so Rax would come in and raid with like 1,500 people, and then my OG guys would think it's hilarious to spam the shit. Just nonstop ripping toots. Like, yeah, it's funny, but nobody, like, I didn't have any fucking viewers. When I got rid of all that shit, I started getting viewers. So it's just, you just got to try it. I mean, I don't know what the correct answer is, but
this is
it's all
Lilith's
about what fits your stream.
favorite song.
Oh yeah, you gotta zoom that in. Oh God, she's aroused. Lilith, damn girl. Look at Billy. He's like, yeah, blink, Billy.
Oh man, we used to play the original, so she would do the dance, and then we would like spin the wheel. And dude, YouTube hates it. It just basically every time copyright strike. It's like, just piss off. Just let us play the damn
Dude,
song. You know what I mean?
And I think that's the major issue with, like we talked about monetization earlier. It's the platforms, man. Like I really don't think it should be on the sole backs of the viewers to finance the streamer. Like I really feel like Kick does it the right way, but Twitch is just, even when you grind a partner plus or whatever, like it's like them. I just feel like we don't, pay us some fucking money instead of the damn viewers paying us. Like the ad revenue and shit we make is just a joke. And so that's a lot of the, like, Kick does it the right way. Kick, if you've got enough viewers, Kick will actually pay you like per hour to stream. It's not a ton of money, but it's like $15 an hour or some shit, depending on your viewer base. So anyway, come here, honey. Come here.
Okay. How about yours? So we talked a bit about, hype trains and whatnot. I mean, you still have a pretty loyal community, right? Even when you roast them. Do you have any secret rule for just keeping that community nice and tight knit? Make sure, they're kind of consistently there, I guess.
No.
It's a hard one to answer, even for
Dude,
Rax.
it really is for me, because I
Yeah.
don't have like, there's really no behind the scenes like scheme to,
I don't
like,
mean
I hate to even use that
scheme.
word. No, I know, but I hate to use that word. But like, just because that word's there. But like I don't sit here and go, okay, my viewer numbers are down. Like I might think about that a minute. Like that stream kind of sucked. The viewers are down, but I'm always just trying to be me. So like, I hope I never try to be artificial and use something that I wouldn't use normally. I think this might be cocky or this might not be humble or whatever, but I think that I just naturally can keep folks coming around. Folks are going to leave and shit, but it's usually because if folks leave and shit, it's usually because they just either don't want to, folks leave because I play a different game or they disagree with my opinion. Uh, but I just try to I try to treat it like my shit. Come in, hang out, sit down, smoke, fucking chill, do whatever. I don't know. There's no retention.
Plan.
There's not even, and then that's really bad to even say that out loud, but there's no thought about that really. It's just, here's my, like, I think more about, I would plan more about like, what am I going to do for this stream, this time instead of, how can I retain my people? I just focus on providing something entertaining. I guess that's the best way to look at it instead of thinking about it the other way.
That's fair enough. I think.
I mean, dude, if you're here's the bottom line with streaming, and what it all boils down to is if you're entertaining, people will stay and watch you. It's just that simple. There's no secret juice or anything. Like, just be fucking entertaining. Just that simple. If you're sitting here and there's dead air, nobody's saying anything, you're not doing anything, which everybody's guilty of it sometimes. But if that's like a majority of your stream, you never look at chat, you don't say shit. There's never any funny moments. Like, no one's gonna watch you. It's just reality of how it is. If you're funny and there's shit that happens all the time, and you do wild shit, or like, or if you're, if you're really, you don't even have to have a personality. If you're really good at the fucking game, like that's another thing. But you got to be entertaining somehow. If you're not entertaining, it's just, that's all. All it boils down to in the very end of the day is make good content and be entertaining. If you don't do those things, you're not gonna have viewers.
Yeah, I'm guilty of the dead air a lot because I live in Australia, which is the time zone is just terrible. Like I'm not in tune with the Americans, I'm not in tune with the Europeans. So I have to
Yeah.
stream at very awkward times, and I've basically had to change my sleeping schedules, maybe even for the better, because I used to wake up super late. But like obviously I'm gonna be way more energetic and shit when it's like, 6 p.m., for example, is usually when I'm fully hyped. Uh so yeah, I like sometimes I'm just tired and it's like, what can I do, right? My option is stream when everybody's sleeping or wake up and stream when everybody's not sleeping and somehow have energy for that. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
just
Rax
always
is
something to. I guess what helps me is I watch a lot of local stuff, and a good one to watch is Kino Casino, and they cover a lot of the locales, and it's just a drama kind of cover. Like they just talk shit. I call it true trash. It's like national. We have a it's like paparazzi fueled kind of. One of the magazines over here is called National Enquirer. My mom used to always get it. She called it True Trash, and it's just all the tabloids and shit, But that's basically what these guys are. But they will point out things that these guys do that's not good for streaming, and so that's why I like watching them. And that's where I kind of learned about this dead air, because Darkside Phil, I refer to him a lot because he's hot in the lolcow world right now. He has a lot of dead air. All he does is beg for money and have dead air, and that's one thing that they rip him on all the time. All the dead air, like even if you have to talk to yourself or something, like and it doesn't have to be non-stop. Like there's okay to have some dead air, and it's as ARPG guys, like there's dead air sometimes. But if you're not, if you're a podcast, not, this is not directed anyway. This is just generalized statements. But if like you're a podcast host, or if you're like, if that's all like Kino Casino, if they have any dead air where like their show is ripping on people, it takes away. And so that's some advice I can give to folks too, is watch some of these local dudes, because that's the biggest thing you can learn from is people failing, so you don't have to fail. Just they'll tell you quick what not to do.
Can you drop a
Sit
link
there
in
and you
chat
don't beg
for this? Because I'm not 100% sure what locale is, but I'd like to watch some of
So
this myself.
locale, it's spelled like that.
Okay, lolcow.
I think that's the link you need. Oh, I guess I got blacklisted by Nightbot. My bad. It's somebody that.
Oh my god, that's so annoying. I'll do the chat.
Okay.
I really need to reconfigure that bot. I see you're like a little devil as well. So when you subscribe on here, we have the little devils. They go in tiers and they dress up all the way to like wearing a crown and wearing a robe. It's pretty funny.
So a
Everybody's a
lolcow is
little
somebody
devil.
that has people watch him just to laugh, but in his own mind, he's like his narcissism's so bad, like he thinks it's amazing. So like DSP, for example, he hand raised it on stream, and so he thought that his camera was on the starting soon screen, and so all of his chat is in the pre-stream, and they're all waiting, and he's hand raising it while everyone's waiting on him to go live. But this one time, he does it with the camera on like this. So the whole thing, like, you don't see his Peter or anything, but pretty much from where I'm at up. And he gets done and he looks over and he goes, "Oh, camera was on the whole time, huh?"
Wait. What do you mean? He's jacking off on the stream?
Yeah, hand raising it. Yeah, he was
unreal,
caught
dude.
jacking off. He was caught, and he thought that he had his pre-stream screen up.
Pre-stream? Wouldn't you want your like computer turned off? Like,
But but see, now you're getting a taste of the locale brain. In his mind, nobody in their right mind would start the stream with a starting soon screen up, and right here, while the chat's live, be hand raising it while everyone's in the chat.
God,
Nobody
dude.
would do that except for this guy, and that's what makes you a locale. So that's what started. But dude, I'm talking about it's a black hole that you can jump into with this guy. But the recent one is he ordered the Switch 2. It said 1 pre-order per household. He ordered 2. Walmart canceled the order. He blamed Walmart and the detractors and all his trolls and said they social engineered all this shit and fake pretended to be him. And everyone was like, "Phil, there was a fucking 1 per order and you ordered 2. He was like, "That's conspiracy theory bullshit and I don't want to fucking hear it." Like, that's locale shit. He never does anything wrong. The game cheats. That's another thing he says all the time is the game cheats. He's playing Switch 2 Mario Kart and he says the game cheats on purpose. Like, dude, come on. He's serious as a fucking heart attack too. It's great. Some of the greatest shit you'll ever watch. But it'll teach you what not to do streaming. Don't jack off during your pre-stream. Like, don't do that.
Insane.
Matter of fact, anywhere near your stream area, don't do that.
All right. When the drama
Oh,
hits the
man.
fan, yeah, what's the hog way to handle trolls and haters?
Usually play with them for a little bit. And then if it starts getting disruptive to the stream, it's time to ban them. But that'll lead me into another point of view, or another point of advice. That's the scariest thing for a small streamer is to ban somebody.
Mm.
If you have 3 viewers, and I see it all the time in Reddit too, people asking for advice. I got this guy coming in my stream and he's being disruptive, and I've asked him a bunch of times not to do it, and he keeps doing it. Like, what do I do? Like, fucking ban them. Like, so again, it's your stream, so always remember that. Be in control of your ship. It's your stream. But I mean, it's very rare that I get a troll. It's actually very rare. My chat will tell you that too. It's actually quite rare that we get a troll. We might have somebody come in and like talk shit about a game, and then I'll engage with them a little bit, whatever. But it's very rare that somebody comes in, and I think somebody tried to challenge. It's so dumb, like try to challenge my redneck cred or some shit. And so I entertained him for a little bit, but some people are just straight trolls, and you have to you'll know at that point, like if you can't satisfy them with anything ever, you just get rid of them. So don't be afraid to ban people, because there's always going to be somebody else that comes in. It's okay. But yeah, no, I mean, I ain't scared. So I mean, like, most of these motherfuckers come in my stream, which it's been very, 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 maybe since like, I don't know, when I was taking on Blizzard that day, during the Support Your Streamer program. It's been a long time since I've had anybody try to just come in and blatantly troll me. They know better than that shit. Now I say that and people do it, but it's very rare that I've got an issue. But just ban them and move on. That's all it is.
How about toxic content creators? Do you know any?
Yeah. A lot of folks say I'm toxic, but you know, what do you mean? Do I know any? We were talking about
We were
him
talking
earlier.
about him, yeah.
Yeah, we did a whole segment on him. There's a bunch of toxic content creators. I mean, it's just, I mean, like I said, the whole, not really in ARPGs. I mean, maybe Belton a little bit, but
Or the
not really in the
PoE guy?
RPG. Maybe I'm, huh?
The
Yeah,
PoE
Belton from PoE. Yeah. I mean,
TFT guy.
I know Belton. You know, like, I don't mean to talk bad about him. I think he's a good guy, but, I think he gets, I think he gets a little, I think he writes, his mouth writes a check that a channel that size can't cash sometimes, and it just bites him in the ass. I mean, if you've got shit working in the background, we're talking, you know, substantial amount of money and shit, you might want to just be a little, I'm not saying change yourself, but just be a little careful about what you do. And, you know, sometimes that doesn't happen over there. But I love
Mm.
I mean, I like the guy. He was the first PoE creator. You know, we did some content together. But some people would call him toxic, but shit, people call me toxic too. I mean, people think I'm toxic for, you know, making those parodies and shit and speaking my mind. So, but you'll see some true toxicity, like I was talking about earlier, is in the lolcow detractor community. That's legit. It's a host leech relationship over there. And it's just, that's some uber toxicity over there. And, but, no, there's not really too many, at least in our sphere, there's not many, besides Quinn. I think he's probably the most toxic out of all of them.
Okay.
Do you ever wish you could go back to just fishing? No chat, no metrics, no expectations?
No,
No?
nope, never. I like this shit. I've always wanted, since I was a little boy, I always wanted to be like a rock star and shit. So I'm a people
Awesome.
person. I can get along with the devil. I like streaming. I like having, I mean, I like attention. I mean, I don't know. I like this shit. So no, I don't miss it at all.
You're getting along with the devil right now, right? Little one.
Huh?
You're getting
Yeah,
along with
yeah,
the
yeah,
little
yeah,
devil right now, man.
yeah.
What daily habit do you swear by that moves you forward in your streaming career?
That's a really, really good question. Way my brain works, it isn't a habit, I guess, but it's the best answer I got for you. The way my brain works, it's just nonstop. I have real bad ADHD, so my brain is nonstop. All kind of shit's happening at all time, and it's almost it's a gift and a curse at the same time. But I'm constantly thinking about content to make in the form of a parody or something, and I'll work it out in my head. And usually everything happens in the shower. That's, you know, like
Okay.
Dimebag Darrell, the lead guitar player for Pantera, rest in peace. He wrote all his badass riffs on the shitter. He had a guitar and an amp in the shitter, and he'd take a shit and fucking shred. And that's how a lot of his badass licks were wrote. A lot of my ideas come in the shower. But that's, if you get in the habit of always thinking about not staying confined and how can I get better.
I like to
and
come in the shower too.
Jesus, Lord have mercy. Okay. Lil, do we need to, Jesus. Okay.
What's the
Lilith.
darkest or loneliest moment you've had since starting this journey?
Darkest or loneliest moment since starting this journey. You know, I think I've been pretty blessed. I've not had I'm not felt really too bad, but it sucked pretty bad when my all that shit went down with WoW. Excuse me, when I lost my moderator and shit, and all that shit was taught behind my back for no fucking reason. You know, felt like I had a good opportunity. It was sabotaged and shit. That was pretty dark. But it's never been a point to where I was like, I'm gonna take a break from content creation. It wasn't like what happened over in fishing or anything. So, no, I've been pretty blessed. I've had a pretty good run so far. I've enjoyed what's happened. I've met some really cool people and talked with folks all over the world. And I mean, if you had asked me 5 years ago, like, hey, you're gonna be talking to a dude from Australia on a podcast and on YouTube, I told you fucking crazy. You know, so I've been, you know, I try to live with no regrets, and I try to not be dark. And I mean, it's a daily struggle, to be real. Like, you know, you'd love to, you know, have DM and Rax numbers and shit, but then, you know, you also have to, after you say that to yourself, then you're like, well, DM worked for 7 fucking years to get there. It's just a nonstop, at least for me, it's a nonstop internal struggle with whether, you know, you're making the right decisions, be patient, work, but shit ain't gonna come easy, period. It takes a long time, in year 2, 2.5 maybe. Shit takes years and years and years and years and years. And that's the biggest challenge is mental, and the biggest challenge is not fucking quitting right before you start getting some traction. And the biggest challenge is not beating yourself up, cause that can happen too. You know, you don't think you're good enough, or the content ain't good enough, or you compare yourself to other people. It's a big mental fucking thing. So I guess it can get kind of dark, but you always have to look at the good thing. Like, I got a bunch of guys here that are cool. They love when I log in. You know, I got a couple cool content creator friends. You know, you just gotta look at it that way. It's not shit. I mean, I sound like a pussy sometimes. This shit ain't fucking easy though. I've done a lot of things in my life. Worked on car. I've had cars chasing me in my fucking sleep and shit that I couldn't fix. That I was married to, like, just fucking nightmare shit. And I'm talking about having a transmission I had to fucking rebuild 8 fucking times in and out of a car. I've had all kind of nightmares like that, and it pales in comparison to trying to keep something like this going, because you know what can happen if it goes, and you know what can happen if you lose it.
That's touching, baby.
Oh, hush. Oh, God. You're going to get me in trouble, man.
Want
Miss Hobbs going to watch this.
Better.
Babe, come on now.
Lilith, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Come back.
Lilith, honey, we need to do this off the stream. We're going to get in trouble. Damn, honey. She do this with everybody, or is it just for me?
I don't know, man.
Damn.
Looks pretty interested.
Yeah, I see that.
All right.
We got a little after hours stream, you know.
So eventually everything good does come to an end, right? When the rod goes back onto the rack for good, how do you want the community to remember you?
This is a wild motherfucker, didn't give a shit.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I when you first start, when I first started getting coverage, people were like, "Oh, I wonder if that's an act or blah blah blah." And I rarely ever see that anymore now. But I just want people to remember, like, that dude was fucking real, and that was a wild ass dude. I mean, I don't know. I just live my life. I know my character and all, but I don't know. I don't plan on I mean, that rod will hang up when I die. Technology's the way it is now. Hell, I don't see any reason why not to keep streaming for a long time. Keep fishing too.
You'll
Yeah,
never forget your long, stiff rod and how you handle it.
Oh my God, honey. Yep, that's what we call a succubus right there, boys. That's grade A certified definition of succubus. That's how they get you like
It
that.
leaves me smelling like prawns for the rest of the
Oh
week.
God.
Oh my God. Go get a pH check.
Wow.
We just smell like prawn. We call them shrimp. I didn't know what a prawn was for a long time. I said, what the fuck is a prawn? Oh, it's shrimp. Honey, you better not be smelling like shrimp.
Just an FYI, guys. Even I get surprised by what she says, and it's by design like that. So
That's great. Damn, honey.
she can be on full automatic mode.
That's great.
But then it gets insane. Wow. Okay. So we've just got some rapid fire questions really coming up. So let's jump into let's just play the cannon game and then do our rapid
Okay.
fires. And this has been amazing,
Damn,
guys.
girl.
If you're enjoying it and you want to see other people on here, let us know who you want to see. You know, if you want to drop us a follow, if you're feeling spicy, give us a sub. Anything helps. Let's jump into this cannon game. Give away another $50.
Damn,
I
she was
think
trying
this
to go under the
is
desk. Damn. Oh.
this is a good a good
This is
game
Hollywood.
for
Damn.
the loose cannon brand. So we got some loose cannons here. Hmm. Just log in. All right, guys. So how this one works, you choose a cannon. The cannon shoot. Either you go into the wall or you go onto the island. If you go on the island, you get a point. The first person with more points than everybody else wins $50. Very easy. And you join with channel points. We'll give everybody 30 more seconds. So bottom of the sender message in the chat on the left, channel points, and you'll be able to get in to one of the cannons. If you pick two cannons, guys, it's just going to put you into the first one, so don't bother trying. So if somebody goes on the island, they win $50. If there's multiple guys on the island, then we go again until we have somebody with more points from going on the island. Anybody missing? We use channel points to get into a cannon. Okay, we're gonna fire.
Up. No.
Okay, we've got a bunch of guys on 1 point now. Load into... Oh, shit. Whoops. Okay. Load into a cannon, guys. We've just went to 4 cannons immediately. Make it more interesting. We had a misfire.
Get in my hole, boys.
Missing 2 guys. We had 14 last time. You gotta get in the cannon again. Give you 10 seconds. I'm shooting. Okay, so there's 2 guys on 2 points. So if one of them goes on the island, that person will win. But people can still catch up. Jump into a cannon, please. If anyone skipped the previous rounds, you can still win. You only need to go on the island 3 times. Ready? I'm shooting. Okay, a bunch of guys on 2 points now. Alright, hop in the cannons, guys. I dare you all to go into 1 cannon. Everybody go into 3. Missing 4 people from last round. Get on the island, win 50 bucks. $10 seconds. We're gonna shoot. Okay, one more joined. Yep, another one. Anyone else? 10 more seconds. Okay, now there's 17. 18. Anybody else? Channel points below the send a message in the chat. Okay, let's shoot. Just 3 guys on the island. Game over, Jogi62. You've won. Easy as that, my friends. You got 50 bucks.
Rick.
I'm gonna whisper you now. So I'm just asking for your PayPal email, and then after the show, I will PayPal everybody that's won. There's been 121 so far. We do this every weekend. We play the games every hour when there's no podcast. So feel free to come. It's just 5 hours every weekend. It's pretty much just it's like coming to a carnival, right? If you don't have PayPal, just let me know what you want. Sometimes we do gift cards, Steam, Battle.net, Amazon, whatever you want. Usually we can sort it out. All right. What do you think about that one, guys? What does everyone prefer, hats or cannons?
I like hats.
You like the hats?
Mm-hmm. And the cannons is cool too, but I like the hats.
All right. So, got a couple more and then rapid fire, basically almost there. So, this is an interesting one. You touched on it before we actually started. So, but I think it's valuable. Actually, for me, it's a tip I'm going to definitely take on board. How do you remember or flag your best highlights for clipping after the stream?
With my basically my Steam Deck. Like I was saying earlier, I got it set up to where it's got a marker button or a clip button, so I can just kind of mark those. And other way to do it as well is to just take the whole stream and drop it in your editing software. I use Premiere Pro, and then you can kind of look at the sound file and see where there's peaks and if there's an exciting area, there'll be more volume in the sound file than there will be in a area where there's not as much excitement. So that'll help out too.
It was a specific stream deck, though, right? It had some specific names.
I use the Razer branded one, but it uses a program called Lupe Deck.
Okay.
I think that can control. I think you can use it on other things as well, but
And how would
it's
you
got a plug-in.
how would you define a good highlight? Like, how do you know? Okay, that's worth sharing.
Okay, so for an ARPG, a good drop, good gamble, good div car roll. For the Bornless, it was demons roll up on me, a couple of them, and kill me, or a funny interaction with another player. I mean, you'll see your chat react, and people will laugh. I mean, you start to know. I mean, that's pretty easy. You see a bunch of reactions from the chat, and you feel like it was for yourself laughing and enjoying it, then you know that's something you need to highlight. But I mean, especially in my gameplays, like when you need to. I mean, like I had a bunch of the creators. We were playing the Bornless. It was creators versus devs. We had we were like doing a custom game on stream, and we had a bunch of guys in my truck in the back, and we were about to have a head-on collision with the devs, and they had a bunch of guys in the back of their truck, and we had a head-on collision. The trucks flipped over, and half the creators died, and I got out and started shooting. I mean, obviously, that's one that you want to mark right there. Just good gameplays, good thing, especially like I said, RPG, good drops, or something that's Rex is a good one to watch. Like when you 6-link something, that's a good one. Anything that's quick dopamine giver for content that's cool to watch.
If you could design a mini fishing game for the Crimson Loot Carnival, short, simple, and always ends with just one winner, how would it work?
Damn. Always ends in one winner. Okay, so you have everybody, all the viewers cast a line, so they're all around the pond. They cast a line, and then I guess it's I don't know if it's RNG or what. Everybody catches a fish, and the top whatever move on to the next round, and you just like a fishing tournament style. Whoever has the biggest catch wins. That's exactly what you do. Just a mini fishing tournament, or you could have it to where 2 minutes go, and your character catches a bunch of fish, and the total guy at the end wins. That's what I do.
Okay. We can work with that.
I mean, putting me on the spot, instant, quick round. I mean, there you go. Yeah.
It's a difficult one, right? Because you've got that always one winner. It's hard to work around. But I have some ideas based on what you said. So we'll work that into it. We'll have a fishing game soon.
Yeah, you can look at a tournament. There's always biggest fish or heaviest weight. I mean, there's always one winner. So.
All right, Hog. We're at rapid fire questions. before we get
Okay.
into that, do you have any questions for me or the TCM team?
No.
No questions? Okay. Let's go to
No.
rapid fire. 1-word answers.
Okay. 1-word answer. Oh Lord. Okay. I'm a man of many words.
How big is your... No, I'm kidding. Favorite ARPG mechanic ever?
Blight.
Okay. Guilty pleasure that isn't gaming.
You know what it is, baby.
God damn it. I can't add 1 word. Obesity.
What was that?
Obesity.
Okay. Most overrated ARPG feature.
Pause.
Name a streamer you'd roast live.
When?
Okay.
Hmm?
You can do no. Who should be
I mean,
you can
I
answer.
roast a lot of streamers live all the time, so.
I was just focusing on the chat. All good. So this one is the final one. You can answer this with a whole sentence. Who should be on Pro Gamers Journal next and why?
Aaron,
Aaron.
because I said so. No, Aaron's next. Aaron's next. He's a great dude. Super nice guy. Never has anything bad to say about anybody, which is very hard to do in this space. And yeah, he's next. You have to bring the mother's maw.
Aaron, you got it, man. You're gonna have to change your whole brand
Aaron's
just to
next.
be on here, you know. No, I'm kidding. If you want, we'll facilitate. Like, we'll do anything. We can change Lilith into something else. We'll have just full friendly convo, whatever you want.
What
It's up to you.
you need to do is
We'll
make
make it
me.
happen.
You need to make me instead of Lilith.
No change, please. we don't change it
man.
forever, right? But we're happy to make little characters for everybody. It's not evil. It's just a little cartoon. Nobody here is evil.
I couldn't get him to play the Bornless with me. So you got to put Mother's Maw up there or something.
Oh my god! You know what I find?
I'm serious now. Mother's Mom. I'll send you the picture of it if I have to. But I'm telling you that shit. I would fucking cry laughing the entire time if he had to sit next to that fucking portal. Oh my god! I would die. Oh my god! I would cry
Trust
laughing
Lilith as
the
a
entire
nun.
time.
My god. That's a funny one, man. That would be so funny. You know what, guys? I'll tell you. I always tell my team this. If people think TCM is evil, just know this. We're red on the outside, but we're blue in the core. People that work with us, like, close by, will know that at least we try our best to be as nice as possible and as fair as possible to everyone. We go, like, above and beyond with what we can do. And honestly, for a small startup company, essentially, there's a lot of people that have tried and are trying and want to just completely shit on us. So it actually helps us to have a bit of a spiky look. Doesn't mean we're evil or anything like that. And I'll tell you that a lot of companies which are blue, like Facebook and whatever other companies that are blue are actually red on the inside. If you want to say good and evil type of thing, that's kind of how I see it. So yeah, just take it for what you think it is. We're just doing fun and games, it's just a little bit of fun. All right, man. tarot reading, dude. Lilith wants your soul for a reading. If you choose to
Too bad.
accept, you
No,
just need
too
to
bad.
stare at your doll and say, "Let me in," nice and loud. Do you want to go for it?
No, I'm good on the tarot. No,
No.
sir. No, I'm good on the tarot. No.
Do you want to give
I
us
have
a short explanation why?
I don't fuck with shit with the occult, regardless of it, if it's on a video game or not. Messing with tarot is open invitation for that, and I have personally been haunted before and lived in a haunted house, and I'm not, even for entertainment and like this is fun and all, but I'm not subjecting myself to anything like that for anybody's entertainment or anything. So
Fair
I mean, you
enough,
can
my
laugh
friend.
all you want to, dude, but I've experienced shit that you hadn't experienced. And when you see a little Native American girl in the middle of the fucking woods that walks out and stares at you because your buddy's dad went and dug her skull up and plucked her fucking teeth out of her skull and shit, like I don't fuck with any of that. So
Jesus.
politely, like it's really not a, like, I know this shit's fun and games. I don't fuck with Ouija boards. I don't fuck with any of that shit because of shit that I've seen in my life. People don't believe this shit, but I'm just not. It's very, in my religion and shit, it's very fucking dangerous to touch that shit, and I'm just not doing it. So I'm sorry to ruin the fun on that, but
Oh, no.
it's opening my soul up to something that I'm not willing to do for, especially for for something silly like this. So it's just not. No.
Totally
No,
fine,
thank you.
my friend. So you guys heard it, and to be honest, I don't even know myself. I think as well, we'll see some of the things that Lilith was saying about Rax and Cooley in the tarot reading probably come true. I've been seeing signs that what she was saying is like actually for real, and they even told me after the show like how does that work, because it was eerily close. Um, the way tarots kind of work is interesting. I did a lot of reading about it, and your brain likes to piece together different stories and puzzles based on your own life, right? So it's really a tool of introspection where you kind of piece things together based on what's being said and what's actually happened in your life. So very interesting.
We will see who will be the next brave soul. I respect your
luck.
decision, Hog. Maybe
Good
next
luck.
time.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right, Hug. Plug it in, man. Where can people find you? Twitch, YouTube.
Hog TV, baby. I'm not hard to find. I'm the only one. It ain't hard to find me.
That's it. It's Hog_TV, guys. Twitch, YouTube. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. I reckon it's a very interesting stream. And who the hell literally streams off a boat? I think there's a lot to learn there, because not everybody needs a full-on studio setup to make something out of it.
No, you don't. You really don't. You can look. There's a will. If you want to do it bad enough, you do it. You figure out a way to do it.
Hmm.
That's just all. Well, you want it, you'll do it.
All right. Well, that wraps up another episode of Pro Gamers Journal. Thank you all for tuning in. So we'll obviously be asking Aaron to come on the show next. I think Cooley suggested Rob. Rob's going to be an
That'd be a
interesting
good
one.
one. Yeah. Let me think of who
And then we'll
else.
see, because maybe we'll try to get Voodoo Joe on board. We'll see what Aaron suggests and maybe what Rob suggests. But guys, in the end, we're going to do something huge, all right? With this, the way we're doing this, we can bring in multiple people all at the same time. So once we do about 5 people, so this is the third one, we will bring in everybody at the same time. We'll have an interactive game where basically, like those little shows where you press a button to answer first. And we're going to make really good content together like that, I think. I think nobody's ever really done something like that before, where you have a bunch of really awesome guys kind of in the little cartoon in this type of format, all talking together. I honestly can't wait. So, Hog, it's been a pleasure, man. I really feel
Yes,
like
sir.
I know you well now. This honestly just felt like I'm sitting down with a mate. So that's it, man. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure's ours. All right,
Right.
everybody. That'll also be it for the stream. So another really long one, which I totally respect. And you'll be able to find the whole thing on YouTube. I'll bring them out in parts. The YouTube is Pro Gamers Journal, and you'll be able to find everything there. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right. See y'all.